If you were a kid with the cartoon flavor of autism back in the day, you likely found yourself on cartoon YouTube. It was a lawless place where 30-year-old men would argue about cartoons that were never intended for them, as kids like me would latch on to those opinions. It was a beautiful time, but there were no doubt victims. One of those victims was Steven Universe, a show that at one point was so widely hated that to this day you can find hundreds of hate videos online. Naturally, being an impressionable kid with no real opinions of my own, I followed this trend without ever actually watching the show for myself. Like many others, I watched the Lily Orchard video, and that would go on to inform my opinion on the show for years to come. But recently, something strange has happened. When you spend so much time hating something, you come to be very familiar with it. And so, when I was reminiscing on my childhood on the internet, I realized the weird reverse nostalgia I had for Steven Universe. This show that I had never watched but interacted with all the time for all the wrong reasons sort of became this comforting show for me. And so, in 2024, armed with the same flavor of autism as back in the day, I set out to review every single episode of Steven Universe to finally decide for myself whether the show was good or not. So come with me as I overanalyze every single facet of Steven Universe in the hopes of finally setting the record straight once and for all. So without further ado, let's get started. Honestly, a really great first episode that does a great job of getting you invested right off the bat. We meet Steven Universe, a goofy but well-intentioned kid, and the youngest member of the Crystal Gems, being half human and half gem. The Crystal Gems protect Earth, being made up of garnet, amethyst, and pearl, three gem-based aliens that act as parental figures to Steven. This episode does a great job of showing you exactly who these characters are and endearing you to them. Steven is a sweet kid who wants to prove himself as a crystal gem, but doesn't yet fully know what that responsibility entails. It's a really interesting place to start his character, being a young and somewhat clueless child who we'll get to see grow over the course of the show. At the very least though, he is extremely likable here, with his characterization doing a good job to invest you in his journey to become a true crystal gem. As for the other gems, they are wonderful as well. Pearl is the prim and proper one, believing in discipline and control over oneself. She acts very motherly to Steven, genuinely wanting the best for him and reassuring him when things aren't going his way. As for Amethyst, she's a bit more rough around the edges, working mostly off of impulse and rolling with the punches. She fills the role of the cooler older sibling, not having everything figured out herself, but still being an inspiration to Steven. Finally, Garnet is calm and collected, a balance of both Amethyst and Pearl. She's the clear leader of the group and a huge inspiration to Steven. What they all have in common, however, is that their interactions with each other and Steven are very sweet. They really do feel like a little family, and I found myself really being drawn into this relationship despite how short this episode is. It does a great job of introducing the characters and showing us as an audience why we should care about them. So much about their individual personalities is crammed into this short episode, and it pays off as I found myself coming out of it invested in their story. On top of this, the plot of the episode is just really tight as well, taking an aspect of Steven's childishness and seeing how it eventually ties into his wish to be a true crystal gem. It just really sets up his greater goal to prove himself as a crystal gem, while also having that feed into the silly main plot point, which gives us a look at how he acts in his everyday life. I also really like the ending where, while he isn't quite a crystal gem yet, we see some growth from him. It's really nice that even as early as the first episode, we get a look into how he's already starting to grow a bit as a character, and I find that very impressive considering how much groundwork this first episode had to lay. Overall, a great episode that explains each character in a satisfying way, making you care about them and their relationships, all while balancing the plot surrounding Steven's journey to becoming a real crystal gem. A really really strong start to the show that makes me hopeful for what's to come. A great episode, probably gonna end up near the middle of the list. We also get our first song here in Cookie Cat. While nothing super impressive, it's a song that does a good job to further convey Steven's inherent silliness. It's cute and works well in the context of the episode, but unfortunately doesn't really have much value beyond that. Steven's voice isn't really anything special at this point, and it's not a particularly complex song. Overall, probably gonna end up low on the list, judging by the Steven Universe songs that I've heard in passing over the years, but being the first one, top of the list by default. We also get our first taste of the intro here, just an upbeat and really solid song that tells you everything you need to know about each gem. I really like that each gem gets their own moment in the song, describing what it is that makes them who they are. It just acts as a great introduction to each episode as the gems restate the purpose of the crystal gems and their involvement within the group. I also really like the silly flair that Steven adds, just adding a really sweet touch to the song. Aside from that, it's just really catchy and easy to listen to. Going above Cookie Cat, the outro titled Love Like You is absolutely legendary. It's a song that captures a very specific experience pertaining to love that is just really interesting and incredibly sweet. The lyrics describe loving and admiring someone so much to the point of almost feeling unworthy of them. The singer always believed that they were bad, but upon meeting someone as perfect as the one they fell in love with, they know for sure that they were right about themselves. The person they love is perfect, and the singer is unlike them in so many ways. The singer is nothing like the vision of perfection that they see in their lover. But as the song goes on, it's clear that the one they love loves them anyway, and this gives the singer the strength to one day not only be able to love their partner, but also love themselves as well. It's just a really sweet song about a beautiful relationship that changes the singer's worldview. Through their partner's love, they've come to a point where they feel like they can love themselves. It's just an incredible example of how a good relationship lifts both parties up and can lead you to slowly but surely improving yourself. As a whole, I think this song just works beautifully as an outro, as it highlights one of the show's main themes. The characters in the show find their strength through the relationships that they foster, and just as we see it in this song, a good relationship is strong because it lifts both parties up. It's just a really nice tie-in with the themes of the show, and thus works really well as a cap to each episode, going at the top of the list. Episode 2 focuses more on Steven and his dad Greg, and gives us a bit more information on what exactly Steven's role is in all of this gem stuff. Some sort of eye-shaped gem device is headed for Earth, but the gems are unable to destroy it without Rose's cannon. Rose is the former leader of the crystal gems, but has been absent for a long time. Rose would meet Greg, and upon falling in love with him, she would give up her physical form to create Steven with him. This is why Steven has Rose's gem, making him the first half-human, half-gem in existence. Because of Greg's ties to Rose, they go to look for the cannon in his storage container. Aside from the lore stuff here, the episode is mostly just Steven and Greg hanging out, as we get some insight into their relationship. While Greg doesn't live with Steven and tends to stay out of gem-related stuff, it's clear that he is still a very important force in Steven's life, and their relationship is just really sweet here. The end of the episode is really fun too, with the eye closing in and the city being doused in a harsh red light. While it's clear that the show hasn't fully found its footing yet in terms of art, the final scenes here are absolutely gorgeous. Though it eventually gets phased out later, the use of watercolor is really nice here, and the lighting as a whole is just immaculate. It lends to the serious nature of the situation and just adds to the urgency in destroying the eye. While the resolution is fairly simple here, I really do like how the laser sorta serves as a reminder of Rose to the gems and Greg. It's clear that Rose was really important to all of them, and seeing a reminder of her existence on display like this can't help but bring a tear to Greg's eye. Overall, while the conflict and resolution in this episode is fairly basic, I just really like the time spent hanging out with Greg. I'm already sold sold on their relationship, just as I am with Steven and the Gems relationship, and to me, that's a sign of a successful start to a series. A good episode, near the top of the list. This episode also has a song in Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart. We find out that Greg used to be a musician, and we get to listen to one of his songs. While I like what the song is going for, Greg's voice is just a little bit weak to me. There are points in the song where it just feels like Greg's voice is a compromise and doesn't do justice to what the song is trying to do. And I think that's what makes this song so disappointing, as it has a lot of potential, but just fails in terms of vocals, going just below the intro, but above Cookie Cat. Not much to say about this one, but a good one nonetheless. Steven joins the Gems on his first official mission. An ancient gem monument called the Sea Spire is beginning to fall apart, and to stop this, the Gems have to climb to the top and replace the moon goddess statue. Steven takes this chance to prove himself, as he uses the many items contained in his cheeseburger backpack to show that he can be useful to the Gems. While this episode is fairly simple, it's a really sweet one. The Gems, while nervous about bringing Steven on a mission, are quick to support and praise him as he overcomes obstacle after obstacle in only the most Steven ways possible. It's just really sweet to see how much they want him to succeed, and it gives us some further insight on the subtle intricacies with his interactions with each gem. It's just a chance to experience the everyday interactions between the Gems and Steven, and it goes to show just how loving and sweet this family is. And this is proven to be true at the end of the episode, as due to Steven's negligence, the Sea Spire is destroyed. But they aren't mad at him and rather choose to positively reinforce his behavior. Instead of focusing on the negative, they congratulate him on solving the problems that he did and landing a passing grade of at least 50% in terms of problem solving. It's just a nice example of how the Gems choose to support Steven, accepting that he's not going to get everything right, and instead focusing on the successes that he does have. And it's cool how the Gems each express this in their own ways, showing that they all have his back in their own way. It's just really nice to see this group of drastically different people who really do love and care for each other. And as a whole, this episode just really sells me further on this family dynamic and has me really invested in their future together. Overall, a really great episode that's just so unbelievably sweet, near the top of the list. First episode thus far to not really do anything for me. Steven wants to eat breakfast with the Gems, but they all seem busy. He enters the temple and goes to each of their rooms in an attempt to get them all together. My biggest issue with this episode is the Gems characterization here. Steven is being his normal goofy self, but the Gems are just kinda cold here, both to each other and to Steven. They ignore Steven and kinda just keep to themselves, and while no one does anything awful here, the group just works a lot better when they're together interacting with each other. As a result, this episode just doesn't feature the Gems at their best, and other than getting a look into each Gem's room, this episode really doesn't have that much substance. The ending is particularly lackluster too, with a random enemy appearing and the Gems quickly defeating it. Overall, while the last few episodes have really felt effective in endearing you to the characters, this one feels like it's almost taking a step back, just giving us an episode that doesn't really capitalize on the great dynamics that we've been shown so far. That being said, an episode like this is fairly excusable this early in the series. The show is still figuring things out, and as a standard Monster of the Week episode, this isn't bad by any means. Just lacks a lot of what makes Steven Universe unique, and just sort of feels like it could have been an episode in anything. That being said, the ending is good and rectifies some of these issues, but it doesn't change the fact that the bulk of the episode is just boring and lacks any interesting character interactions. On a completely different note, however, this episode has some really great backing tracks, with Pearl's theme and the chase scene theme being some of the standout examples. I just love how these tracks balance this elegant sound while also leaving room for some upbeat and slightly tense moments. Overall, a fine episode, just doesn't take advantage of the great relationships established in the first few episodes, near the middle of the list. A good episode highlighting just how funny the show can be, while still being tense to some degree. Pearl has lost track of a gem shard that has the power to bring clothing to life, and finding it in control of his pants, Steven tries to get it back to her. I really like the direction this episode takes, with the gem shard taking control of a mascot outfit and attacking the city. While the stakes are fairly low here, they play into the fight fairly seriously, with a focus on the owner of the fry shop and his son. Just makes for some good drama that adds to the impact of the encounter with the gem monster. At the same time, however, the episode manages to keep this light-hearted tone, with the resolution to the plot being played for laughs to contrast the tension of the middle portion of the episode. Overall, while there's not much to say about this one, it's a good use of some side characters, doing a good job of getting you to care about them in a short amount of time, which then lends itself to the conflict of the episode. A good episode, near the middle of the list. A fun episode exploring a new facet of Steven's gem powers. Amethyst is messing around, transforming into different forms. As we find out from Pearl, this is a trait inherent to all gems, and upon hearing this, Steven tries to do it himself. I like the start of the episode a lot, as we get one-on-one time between Steven and Amethyst. I feel like Amethyst is the least mentioned gem so far, and so getting a chance to see her alone interacting with Steven is fun. That being said, she's a little bit annoying here. While her somewhat childish nature has been apparent since the first episode, she really does seem indifferent when it comes to the consequences that her actions have on the people around her. Here we see her teaching Steven how to transform, but where Pearl or Garnet would be trying to help him hone his power, Amethyst is really just doing this for a quick laugh. She thinks the idea of Steven transforming would be funny, and so she teaches him, and then she just leaves him once she's bored, leaving Steven to deal with the aftermath alone. It just goes to show how self-centered she can be, leveraging Steven's naivete for her own amusement. While I think this is fairly forgivable in this case, the episode really does take this concept far enough that you can't help but blame Amethyst to some degree. Steven loses control over his transforming powers, and it results in his body slowly getting taken over by the cats he manifested. And this scene is just sort of off-putting, as Greg watches in horror as Steven slowly becomes this monster, as they accept that there's nothing that they can do. While they are able to resolve this by the end, you just can't help but blame Amethyst a little here, and her indifference by the end of the episode is just a bit frustrating. While in the context of the episode she doesn't even know that this event occurred, her nonchalant reaction is frustrating for the viewer, as she takes zero responsibility. Overall, while a fine episode, I just don't like how it characterizes Amethyst. I thought Amethyst played something of a sibling role for Steven, and while I think they were trying to hint at that with her teasing Steven in this way, I just wish that the stakes were a bit lower, allowing this to feel a bit more innocent. Here though, Amethyst just feels a little too malicious, and this strange characterization just stands out as a lot weaker than that of the other characters. Despite this though, I'm interested to see where Amethyst's character goes in the future. The slightly more abrasive personality is interesting in comparison to the other gems, who feel like these perfect role models. I could see this developing in a really interesting relationship between Steven and Amethyst that differs from that of the other gems. As of right now, however, not a big fan of Amethyst. A fine episode, going near the middle of the list. I love this episode so much. The gems are in full parent mode here, and the Connie stuff is really sweet. Steven meets a girl named Connie and wants to make friends with her. To protect her, Steven ends up creating a bubble, protecting the two of them, but trapping them at the same time. But this gives them a chance to get to know each other. Connie is a shy girl who doesn't seem to have a lot of friends. This is thanks in part to her parents, who are quite overbearing. They give her little to no freedom, and most of her life is spent studying and trying to be a model daughter. This is in direct contrast to Steven, who is as free as can be, having parents that go fully in the opposite direction and allowing him to participate in sometimes dangerous missions. This serves as an interesting dynamic between the two, as Connie acts as the brains, being very knowledgeable and book smart, while Steven provides the street smarts and hands-on experience that he's learned through his time with the gems. In this way, they complement each other very well, covering for each other's weaknesses. Despite their relationship being very new, this works to make their relationship feel very natural and shows how, even this early on, they work well together on a base level. And we just get to see them problem solve together throughout the episode as they work together to escape Steven's bubble. The ending is really sweet too, as we get to see a little deeper into Connie as a character. She's always been fairly isolated due to her parents' strictness, and as a result, she breaks down when she realizes the situation she's in. If she can't escape the bubble, she will have lived without ever once making a friend. But little does she know, not only throughout this episode, but from the first time he saw her, he always wanted to be her friend. And this makes her feel less alone, realizing that someone has cared all along and that she isn't as alone as she believes. And here, as they both speak their mind and form this relationship together, Steven's bubble disappears and they're able to free themselves. This to me shows that the nervousness that Steven felt in being found cool by Connie has disappeared, as he doesn't feel like he has to force himself to form a friendship with her. It ended up happening naturally, and as such, he's able to just relax and be with her. Overall, just a really sweet episode. Connie is a wonderful character, and as mentioned before, just feels like the perfect complement to Steven. In some ways, they cover for each other's weaknesses, and we get to see how this helps them succeed here. Just a really cute episode, and the moment at the end is just done really well. A great episode, and excited to see more from Connie. Going at the top of the list for now. Not much going on in this one, but a fun one without a doubt. Steven and the Gems go on their first serious mission with each other, finding themselves trapped in a dungeon with no way out. A bulk of the episode highlights the unique point of view that Steven brings to the team. He has the makings of a great crystal gem, often getting the group out of rough situations, but at the same time, he is still just a kid. Amethyst wants to let him run free to learn through trial and error. Meanwhile, Pearl rejects his involvement and tries to separate him from the mission for his own safety. Garnet, however, understands that neither of these methods are effective when teaching Steven. While Steven may be a goofy child who can sometimes get himself into danger, he doesn't need to be coddled, but rather supervised. Garnet opts to allow him to participate in the mission while also helping him out where she needs to, giving him the freedom to make those mistakes but in a safe environment. Garnet understands that raising a child is not coddling them from the harshness of the world or sending them out to fend for themselves, but rather being there to catch them when they fall as they explore the world little by little. And Garnet displays the efficacy of this approach here, giving Steven a chance to learn some important lessons in a safe environment. I just really like how we get to see the Gems' different parenting styles here, showcasing how both Amethyst and Pearl's extreme methods are not always the most effective, and once again cements Garnet as the most sensible one, as her methods prove to be the most effective. Overall, a very good episode, being both enjoyable on a surface level and also showing us some aspects of our characters that we haven't seen before. A great episode near the top of the list. A fun episode giving us a lot of insight into Amethyst and her relationships. Amethyst has always been the loose cannon of the crystal gems. She's reckless and destructive, and this leads to her lacking the reliability of the other gems. As such, despite being a core member of the group, Garnet and Pearl sort of look down on her. To them, she acts like a misbehaving child, while to Amethyst, it feels like they're asking her to change the very fiber of her being. This sentiment remains following this episode, however, as this episode focuses on one small part of this dynamic, specifically how Amethyst herself deals with these feelings of not being good enough. Steven finds out about Amethyst's secret wrestling career. It's a place where she can be her wild and rambunctious self for a crowd that wants exactly that. It makes her feel wanted and important and acts as a form of therapy for her. A Upon finding out, she allows Steven to join her. In terms of their role as crystal gems, they both have a similar standing in the group, never being good enough for the standards of the others. And this becomes a bonding moment for the two. To some degree, they both feel like the outcasts of the crystal gems, being seen as incompetent in one way or another, and this binds the two together. We see this bond grow as night after night they sneak out to be their true, unbridled selves, becoming a hit in the world of wrestling in the process. Despite this, there is clearly a sadness in Amethyst that Steven doesn't fully understand. While she puts on a tough act and pretends that it doesn't bother her at all, she wishes that she was someone that the gems could be proud of, and the actions of the other gems haven't helped these feelings, as every time she gets reprimanded, Amethyst can't help but feel that she doesn't have the makings of a crystal gem. She can't seem to get anything right, with the others only seeing her for her loud and reckless nature, and so she plays into this, believing that she's inherently broken and thus lashing out by indulging in all of the worst sides of herself. It's just an interesting struggle that gives context to why Amethyst has always felt somewhat disconnected from the other gems. While sure she is a core part of the team, she doesn't have this perfect image like the others do. And while this makes her somewhat unlikable on the surface, it's clear that this is simply a person who's hurting, disappointed of who they are, and struggling to live up to the expectations of those around them. And this last bit specifically also applies to Steven as he tries to live up to his mother's greatness throughout the series. It just adds a lot of depth to Amethyst as a character and puts her in a very unique spot in the main cast, almost acting like an example of a halfway point between Steven's role in the group and that of Garnet and Pearl. On top of this, I really like the conclusion here. When Garnet and Pearl inevitably find out about the wrestling, Amethyst is frustrated. This was the one place where she felt safe, the one place where she was allowed to be herself, and even this is being uprooted by Garnet and Pearl, tearing away at the one last thing that Amethyst clung to. Cornered and hurt, she fights back, getting into a full fight with Garnet, but Steven stands up for her here, not fully understanding why, but knowing that this is important for Amethyst, and this helps the others realize their mistake. They realize that this is the one last place where Amethyst can truly be herself, and they understand that taking that away from her would be taking away her freedom to be herself. While this doesn't get to the root of the issue, the gems finally open their eyes to what Amethyst has been going through and realize that they haven't been all that fair to her. That being said, this is a two-sided issue. Amethyst clearly has some issues of her own, and while these aren't fully addressed here, at least now she can rest easy, knowing that she has a place to work through her feelings, hopefully one day being better for it. Overall, just a fun episode that gives us some good insight into Amethyst as a character. I really like how they characterize her here, with the bond between Steven and her feeling very nuanced and unique from that of the other gems. Aside from that, it's an episode that makes you feel for Amethyst, and works well to explain her behavior throughout these first few episodes. A good episode, going near the top of the list. Weakest episode so far, not because it's bad, but rather because it's just so forgettable. Steven meets a pink lion out in the desert and ends up keeping it as a pet. Aside from this fact, there really isn't much to say. The episode simply introduces this character in the most generic way possible. Steven thinks Lion hates him, but then it turns out that Lion was just trying to protect them, and they become friends as a result. The most notable parts of this episode really come down to the dialogue. I just really like how the dialogue is written here, really selling the idea that the gems and Steven are a family. But this is a trait inherent to every episode so far, so it's hardly worth pointing out here. I like the colors in the fight sequence at the end, and that's pretty much all I can say that's unique to this episode. Excited to see what they do with Lion, however. I refuse to believe that he lacks a larger role in the story later on. But as for this episode, just perfectly forgettable, going near the bottom of the list. Another fairly weak episode, providing some fun moments, but as a whole just not being that interesting. The gems go to an arcade with Steven, where Garnet gets hooked on this one rhythm game. When the monster of the week shows up, Steven has to snap Garnet out of her trance playing the rhythm game. The start of the episode is good, with the arcade stuff being fun. They really play into the idea of the gems being aliens here, with them collectively acting as a fish out of water character. And it works really well here, with their reactions to each new game being fun and entertaining for the few gags concerning them. The actual conflict of the episode is really weak, however, with Garnet straight up just ignoring the monster to play the game. Just kind of boring, and you really are just waiting for Steven to break the game, finally snapping her out of it. Overall, this episode's just kind of ruined by its insistence on having a half-baked conflict. I almost feel like it would have worked better as a straight up filler episode, with the arcade stuff at the start making up the whole episode. But as it is, it's an episode with a fine start and an uneventful conflict, near the bottom of the list. Honestly, one of the best episodes so far, giving us some new information on how gems work, as well as some insight on Amethyst and Pearl's relationship. While Garnet is busy on a mission, Steven and the others are sent to deal with a mission of their own. However, Amethyst and Pearl don't seem to get along very well. The episode is mostly focused on Amethyst and Pearl's relationship. While they've been crystal gems together for a long time, it's clear that they don't get along on a personal level. Pearl is prim and proper, while Amethyst is rough and impulsive, resulting in the two of them almost directly opposing each other personality-wise. As such, they struggle to find common ground and argue constantly. While they usually try to avoid being on missions without Garnet for this very reason, today they have no choice, and as such, the episode is spent showing just how strained their relationship is. They seem to disagree at every turn, and it results in frustration in both of them. While this alone adds some interesting nuance to the crystal gems dynamic, the underlying theme of fusion strengthens this core concept. Fusion is explained to be the fusing of multiple gems into one larger gem. In cases where individual gems are perfectly in sync, gems can fuse together to form a new gem together, one made of the traits of both of the gems involved. This often grants gems greater strength as they pool their skills and abilities into one being. And here we find out that Amethyst and Pearl have a fusion together, but haven't fused in a long time due to their inability to get along. But finding out about this, Steven is hell-bent on seeing their fusion named Opal. As Pearl and Amethyst argue with each other during the mission, Steven constantly tries to get them to fuse. While they refuse every single time, it's clear that they have a connection beyond the petty arguing. When Steven is in trouble, Amethyst and Pearl spring into action, not even requiring words to understand each other's thoughts. They work as a unit here, Amethyst with her whip to catch Pearl as she dives for Steven. This moment shows that while they may not realize it, there is a trust and a respect that the two share. They know that the other always has their back, and that when it comes down to it, they can rely on each other. And this becomes the basis of them fusing later on, as it becomes clear that they do understand each other on a deeper level. Eventually, Steven is put in danger again, and this time Amethyst and Pearl have only one option. They're able to put their minds and bodies in perfect sync, forming into Opal and saving the day. Not only were they able to come together when they needed to, but their success as Opal proves that together they can become each other's strength. While the episode ends with the two unfusing, we've learned a little bit about their complex relationship. While they respect and trust each other, they simply just can't seem to get along on a day-to-day basis. But this is a good step, however, as they realize their potential were they to stop and take a minute to understand each other. Overall, while we don't get any huge development for them here, this episode does a great job of introducing this nuanced relationship and showing us how the crystal gems aren't perfect. They have flaws too, but also the power to grow and learn to be better. I'm excited to see where this relationship goes, shows, and as a whole, this episode just makes me like both Pearl and Amethyst a little bit more, as we see a very real side of them. A great episode, going to the top of the list for now. This episode also has a song in Giant Woman. This song is the perfect mix of goofy but also thematically relevant, and generally just nice to listen to. While Steven's voice isn't too impressive just yet, his childish vocals lends itself to this childish wish that Steven has to see a giant woman. It's fun getting to see the situation through Steven's point of view, and while it fails to provide deeper insight into the relationship, I think this is very fitting considering that it's Steven's song. Overall, just a great moment in a really great episode, while also having replay value outside of the show itself. A great song going just below the intro but above Cookie Cat. A really weak episode, to be honest. Feels like it's trying to say something, but just isn't effective in its delivery. Steven finds out that the gems are thousands of years old and haven't once had birthday parties in all those years. Steven throws a party for each of them to make up for all those years that they missed. The start of the episode is supposed to be fun, but it just ends up being very weak and generally just off in some weird way. The gems don't feel like themselves at all here, being afraid of Earth's birthday customs for literally no reason. I understand the idea of playing into their position as fish out of water, but their reactions to all the birthday stuff just makes them feel really childish and out of character. It's just a moment that degrades these strong characters for no reason, transforming them into these bastardized versions of themselves for a quick laugh. On top of this, the conflict of the episode is just really weak as well. Steven gets worried that he may be getting too old for birthdays, and this causes him to age rapidly, and then the rest of the episode is just spent slowly watching him die, until the end of the episode where he is literally dying on the floor as the gems look on hopelessly. It's just a miserable ending, and the attempt to add comedy to the situation just feels so out of place. It feels like the episode isn't sure if it wants to be serious or funny, and it can't seem to strike a balance between the two. As such, the episode isn't very funny, and any message they were trying to convey about growing up is just lost in this strange conclusion. The resolution is not much better, where Steven stops thinking like an adult, reversing the aging. This is supposed to send the message that you don't need to worry about the future, and that growing up isn't something that you can force. But that connection is barely made here, and feels more like the episode needed a quick conclusion, and this is the best they could come up with. Just a really disappointing episode. The show has proven time and time again that it can balance comedy and genuine drama while also delivering an interesting central theme connecting the episode's events. But here it feels like they completely forgot how to do that, and as a result the episode is just terrible in pretty much every sense. Probably the worst one so far, near the bottom of the list. For once, Lars is actually an okay character. The gems are on a mission to get rid of some magical moss that Steven's mom used to tend to. Without her caring for it, however, the moss has grown aggressive and poses a threat to those who may encounter it. The gems leave the moss to be dealt with later, and joined by the cool kids, Lars and Steven later stumble across the moss. Most of the episode is just Lars being pissed that the cool kids like Steven more than they like him, but by the end of the episode, Lars and Steven are forced to put their differences aside to save the cool kids. Right off the bat, it's weirdly out of character for the gems to stall in solving the moss issue. They usually take this stuff very seriously, especially Pearl and Garnet, but instead here they just tape it off and call it a day. Fortunately, this is fairly easy to look past, because this episode has a lot going for it. Pearl's unwillingness to address Rose's death further hints at her relationship with Rose in a nice and subtle way. Also, Lars and Steven share a lot of good moments here. Saving the cool kids together displayed how well they work together, and Lars even almost says sorry after crossing the line and insulting Steven's mom. The episode does a great job to make Lars a bit less of a jerk, while also hinting towards more stuff with Rose. Steven Universe filler is best when it's done like this, actually leading to some interesting character moments between Steven and the townspeople, while also sprinkling in some hints about the future of the series. Overall, a pretty good episode, near the middle of the list. Steven trades Pearl's magic duplicator for a toy that Onion has. Onion then uses it to inflict terror on the city by duplicating unholy amounts of plastic, single-handedly destroying the local climate. One of the weaker episodes so far. They try to push this idea that Onion is doing this because he's jealous of Steven's relationship with his dad, but Onion just outright admits that he just did all of this for fun. The episode only really gets going after the first 5 minutes too, which means if you don't care about seeing a day in the life of Onion, this episode is really boring. Luckily, it's saved by the fact that Steven is so likable, but as a character introduction for Onion, it really fails. But aside from this, the fight scene is pretty fun. Onion pulls out the Gmod car gun, so that's kind of funny. One of the weakest episodes overall though, near the bottom of the list. Pearl gets poofed while training Steven to use a sword. The training dummy, modeled after Pearl's sword fighting techniques, then goes rogue. This episode introduces the idea of poofing. It was stated before in So Many Birthdays that gems can only die from fatal injuries to their gems. As a result, minor damage can be healed by giving up a gem's physical form and retreating into its gem. Other than this bit of knowledge, the episode is mostly just about the bond between Pearl and Steven. The episode spends most of its time focusing on how Steven misses Pearl while she's healing. It's a slower episode, but a really sweet one, near the top of the list. Connie and Steven come across ancient gem tech on the way to the movies and have to defeat it. Connie is treated as the straight man here, giving perspective on how weird all of this magic stuff around Steven is. Connie is almost jealous of how interesting Steven's life is, in contrast to her mundane, rule-laden life. It makes her wonder what role she plays in Steven's life. How can she compare with all the super interesting, crazy things that happen around Steven? This is a concept that gets explored later in the series, but it's interesting to see the roots of that arc being planted this early in the series. I'm also really sold on Steven as a character at this point. Stories like this with Chosen One characters tend to be a bit annoying, but I think it's made bearable because Steven doesn't really see himself as special. He genuinely doesn't let his power get to his head, and he genuinely values the wisdom of the people around him, both magical and not. Magic in his life is measured the same as regular stuff, and that makes him seem more human. This is why, even though Connie isn't involved in gem stuff, Steven is interested in her. He doesn't let the magical stuff in his life take away from the more mundane things in his life, and I find that a very charming character trait. Aside from this, the episode is just another really nice Connie episode. I also really like how the gem monster is defeated with Connie's regular, boring tennis knowledge. It just further shows how mundane stuff is just as valuable to Steven as magical stuff, and I think that's a really, really nice theme for this episode. Overall, a really great episode, near the top. Not gonna lie, a really dull one. The gems seem really clueless here, they wreck the pizza shop and kinda don't get why they're mad about it. Steven throws a party to make amends, and it leads to some pretty boring filler stuff. The pizza family are really likable here, and it's cool to see how each one of them sort of gets along with a certain gem, but unfortunately, in making the pizza family so likable, the gems are kinda the villains here for not caring about what they did. Otherwise, pretty inoffensive, a fine episode near the bottom of the list. Kinda harsh in some ways. The gems ignore Steven and he gets upset. He wants to be alone, and these emotions trigger the opening of Rose's room. He can create anything in the room by imagining it, and unknowingly ends up creating another version of Beach City. Genuinely a little unsettling, and a bit harsh that Steven literally has to watch his world fall apart to learn his lesson. You watch as Steven slowly realizes that he's still in Rose's room, and the world around him slowly starts to crumble as a result. The thing with the donut is very clever too, very Inception-esque. The ending conversation with his dad is really creepy too. His dad is just normal enough that you don't question it, but slowly his facade breaks, and it's revealed that his dialogue is being made up of just a few repeated lines, being an NPC created by the room. The music is really good here too because it makes you think you're safe, but then devolves as the world starts falling apart. Sort of a high middle tier episode, interesting, but sort of lacks a greater meaning in the plot of the show. First intro to Sugilite, Amethyst and Garnet's fusion. Sugilite is very strong, but also very dangerous and careless. She very much feels like an amalgamation of all the worst parts of Amethyst, backed by the raw strength of Garnet. This results in a fusion that is unpredictable and destructive, and threatens to do more damage than good. Despite this, however, Steven thinks she's cool, and spends the episode trying to get stronger physically to be like Sugilite. I think the conflict is fairly interesting here. Steven, being a kid, sees Sugilite as cool, disregarding the clear drawbacks to her as as a fusion. As a result, he subscribes to her take on what it means to be strong, pure, raw strength. Pearl, however, being more brains than brawn, wishes that Steven would understand what it means to be strong in the real way. Not straight power, but wits and control. The show does a great job of using Steven's childhood naivete to justify certain traits of his. In this episode, he sides with Sugalite's take on what it means to be strong, as he doesn't really know any better. He simply thinks Sugalite is cool and little more. At the same time though, he's a character that's able to change his ways. He slowly comes to understand the meaning of true power that Pearl preaches, and she proves it once and for all by defeating Sugalite with Steven's help, despite them being far weaker. With the basic debate of brains over bronze being nothing new, I think it works as a good medium to show Steven's ability to change. He's able to admit when he's wrong and to do the right thing. It sets him apart as a main character, and the episode highlights this perfectly. A great episode, near the top of the list. This episode also has a song in Strong in the Real Way, and it's probably the best one yet. Without a doubt, Pearl is one of the best singers in the whole show, and this is the first time we really get to see her voice shine. Her part of the song is just wonderful, and really captures her frustration at Steven's admiration of Sugalite. Despite not loving Steven's singing voice at this point, the song has been written in a way that really caters to Steven's vocal range. It results in a song that just feels really personal to Pearl and Steven, and feels like no one else could perform it in quite the same way as they did. An incredible song and one of the best so far. Under Love Like You, but above the intro. I really thought they were going to redeem Lars, but in this episode, everything done in Lars and the Cool Kids is just undone. Lars fakes an injury to get off of work, leaving Sadie to do everything. She talks to Steven about how Lars treats her, and it literally sounds abusive. Lars constantly takes advantage of her kindness, and she clings on to the tiniest little hint of a good person that he shows. It's not equivalent at all though, as Sadie is put through hell all because she likes Lars, while Lars continues to be a terrible person to her. And the ending is awful too. It almost feels like the episode is trying to say that a relationship like this is okay as long as Lars says he's sorry. Not a word about bettering yourself or anything like that. This relationship is genuinely just horrible, and unless Lars's arc ends with him becoming better or dropping the romantic plot with Sadie as a whole, I can't really ever see myself liking him. Literally just brutal watching Sadie get emotionally manipulated. Bottom of the list, this episode sucks. Time travel shenanigans result in many copies of Steven being made. Original Steven is weirdly mean to his fellow Stevens, and as a result they start fighting each other. They try to combat each other with time travel, but they end up just making more Stevens, all coming to a head when the original Steven is able to go back to when the first instance of time travel happened and stops it. He and all the other Stevens who had time traveled then die. It's a weird episode for a few reasons. First, the original Steven feels nothing like Steven here because of how differently he acts from the other Stevens. Original Steven also literally dies here, so from now on we are sort of following a new Steven. Of course, this doesn't mean anything plot-wise, but a little harsh to just kill off Steven in front of Steven. Otherwise though, just a nothing episode, low on the list. The episode does have a song, however, in Steven and the Stevens. It's a short one, and it doesn't hold the same emotional impact as some of the other songs, but it's a fun one all the same. Once again, despite not loving Steven's singing voice, the song does a great job of highlighting the strong points of his voice, and it's cool to see this in play in a song that literally has 4 Stevens in it, going just under Giant Woman, but above Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart. Just slightly lacks something that the songs above have. Steven befriends the monster centipede from episode 1. The episode ends with it dying. Pretty interesting episode with important moments going forward. Steven learns how to bubble, sending gems to the containment area in the temple. Also includes mentions of how Steven's mom tried to save gem monsters, but was unsuccessful. Poses the idea that gem monsters are distorted gems or something, and hints at Steven possibly being able to help them in the future. Main plot of this episode is just kinda standard filler stuff though, so near the bottom of the list. A really great episode that balances humor and some of the most raw emotions of the show so far. The episode follows Steven as he tells Connie about his day. Steven tells of how Amethyst's gem got damaged and how they went to Rose's healing fountain to fix it. The episode really harps on Rose and the immense effect she has on the gems without even being there. We see the usually calm and collected Pearl panic at the sight of Rose's fountain in its dilapidated state. She's a complete mess, and it's made very apparent that without Rose's guidance, Pearl almost stops functioning. This is foreshadowing for later, and it's done very well here, slowly building up interest for just what kind of relationship Rose and Pearl had. As for Steven, he is trying to figure out his own relationship with his mother. He has never met her before, and he's frustrated that while everyone else knows what to think about her, he himself has no clue. He's frustrated by the fact that the thought of her doesn't affect him as much as it does the gems. He also grapples with the fear that he will never be as strong as Rose, and thus disappointing the people around him. This has been true for most mentions of Rose, but here they really emphasize how much she loves all living things, and the imagery in the episode paints her to be almost a giver of life. It's really smooth how Connie's part of the episode resolves some of the conflict of the episode, however. Up to this point, I was sort of confused why the episode was called Indirect Kiss, but it's because of Connie and Steven's part of the episode. Steven is frustrated that he doesn't have healing tears like his mom, and as they share a juice box, Connie realizes that she can see without her glasses. It seems that he was able to heal her with an indirect kiss. This is why later in the series she wears glasses without lenses, which is just a really cute piece of continuity in my opinion, and becomes semi-relevant in Connie's arc later. More immediately though, with this, Steven's powers are slowly developing in subtle ways, and it gives him hope that one day he might become someone worthy of his mother's sacrifice. So much going on in this episode, and stays entertaining the whole time. Explores so many of the emotions surrounding Rose from the perspective of each character, once again just giving more insight to who she was. An amazing episode, near the top of the list. A brutal episode in some ways, and one of the first to feel like it's really getting the plot moving. Here, we find out that the gems have knowingly been keeping gems trapped in certain objects. In this case, a mirror. By making the equivalent of real-life YouTube poop with events from their day together, the mirror speaks to Steven, telling him to remove the gem from the back of the mirror. He does this against the crystal gem's wishes, and a new gem appears. Lapis Lazuli. This episode really paints the crystal gems like the villains, with Garnet losing her patience with Steven and genuinely scaring him a bit. With the realization that the mirror is a gem, it really feels like the crystal gems were trying to hide something from Steven. At the moment, Steven is left to believe that the gems kept Lapis trapped on purpose. It doesn't help that Lapis leaves Steven, telling him not to trust the crystal gems. This episode may be a huge turning point for Steven and the gems' relationships, at least until an explanation is given. The episode ends on very unstable footing, with a lot of questions up in the air. A great way to build up what's to come, and really has me invested in just what this says about the gems. A tense episode with some really good drama, near the middle of the list. A great episode, but one that is confused in a couple of places. Lapis has stolen the whole ocean in an attempt to build a tower to what she calls home. For some reason, the gems bring Connie and Greg along on what is one of their more dangerous missions. Literally have no idea what the point of this was, other than having them get hurt, showing just how strong Lapis is. Otherwise, this episode is amazing though. It's the mark of so many firsts. It's the first time Steven is able to summon his shield on command, and it's the first time we see his unique way of dealing with things. He to talk it out, and while some say this becomes annoying by the end of the series, at least here it works to show how compassionate and hopeful Steven is. He truly believes there's a way for everyone to get along, and it's really charming. However, such negotiation isn't possible here. The crystal gems are set on keeping her on Earth, and she has no intention of letting that happen. And so Steven does what he deems morally correct, going against the crystal gems and opting to heal Lapis's gem, letting her flee the planet. It's an interesting moment where Steven decides for himself what's best, and it leads to a spark of friendship between Lapis and him. While she ends up leaving Earth, Steven can't help but feel like he did the right thing. However, at the same time, the crystal gems fear what this might mean for Earth, as they failed to keep Lapis from leaving. A very foreboding episode that really gives the vibe that this event has opened a whole can of worms. The episode is a balance of lore dump and genuinely intriguing conflict, with it saying more about the crystal gems than anything. Why are they trying to keep her here? What do they fear might happen? On top of this, there's a lot of growth for Steven here, and I really do like how he ultimately decides to let Lapis go, despite what the gems say. It's just a moment that gives us a look into his approach to dealing with things, and gives us an idea of how he's coming into his own as the series moves forward. Aside from this, the episode is fairly funny, and visually, it's literally gorgeous. So far, probably one of the most well-rounded episodes as a whole, going near the top of the list. Greg is hurt after being in the last episode for some reason. The gems have Greg stay with them while he heals, and tells him to call them if he needs anything. Greg then starts calling them non-stop for stupid, useless things, distracting them from an important mission. This alone is infuriating. Watching a full-grown man acting like a child is not fun at all, and he just comes off as so oblivious in this episode. The reason why Greg usually works so well is because while he can be sort of stupid, he's serious when it counts. It makes him very likable and shows that while he can be goofy, he's reliable when he needs to be. But here, that's all ignored, as he's simply used to cause conflict. On top of hindering the gems, he also single-handedly causes Steven to lose faith in his own powers. Steven is always worried that he won't be able to live up to the gems' expectations, and a lot of that anxiety comes from his powers. He's worried that he'll never be as strong as his mom. That's why when Greg isn't healed with Steven's powers, it scares Steven, believing that he's lost his power. Turns out that the healing did work though, and Greg had simply faked it to get further attention from everyone. Seriously, just such a tone-deaf and stupid thing for him to do, and the only reason I didn't see it coming is because I believe the show was written better than that. Finally, the ending sucks here. Greg putting himself in greater danger, then forcing Steven to solve the problem just adds to the irresponsible behavior that Greg displays in this episode. In all, it's an episode that ignores what makes Greg Greg in favor of telling a frustrating story. Bottom of the list. This episode does have a song, however, in Dear Old Dad. A sweet duet between Steven and Greg, but unfortunately combined they don't make that great of a song. Neither of them are at their best here, and that's especially rough when even at his best, Greg tends to underdeliver vocally. Works well in the context of the episode, but beyond that doesn't have much staying power. Doesn't do much to stand on its own, and just serves to accompany a nice moment in an otherwise awful episode. Going just below Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart, but above Cookie Cat. Really mixed feelings on this one. Pearl is reminded of the gem homeworld and how much she misses life off of Earth. As a result, she makes a spaceship to show Steven around the galaxy. This sounds like a simple, harmless plot until you realize the Pearl is actually out of her mind here. I know that it's supposed to signify how she tends to lose herself a bit when thinking about the past, but it's taken too far here. She literally kidnaps Steven against Greg's will and is almost responsible for Steven's death. The damage is sort of offset by the ending where she realizes how stupid she's being, and there's a sweet moment where she says it's okay because she's happy on Earth with Steven. But that doesn't excuse the heights of insanity that she reached in this episode. I know that these episodes with the gems doing something wrong are used to show that they're flawed, and of those episodes, this one does feel the most in character. But these sort of episodes just always take it too far, making the gems come off as a danger to the people around them. Not the character assassination that some other episodes have been, but still really odd behavior on Pearl's part. I just can't help but think there was a better way to show how she misses Homeworld, as well as her flaw of getting lost in the past. Still an okay episode though, near the middle of the list. It's becoming more and more clear what role each of the gems play in the team. At first, the show presents them as these flawless mentor figures that could do no wrong, and had nothing but wisdom to share. But that's not really true. Amethyst and Pearl are both hugely flawed. Pearl is stuck in the past and is kind of a control freak. Meanwhile, Amethyst is careless and a little bit childish and immature. While some of this stuff has always been present, it's interesting seeing the gems' flaws becoming more apparent as the show goes on. It's almost like you're learning of their flaws as Steven starts to grow up and sees them for himself. Not gonna lie though, this episode doesn't particularly show the idea off in any new way. It's just another episode of Pearl and Amethyst hating each other. It's just really annoying because it's been shown many times that they do actually really understand each other, but for some reason by the end of each episode, it just defaults back to them hating each other. It just sort of feels like nothing ever changes with them. Garnet shines through here though, really presenting herself as the most put together member of the Crystal Gems. She makes a really good mediator for Pearl and Amethyst, though the way she handles their dispute in this episode is kinda stupid. She just beats them up until they apologize to each other. Honestly, this episode would have been better if it really was the start of Pearl and Amethyst mending their relationship, but I have a bad feeling that's not the case. If not, this is just sort of the weakest version of that sort of episode. Low to somewhere middle on the list. Mixed thoughts on this one, and a really depressing episode as a whole. Steven gets trapped on an abandoned island with Sadie and Lars. Most of the episode is just Sadie and Lars finally confronting their feelings for each other. As the days go on, Lars is being less and less of an asshole, and it all comes to a head when Sadie and Lars finally kiss. It turns out, however, that they could have left all along. A gem monster attacks them, and to escape, Sadie reveals that she had simply hid the warp pad home, and that they could have left at any time. It's at this point that all the development made in their relationship this episode sorta just crumbles, and Lars's bad traits emerge again, though somewhat justified here. Lars is upset that she lied, and rightfully so, while Sadie argues that she was just trying to do him a favor, citing how he never lets her help him. And the episode just ends with that, with their relationship being worse off than before. They both still clearly care about each other, but this episode really shows that on some level, they have trouble understanding each other. I like this a lot, how they both clearly love each other, but somehow one of them is always doing something wrong. It's a relationship that's tested time and time again as the two of them learn how to love each other. The main issue I have here is that this doesn't serve as a proper contrast to Lars. While sure, Sadie lied to everyone, she did it in an attempt to help Lars. Meanwhile, Lars is just sort of really mean to Sadie for no reason, once again resulting in her feeling like she's getting way more punished than Lars is. Sadie is wrong here because of her misguided kindness, and historically, Lars is horrible to Sadie because he is selfish. In the episode itself, at the very least, Lars is in the right, and it's just hard to side with him with the context from past episodes. Either way, a higher tier episode. Just good drama, and everyone is in character all the way through. Also, a fire song and visually really beautiful. Near the middle of the list. Speaking of the song, Be Wherever You Are is a close contender for first place at the moment. While Strong in the Real Way is an incredible song in its own right, there's something about Be Wherever You Are that just hits different. It doesn't have anywhere near the emotions that Strong in the Real Way does, but it works in its own way. It's a track that's just mellow and really feels like a song to fall in love to. It just captures the soul of the good parts of Lars and Sadie's relationship so well. This is definitely Steven's best performance so far as well. His voice is perfect here, and honestly I don't think anyone else's singing could have given it the same vibe that Steven does. Going at the top of the list. Literally the shittiest episode ever. Ronaldo, one of the fry shop kids, is a 4chan conspiracy theorist. He quickly finds out that the weird gem ladies living next door are actually responsible for all the magic stuff and not snake people in the government. How he didn't make this connection before? He is just a retard, don't worry about it. He then gets sad that his retard theories aren't true, and so Steven tries to convince him that he was right so he can be happy again. Steven dresses up like a snake, and like the retard he is, Ronaldo can't tell if it's fake and tries to cut him open. Ronaldo is told he's stupid again, and then he's sad again, but wait, actually, what if he's right again? So they just let him believe that he's right, and the episode ends. Moral of the story, if someone has dangerous conspiracies, indulge them. What's the worst thing that could possibly happen? Actually a terrible episode with a terrible plot and resolution. Literally the only good part about this is that Ronaldo gets beat up by the gems despite them, quote, never using their powers against humans. Garnet smashes a barrel over his head for God's sake. I guess dumbasses of this level are fair game. Also, it was sort of funny how Ronaldo's last line hints towards some future plot stuff. He was actually right about some things in the end, which, while still a stupid message, is a bit funny. Way at the bottom of the list though, this episode absolutely sucks. You have to suspend your disbelief for this one a little bit, but otherwise it's a solid filler type episode. Connie has told her parents that Steven has a very standard, totally not gem family to keep them from worrying about Steven being a bad influence. Connie's parents demand to meet Steven's parents, and that's when the fact that his mom is dead and that he has 3 gem moms becomes a bit of an issue. The gems fuse Alexandrite together and attend the dinner as Steven's mom. First off, why Connie couldn't say that Steven's mom had just died was kinda silly. Really caused more trouble in the end. Also, the gems for some reason thinking it was a good idea to fuse into a massive fusion is kinda stupid. I have no idea why they thought this would work and why Connie's parents tolerate this at all. Aside from this though, I really like the story that runs alongside the main plot of the episode. Here, Connie is clearly afraid to be honest with her parents. As we've seen in past episodes, her parents are very strict, and this has led to a lack of trust between them and Connie. Connie feels like she has to hide what's really going on in her life with the magic stuff involving Steven because she's worried that her parents won't understand. As a result, her parents, through their strictness, have cultivated an environment of distrust, as Connie worries that if they were to find out, they might not allow her to see Steven anymore. This all comes to a head when Steven and Connie run away, fully internalizing the idea that their parents will never understand them. Because of their strict rules, Connie's parents have created an incentive for Connie to lie, and while they're able to defuse the situation, I sorta like how her parents still don't quite get it. They allow Connie to hang out with Steven because they approve of the gems, but fail to address the flaws in their parenting that led to Connie's actions. They also fail to meaningfully connect with Connie, as by the end of the episode, they still don't even know that she doesn't need her glasses to see. This just acts as a really nice jumping off point for Connie's arc with her parents, and I'm excited to see how their relationship develops as Connie grows with Steven. Overall, while I really like the Connie stuff here, I just wish it was tied to an episode with a bit more of an interesting and well thought out central conflict. Overall, while I would like to put it higher on the list, the somewhat nonsensical main conflict takes away from the episode for me, so near the middle of the list. Not a super deep one, but a fun episode. Garnet comes back from a mission and Steven imagines how her day went. The whole episode is just a story made up by Steven showing how he thinks Garnet saved the day. While the episode itself is just fine, it's the subtext that's really cute. It's cute seeing how cool Garnet is in Steven's eyes, and him making her main motivation being to come back to see him was very sweet too. The simplified art style was fun and further made the episode feel unique. Overall, other than the fact that Ronaldo's in this one, it's a sweet episode with some fun moments. A good episode near the middle of the list. And also Bald Garnet. Apparently Rose used to have the power to bring plants to life to fight for her. This power manifests in Steven when he eats a watermelon, with all of the seeds becoming watermelon Stevens. The episode is mostly what you'd expect. Everything is going well until they start becoming more violent, thinking that they're protecting Steven. It all comes to a head when they start attacking the gems. Though the rest of the episode's fairly basic, the resolution here is actually fairly clever. To stop the fighting, one of the melons punches Steven to stick the other melons on it instead. I like how they play this fully serious here. It just adds to the comedy of the situation for me, whether that's intentional or not. Nothing groundbreaking, but a good twist for an otherwise predictable episode. Also has a sweet beginning scene with Greg and Steven just hanging out. Before watching the show, I always thought Greg was way more of an absent dad, but he's shown to be a big force in Steven's life, and it's very sweet. A good balance of a character that can be silly and a little bit airheaded, but is still clearly well intentioned. Also, second Ronaldo appearance in a row, and he still sucks. Why he gets so much screen time over any other side character, I'm not sure. The way the episode ends, you just know the melons are coming back. Don't really know if that's something we need, but we'll see when that episode comes around. A fine episode near the middle of the list. The most misleading title ever. I thought this episode was going to be a nothing episode about Lion, but it turned out to be one of my favorites and one of the most important of the show so far. Lion seems to be trying to tell Steven something, but Steven can't figure out what. He discovers that a room exists in Lion's mane, a room that belonged to his mother. The room itself is so beautiful and peaceful, really playing into everything we've been told about Rose, her love for life, and the simple things that come with it. At the center of the room is her most important belongings, and among these items is a tape for Steven. And the tape is so incredibly well done. It starts as a simple family video taken prior to Steven's birth. It's a calm, quiet scene with the sound of the ocean in the background. Greg is being Greg, and a voice behind the camera is giggling. Slowly, as we are allowed to settle into the scene, letting the calm and familiar family movie vibe sink in, Rose is revealed for the first time. She's just as elegant as described, telling Steven how beautiful the world is, how she can't wait for him to see it. I really like her monologue here. It's really simple, but really nails this idea of beauty in everything. It really shows her love for Steven, and how she would give up her life so that he could live in the world that she loved so much. The episode knows when it doesn't need to say anything too, with Steven simply walking out after watching the video, smiling but not saying a word. It's a huge moment for him, having always been upset that he didn't know his mother, and this tape serves as a bit of closure on those feelings. Overall, while a bit slow at the start, the episode nails the vibes when it counts, making for one of the most beautiful experiences this show has given us so far. An absolutely amazing episode, going at the top of the list for now. This episode sets up a lot of things for the future. Like a lot of these type of episodes, it starts out with a sort of annoying plot thread. When teleporting through the warp system, Steven swears he sees something in one of the warp streams. Despite what this could mean, considering no one else on Earth can access the warp, the gems just ignore him. They try to play into the idea that they don't believe him because they still see him as a child and not truly one of the crystal gems. But this feels like ground we've already tread at this point, and it only serves to delay the main part of this episode. Something is in the warp stream, something from the gem homeworld. It begins fixing the warp back to homeworld, establishing a link between it and Earth. Here, we get our first look at Peridot, a gem sent to check on the kindergartens. Remember this, because it becomes important later on in the series. More immediately though, homeworld clearly has its eyes on Earth, and Garnet breaking the homeworld warp pad again at the end of the episode may have done more harm than good, signaling to homeworld that someone's messing with their affairs. It's really interesting to see how scared the gems are of homeworld. Amethyst literally says they're dead, something is coming for them and none of them know what to do about it. While the start of the episode is a bit mean-spirited towards Steven, it works well to build tension. You get the feeling that the gems ignore Steven's warning because of what it could mean if he's right. It's an interesting setup, and seeing the gem's fear come out in the form of disbelief in Steven is subtle. Once they discover that Steven's right, the tension really builds, and the scene with Peridot is really good. It really feels like all hell is about to break loose. Very excited to see where the series goes from here, and hoping this is where the filler episodes become rarer and the plot-focused episodes take the forefront. A good in-between episode for sure, middle to low high tier on the list. One of the most uncomfortable episodes so far. The gems are teaching Steven to fuse, and he ends up fusing with Connie. This whole episode to me makes the act of fusion feel really explicit and weird. The act is described as feeling good, and it's treated as some sort of taboo thing. If this is supposed to be some weird allegory for sex, this episode is really gross considering that Connie and Steven are like 10-year-olds. Garnet being excited about them fusing feels super gross too. I get the idea that she's excited about him fusing because of what we find out about her later, but with the way it's talked about in this episode, it just feels inappropriate. As a whole, the idea of fusion seems to be very confused. They say it forms from people being in sync, either romantically or in other senses, but at the same time, this episode really makes it sound like a specifically romantically intimate experience. The issues don't end here though. Beyond this, it's just also really creepy how Stevani is treated by the people around them. The whole last half of the episode is based around people thinking they're beautiful, with a guy aggressively hitting on them at the end. Once again, just really uncomfortable. The guy at the end is really pushy, and is also talking to a character made up of two 10-year-olds, by the way. The only positive of this episode is its sort of interesting ending, with it almost feeling like the fusion pulled the two of them apart in a way. I wonder if this will become traumatic for Steven, resulting in him not fusing in the future. I would be all for that, because I do not need a repeat of an episode this uncomfortable. Really awful episode, just a mess in general. I'm sure it wasn't meant to be as creepy as it is, but with what we know about fusion, it's really hard to ignore. Just really hope their fusion doesn't come up again and I can just forget this episode ever happened. Going at the bottom of the list. Very impressed by this episode. Could have been so bad, but ended up turning it around by the end. Steven wants to be tested to see if he really has what it takes to be a gem. The gems make a test for him, but he quickly realizes that it's rigged in his favor. This could have, and sort of looks like, it's going to go in the most basic direction ever. Steven finds out the test was rigged, and gets mad at the gems for not believing in him. This would have been just sort of boring. Like, obviously they just want what's best for him, so they rigged the test to protect his feelings. It would have just ended with some message of letting go a little and letting Steven grow up. This is a fine message, but I feel like this idea has been tackled a lot in this series, and it sort of wouldn't make all that much sense at this point, as they trust him enough to take him on every single mission. But they didn't take this direction, and the episode benefits greatly from this. Steven manages to escape the confines of the test, and is going to confront the gems when he overhears them talking. They seem lost, not knowing how best to raise Steven Steven, and this is reflected in the tests they made. They are proud of Steven and want to positively reinforce his confidence by making a test that he would pass 100%. It's a misguided idea, but Steven is able to identify the fact that they did it for his sake, even if their methods were a bit misguided. This has always been a theme of their relationship, with the gems not always knowing how best to raise Steven. All they can do is do their best, and Steven understands that. It's a really mature moment from Steven, one where he puts his disappointment aside and thanks the gems for everything, acting like he had no idea that the test was rigged. It's a beautiful moment where Steven is starting to see the gems more as people with flaws and less like these perfect hero figures. As a result, he's able to understand them a bit more and appreciate all they do for him. All in all, this episode takes what could have been a very basic plot and turns it into a really sweet episode that explores Steven and the gems' relationship. A really good episode, near the top of the list. I am definitely biased here, but I really like Garnet and Steven episodes. While Pearl is probably still my favorite gem, Garnet is quickly taking that role. She's just really cool while also being really sweet to Steven. She's level-headed and wise, but can also still make some mistakes. This episode makes me like her even more as we learn about her future vision and how she can see the many outcomes to any situation. Finding out about this power, Steven starts to fear for his life at every turn. The start of this episode is just really sweet. Garnet is usually a very neutral and emotionless character, but it's really cute to see how much she opens up around Steven. The middle portion of the episode is really fun too, with fun little visuals for all the ways that Steven imagines he could get hurt. The ending wraps the plot up well too, with Garnet explaining that while many bad things can happen, we also have agency over the future, and nothing is absolute. It's a basic idea, but it's solid. It gives us an interesting look into Garnet's mind as well. It feels like this power is a burden to her, constantly seeing all the bad things that could happen. Once again, this just makes her more of a badass for being able to stay calm despite knowing all of the terrible things that could possibly happen. We also get a moment here where Garnet apologizes to Steven. She knew what might happen if she told him about her future vision. She saw a world where he might understand and they would grow closer as a result, but at the same time, she knew the risk she was taking and ended up contributing to the series of events that led Steven to sort of losing his mind over this idea of infinite futures. As a result, she comes clean to him and says she's sorry. She was selfish, and as a result, she let herself be the thing to hurt Steven. I just really like the honesty here. As we've learned throughout the series so far, the gems aren't perfect. They don't know what they're doing all the time, and for the first time ever, one of the gems is very much honest about this. Garnet doesn't try to hide anything and apologizes directly to Steven for her mistake. It's just a really sweet moment of understanding between Garnet and Steven, born of a situation where Garnet failed to protect Steven. It's just another interesting moment of seeing how the dynamic is shifting with the gems and Steven as they slowly become these more human figures in his life. A really good episode, near the top of the list. I really like how quickly this episode turns sorta dark. The title and the start of the episode are so deceiving here. From the looks of it, it's a fun episode with Steven and Amethyst running away to experience life on the run, but quickly it becomes more Amethyst focused. Unlike Pearl and Garnet, Amethyst didn't come from Homeworld. Instead, she came from a kindergarten, a facility that the Homeworld gems would build on Earth, designed to drain the Earth of its resources to create more gems. In this case, those gems are amethysts. The gems talk about these kindergartens being mistakes, how they aim to selfishly drain the Earth in the interest of Homeworld. This is part of the reason why the gems are cut off from Homeworld, disagreeing with these practices and vowing to protect Earth. As a result of the demonization of these kindergartens, Amethyst has always felt that she herself was a mistake. This explains her demeanor in past episodes, embracing the idea that she is inherently bad because she came from such a horrible place. She takes Steven to the kindergarten where she was born. The atmosphere here is really well done. Tens of injectors line the walls of the canyon, and there's no sign of life for miles. It's an ugly reminder of the damage that Homeworld did to Earth, and Amethyst clearly internalizes this and blames herself for simply existing. I really like that it's Pearl who comes to talk some sense into her. After fighting for a bit, they just talk. Pearl doesn't say the right things at first. She clearly doesn't fully know how to level with Amethyst, but she keeps trying. And finally speaks her mind. She says that she simply never thought of Amethyst as a product of the kindergarten and the damage it brought. She thinks of Amethyst as Amethyst, an individual who she's come to care about dearly. The scene is really well done as they both stay very much in character, and as a result the interaction is a little awkward but sweet as they try and understand each other. It shows that all the arguments they've had over the series were less about Amethyst having problems with Pearl and more about Amethyst's issues with herself. Amethyst simply hugging Pearl at the end is really sweet too, and while I don't expect them to be best friends from this point on, it's clear that they share a mutual respect. This episode basically rationalizes one of my least favorite dynamics in the show, and at least gives it an interesting explanation. Amethyst always thought of herself as a plague, and obviously because of this, Pearl's need for perfection bothered her, further making her feel flawed and imperfect. Looking back, the hints to this can be found in most of their arguments from before, and it's interesting to see where it all stems from. A great episode, very high on the list. This episode also has a song in On the Run. While personally not one I'd listen to very often, the song is definitely catchy and one that does a good job of capturing the excitement and uncertainty that comes with running away from home. At the same time, it bridges the tonal shift between the first half and the second half of the episode in a way that feels really natural. While I don't love Amethyst's singing voice, this song utilizes her very well, and it makes for probably my favorite part of the song. As Steven provides some backing vocals, Amethyst reflects on her troubles, and it makes for a really harmonious moment between the two. The parts with Steven and Amethyst singing together are just really well done, and really convey the emotions that the episode as a whole are trying to invoke. Despite this though, it's just a very safe song, nothing incredible, but nothing bad by any means. Going just under Steven and the Stevens, but just above Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart. A Ronaldo and Lars episode, literally the formula for the most infuriating episode ever. However, it manages to be pretty okay. Ronaldo is holding a horror club and Steven brings Sadie and Lars along. Turns out the house is cursed and they end up getting attacked by it. Basically, this all serves to tell the story of how Ronaldo and Lars used to be friends but stopped hanging out after Lars' subconscious drives a wedge between them. Behind the facade of a ghost story, the episode is really more just about how harmful Lars can be to the people around him. How his self-consciousness doesn't just hurt him, but the people around him as well. It's funny to see Ronaldo playing the straight man here, pretty much just talking some sense into Lars, telling him that what other people think shouldn't matter so much. I find it hard to believe that Lars changes immediately after this, but it's a good start on the path to his redemption. Just another reminder of how his pretending to be someone he isn't always pushes the people around him away. A solid episode, middle of the list. Snow is forecasted to hit Beach City, so Steven has to get Connie home before they get snowed in. The whole episode is Steven living through the many ways in which they could possibly get snowed in, and trying to correct for these possibilities. The twist is pretty obvious here. Garnet kisses Steven on the forehead at the start of the episode, and with us very recently finding out about her future vision, it's sort of obvious that the whole episode is just Steven experiencing her future sight. It's well done though, despite the twist being predictable, and it's further helped by the Connie and Steven moments. Once again, just really sweet, and nice to see her family being reasonable for once. The ending is sweet too, with Connie and Steven just enjoying the weather together. The definition of a filler episode, but instead of feeling like a waste of time, this one is just sort of enjoyable. Probably because it features characters that we care about, and not just random Beach City freaks, but I digress. Just above the middle of the list. Greg's storage unit is full, so Steven and Amethyst go to help him clean it. This character pairing is kinda weird at first, and sorta made me realize that Greg and Amethyst barely ever interact. There's a good reason for this, however, as it's revealed that they used to hang out a lot before Greg got preoccupied with Rose. An interesting episode exploring their history. While it makes Amethyst really look like an asshole, the confrontation at the end is done really well. Amethyst has spent the whole episode weighing Greg down as they hang out like old times. Eventually, Greg realizes that he's being ridiculous. While maybe he used to be able to binge shows with Amethyst for days on end, he has responsibilities now. He has to be there for Steven and refuses to let Amethyst get in the way of that. And this is where we see her snap, as she feels like she's being abandoned again, just like when Greg started hanging out more with Rose. Emotional and hurt, Amethyst acts out, using her shape-shifting to eventually shift into Rose. It's a very telling moment where we see the tragedy of Amethyst on full display. Here, she is clearly hurt, simply wanting to be someone's first priority. The last time she felt that way was with Greg all those years ago, and so she clings to Greg here, hoping to recapture that feeling. But just as he did before, Greg has moved on. His life now revolves around his son, and this brings out a burning jealousy in Amethyst. It makes her feel abandoned and unwanted, cleverly compounding on the feelings that she already has regarding her creation. And that's when she loses control, trying to hurt the people around her in an attempt to make Greg understand her pain. But once again, her lashing out only alienates the people around her. Any chance the two of them had of being like they were before fizzles out in front of her. I just really like how this episode characterizes Amethyst's self-destructive tendencies when it comes to her emotions. While she simply wants to be cared about and accepted, her actions in these situations often push people away, leaving her more lonely than ever. It just shows that, to a degree, Amethyst's pain is a cycle that is perpetuated by her own actions, and until she learns to deal with those emotions, she will always be trapped within them. Aside from this, the moment where Amethyst, as Rose, turns to look at Steven is really surreal, and just goes to show how good of a job the show does at making Rose feel so familiar, but distant at the same time. Each encounter with her, even if it's just someone copying her likeness, is almost ethereal in a way. I really love these scenes, and the way it's done here feels very creative. The only issue I have with this episode is that Amethyst is being so malicious here. She doesn't hesitate to bring up Greg's dead wife when she feels hurt, and it's just a really evil thing for her to do. She tries to make up for it by single-handedly cleaning Greg's storage unit for him, but like pulling up the dead wife card because Greg needs to spend some time with his son really is overkill. I know this is just standard Amethyst at this point, and I'd be okay if they acknowledged her being in the wrong a bit more, but no, she just cleans the storage unit and they're all friends again. Other than this complaint though, it was a fine episode. The stuff with Steven taking his TV ban more seriously than anyone else was cute. Also, what did they mean by this?
Hey man, it's cool. I've seen your junk before.
Does this imply that their relationship was sexual? Really weird to think about. I imagine there's some terrible art of that somewhere on the internet. Good episode, but one that just makes me dislike Amethyst even more, at least until she makes an attempt to improve herself. Middle of the list. The first fully plot-focused episode I feel like we've gotten in a long time. The gems find out that Peridot is trying to reactivate the kindergarten, producing more gems but destroying the Earth in the process. They thwart her plans, but in doing so are also forced to show themselves, notifying the homeworld gems that they're still alive and aren't surrendering Earth without a fight. This is building to be a huge turning point for the series. The gems have finally been found out, and homeworld is now directly going to be fighting against them. While this episode itself is fairly entertaining, it's really more interesting for what it sets up in the future. Excited to see more Peridot too. Her tech stuff is cool, and I can only imagine she'll be one of the first gems that's sent after them. Good episode that makes me excited for the rest of the series. Near the middle of the list. The first episode really diving into Pearl as a character, and a good one at that. Pearl starts losing her mind after learning the lion might have been a secret that Rose kept from her, despite believing that she was Rose's closest confidant. The episode is about a lot more than just this though, and is more about how Pearl sees Steven. She loves him, but his existence also haunts her at the same time. Throughout the episode, Pearl subtly drops comments about how similar Steven is to Rose sometimes. It's clear that these moments destroy Pearl, making her feel like Rose is present but just out of reach. It's heartbreaking for her, as Steven's existence is a constant reminder of the things she'll never get back. This is a really interesting dynamic. By no fault of his own, Steven torments Pearl as her obsession with Rose consumes her. Any subtle reminder of Rose causes her to spiral deeper and deeper into her obsession, and all because Steven simply exists. This episode does show that she is getting better, however. Where the approval of Rose used to be the only thing that mattered to her, at the end of the episode, Steven tells her how much she means to him as Steven. Despite seeing the shadow of Rose in Steven, this scene finally feels like she's looking past that and accepting love from Steven as Steven, not Rose. It's a great step in the right direction, with Pearl slowly moving on, learning to cherish what she has in the moment and to obsess a little less over what once was. I don't imagine that her obsession with Rose will end here, but it's a great start to that journey. Otherwise, the episode also works to contextualize Pearl and Rose's relationship a bit more. On Pearl's end, it's definitely a romantic relationship, and Rose almost plays into that in a sense, but somehow it feels malicious, like Rose is playing into Pearl's fantasy to keep her loyal. The fact that Lion exists and Pearl had no idea proves that despite telling Pearl that she was her greatest confidant, this wasn't fully true. I'm really interested to see where these threads lead. It could lead to some very unexpected developments about Rose. For now though, this episode is absolutely amazing, near the top of the list. Back to a non-plot related episode, a bit of a shame because I really thought we were starting to hit the plot stuff, but oh well. A subtle piece of continuity from the Snow episode, Steven has just finished reading Connie's favorite book series. She hates the ending, and so they go into Rose's room to make a better ending for themselves. In the end, Steven confesses that he actually liked the ending, and I think the lesson is that it's okay to disagree on some things. I don't know, for a show that tends to have more interesting morals than this feels very basic. It's like, yeah, of course she doesn't suddenly hate him because he has an opinion. Only people on Twitter do that. Once again, just another pointless filler episode, though one with a significantly weaker story than some of the other ones. A fine episode, low on the list. Steven makes t-shirts with random side character. It's boring. Literally the only good part of the episode is when Steven carries out an assassination attempt on the mayor. Other than that, literally nothing to say. This episode exists. That's about it. Low on the list. A really sweet episode. Greg tells Steven how he met Rose and the gems. The story is really fun, despite having some flaws. Sure, it's kinda weird how Greg gave up his lifelong dream just because he saw a big pink woman, but at the same time, if anyone were to do that, it would be Greg. I think the biggest thing is that the pacing does feel a bit fast in general, but I think it's sort of unavoidable with how much they were trying to cover in this episode. The episode has to balance Greg's music career stuff while also balancing the gems and their interactions with Rose. And with that in mind, the pacing issues are definitely forgivable. Overall, it's really fun seeing life before Steven, and once again works to show how prominent of a force Rose was in all their lives. A good episode, near the top of the list. The episode also has two songs in Comet and Destiny. Comet is actually pretty good by Greg's standards. While the vocals are still weak in some places, for the most part this song does a great job of utilizing his voice in a really nice way. I think the weakest part of the song is just that it takes a while to get going, with the start just being a little boring and slow. However, this transitions pretty well into the second half, which I really like as the music picks up and we finally get into the meat of the song. I really like this progression as the song slowly ramps up, but unfortunately it doesn't feel like Greg is able to match the energy of the music by the end, and so it just results in a bit of a disconnect between the instrumental and his actual singing. It's just an issue of his vocal range and not quite being able to match the heights of the song. Regardless, I really do like how hard he leans into the space theme here, really taking his name and running with it. Just a fun way to show off the gimmick that he used to run with and how that affected his songwriting and career as a whole. Aside from this, I really do like the music video that accompanies it, as it once again plays into Greg's persona as Mr. Universe. Overall, a really good song, just slightly held back by Greg's vocal range. Above Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart, but just below On the Run. Destiny, however, suffers from the same issues as Comet, while also just not being that interesting as a whole. It's just a short song that, while having some potential, feels sort of stilted due to Greg's vocals, and just doesn't really do anything for me. Above Dear Old Dad, but below Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart. Someone is trying to send a message to the gems using old gem tech. However, they can't seem to decipher the message. Ultimately, a pretty good episode with some good atmosphere as well. The part with Greg feeling incompetent was a bit forced though. Like, I get that he doesn't want to be looked down upon by the gems, but he feels a little childish here. The resolution is really simple too. The gems don't think Greg can decipher the message, but then Greg does it. Really predictable, and honestly could have been boring if the suspense of what the message could be wasn't looming in the background. The last part of the episode is definitely the strongest part, as we see how Steven's decision back in Ocean Gem ended up paying off here. Having been recently discovered by Homeworld in Marble Madness, it isn't completely surprising when the message is revealed to be a warning. Lapis stands in frame, frantically warning Steven that Homeworld is coming, and that he and the gems are the main target. She's confused as to how Homeworld has so much information on Steven, and promises that she didn't tell them anything. But this makes perfect sense sense with the events of Marble Madness. It was the gems that sold themselves out, meaning that their plan to keep Lapis on Earth was even less justified than before. They didn't trust her, and had Steven listened to them and kept Lapis on Earth, they never would have received this warning. More surprising, however, is the information that Homeworld has changed. The tech is far more advanced than before, and in a fight, Lapis believes that the crystal gems would stand no chance. With this information, the gems can prepare for the upcoming battle, upping their chances of survival. I really like how this shows the value of Steven's way of doing things. Because he allowed Lapis to escape, and because he trusted that she wouldn't sell them out, she was able to report back to him from inside Homeworld. As a result, they're much better prepared for the coming battle. This is in direct contrast to the Crystal Gems plan, which would have seen Lapis stuck on Earth, unable to warn them when they would later be discovered in Marble Madness. It's just a good moment that shows us how Steven's way of doing things can be effective, and how the gems don't always have the best answer. It really shows how capable Steven is, and how his pure, hopeful outlook can sometimes be valuable to the team. It feels like a glimpse at the crystal gem that Steven will one day become, as he slowly becomes a crystal gem in his own right. As a whole, a great episode that explores what makes Steven so different from the gems, near the top of the list. This episode also has 2 songs in it, in Lapis Lazuli and Wailing Stone. Starting with Lapis Lazuli, it's a song that just serves as a cute ballad for Lapis, as Steven recounts his blossoming friendship with her. While a simple song, it's one that does a good job of capturing the uncertainty around Lapis as a character, while also sharing Steven's adamant belief that she's a kind-hearted person behind all of the suffering. I really like this song for Lapis, and I just really like how it conveys so many of the emotions that consume Steven in relation to her. On top of this, the instrumental in the back is just really solid, and makes for a song that feels very simple, but still very satisfying. Going above Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart, but just below Comet. Wailing Stone is unfortunately a far weaker song than the previous. While I like the instrumental once again, it just feels like a weaker version of Lapis Lazuli. It uses an instrumental that is largely the same as the one featured in Lapis Lazuli, and paired with Greg's poor vocal performance here, it just feels like a direct downgrade from the last song. On top of this, the subject matter just feels a lot weaker than the prior song, just being more of Greg's whining about not being good enough for the crystal gems. Overall, while by no means unlistenable, just lacks what made Lapis Lazuli good, both vocally and lyrically, going under Destiny but above Dear Old Dad. I never thought I'd say this, but this filler episode is one of my favorites so far. It does a good job of balancing the ongoing plot while also exploring an interesting side character. Power's out in Beach City, and Steven goes with Mayor Dewey to quell the citizens' worries. This part of the episode should be boring, but I found that Mayor Dewey might actually be one of the best side characters so far. To begin with, he's a consistently funny character, and despite his somewhat shady demeanor, he's really likable as well. His interactions with Steven here are also really interesting. This episode shows Steven growing up a little, and in a really good way too. Dewey wants to lie to the people of Beach City to make them feel better, while Steven, being the innocent kid he is, wants to tell them the truth. While Steven's approach ultimately ends up solving the problem at the end of the episode, Mayor Dewey makes a good point as to why he thought lying would be better. As the mayor, he feels responsible for the citizens, and when things are out of his hands, he believes it's his job to, at the very least, protect them from the truth. He's ultimately powerless beyond his political position, and so he bears this burden while telling everyone it'll be okay. It's an interesting sentiment, and the whole scene in the car does a really good job of justifying his beliefs. An interesting example of how Steven is still learning about the burden that the people around him carry, and there's a subtle understanding that while Steven doesn't believe that lying is right, it's not always so black and white. This is where the plot-relevant part ties really nicely into the episode. Throughout the episode, Steven periodically overhears the gems talking about the coming war, trying to keep their fear secret from Steven. These scenes do an especially good job of putting you in Steven's shoes, as he's treated like a child by the people around him. He breaks out of this role, however, when he realizes the connection between the gems and Mayor Dewey. Both are trying to protect something they care about by hiding the truth. But as Steven learns throughout his story with Dewey, that doesn't always work. work. He finally breaks the silence and tells the gems to fill him in on the situation. He's telling them that they don't have to shoulder the burden alone, that he can handle the truth. The episode ends with the gems feeling a little less powerful than they did before. As Steven slowly starts to see the more human side to the gems, he realizes that they aren't invincible. In fact, they're scared just like he is. This realization has been a long time coming, with a lot of episodes slowly showing how the gems don't always have all the answers, despite seeming to early on in the series. Steven is seeing the more vulnerable side of the gems, and this feels like the first big breakthrough in this sense. Steven puts himself on the same level as the gems and tells him that they don't need to be strong for him, that he can take the truth. Really cool seeing this character evolution, and honestly this episode is so well done that I'm glad it's the one to mark this major change in the relationship between Steven and the gems. Definitely a top 10 episode so far, just great stuff. It's finale time, as Peridot's ship is rapidly approaching Beach City, and the gems prepare for a fight. Really good atmosphere here. I really love how each scene gets gradually more green tinted as Peridot's ship gets closer. A really cool visual, and really adds to the vibe of the episode. The build up to the fight is really well done too. It's somber, and really adds to the hopeless feeling of the whole situation. The speech Garnet gives to Steven is really well done too. It shows some development on her end, seeing Steven as capable, but also still protecting him from what's to come. The ending of the episode is absolutely incredible. The gems face the attackers and realize just how outmatched they really are. Literally nothing is working against them, and not only that, they brought an army of their own. Peridot introduces Jasper, a powerful looking gem that quickly outmatches the crystal gems. Steven protecting the gems was a really good scene, finally proving that he isn't useless once and for all. It makes it all the more heartbreaking though when this isn't enough. The way Jasper destroys Garnet is really brutal here, seeing the glasses fall off, revealing a look of fear on Garnet's face. This works to be quite unnerving considering how invincible Garnet felt before this. This serves as a really good play on our preconceived notions of the power scaling here. Before this, Garnet was easily on top, but this scene shows just how underpowered the gems really are. This episode also has some good foreshadowing. Garnet poofing into two separate gems is interesting, and the way that Jasper calls Garnet's existence a disgrace will also be interesting to see built on in the future. Overall, the most hopeless feeling episode so far, and in all the best ways too. These past few episodes have done a great job of subverting a lot of what we know about the gems, and this episode works to solidify a lot of that, with the situation now feeling fully hopeless. Great episode, and excited to see how they conclude this in the last episode of the season, near the top of the list. The final episode of the season, and it is the best one so far. Now captured on Peridot's ship, Steven has to free the other gems. This episode is really about Garnet ultimately, as the other gems really don't do much. This is welcome though, as what they do with Garnet is so well done here. It's so cool seeing Garnet regain her strength as she's allowed to exist as a fusion again. Also yes, the fact of Garnet having two gems has been building up to the reveal that she's made up of a couple, Ruby and Sapphire. Not only is this interesting insight on Garnet, it also serves to finally define fusion. Fusion just represents a relationship, usually a romantic one, but as we'll see later, that isn't always the case. This makes Stevani as a concept a little less creepy, but I do still wish that fusion didn't exist. Being allowed to fuse again, Garnet gets a burst of energy and challenges Jasper. I don't think you need me to tell you that Stronger Than You is one of the best moments in the show as a whole. It's a song that contextualizes exactly where Garnet got all her strength and why she was able to be the fearless leader that we know her as. Garnet is Ruby and Sapphire and is a manifestation of their love and their will to protect that love. It's as a result of this love that they're able to be as powerful as they are as they fight for each other. This feeds perfectly into the ultimate message of the show that no matter how bleak the situation, love will find a way. And the way that that the song delivers this message is just absolutely masterful. The whole song is Garnet reminding herself what sets her apart from the homeworld gems. Sure, the homeworld gems have better tech than they do, and supposedly the crystal gems should have no chance in this matchup. However, Jasper doesn't know a fraction of the love that Garnet's come to know, being an experience between Ruby and Sapphire. She is their love, their hatred, their fear, their anger. She is the perfect culmination of two beings perfectly in sync. I love the lyrics here, just detailing exactly what Garnet is, and just explaining the emotions around fusion in a beautifully poetic way. The line calling fusion a conversation is just so beautiful to me, and is something that I feel like will continue to stick with me for a long time. It's just a beautifully graceful song as Garnet reinstates her love and reminds herself why she needs to be strong. Paired with the best fight scene up till now and some amazing choreography, this scene is just a masterpiece from front to back. It's just so incredible to me because it really is the power of friendship sort of ending where the heroes win because they simply had more willpower. But in this sense, it just feels so natural and so genuine. This feels like a real love shared between these two characters, and so when that love becomes their power, it doesn't feel like much of a stretch. And Jasper is completely dumbfounded at this, and as she loses to Garnet, it's clear that not only has she lost the fight, but she's lost the war. She will never know love like Garnet knows love, and this is ultimately what led to her defeat. I think this becomes interesting when later in the episode, Jasper tries to fuse with Lapis. Lapis wants no part of this mission. In fact, she herself has been imprisoned on the ship after speaking out against Jasper. But in this moment, Jasper begs her to fuse. Jasper wants to know an ounce of the power that Garnet holds, but doesn't realize that this isn't something that Jasper can achieve. Lapis and Jasper struggle, and it's clear that there's no love there. Any fusion between the two would just be full of malice and hatred and would never be strong in the same way that Garnet is. But Jasper wants this anyway, being blinded by this promise of power without really knowing its source. And Lapis entertains this idea here, fusing with Jasper, but not for the reason that she thinks. Lapis, now fused with Jasper, decides to take a stand against her. Fighting for control over their fusion, Lapis is able to finally gain control, trapping her and Jasper at the bottom of the sea. It's an extreme example of what fusion looks like when there really is no connection between the two people. Garnet is a shining example of the perfect fusion, a fusion made of pure love and the bond between two gems. But Lapis and Jasper are a forced fusion, and this leads to some very ugly results that ends up with both of them trapped. It's just a very interesting way to end the episode, showing us the clear antithesis to what Garnet is, and I think it really wraps up this idea of fusion very well, while giving us some more questions as to what will become of a fusion like the one between Jasper and Lapis. That being said, with the threat now neutralized and Peridot somewhere on Earth, the gems can finally relax for a moment. Overall, this is an incredible finale. The way it completely changes our view on one of the main characters, the way that it contextualizes this thing that has been so mysterious up to this point, and on top of that gives us a very interesting example of what can happen when this power isn't used properly. It just feels like a finale that covers everything you could possibly want it to cover, and just wraps up the first season in a really nice bow. On top of this, I don't think I need to say it, but Stronger Than You is without a doubt the best song in the series so far, and is probably going to stay in that position for a very long time. Everything from the music to the scene itself is just perfect and just adds to this already perfect episode. An incredible episode, at the top of the list without a question. This is pretty unrelated to the video as a whole, but I just wanted to put this here because it's cool for me, to be completely honest, and it does sort of tie into this theme of like internet nostalgia that we're sort of going on in this video. But basically, Stronger Than You, when it came out, sparked a huge response from the Undertale community at the time for some reason. I think it's because the song has a lot of themes that sort of fit with the themes of Undertale, and what that meant was the song quickly got made into a bunch of parodies that sort of covered the events of Undertale instead. And I was a big fan of these as a kid because I loved Undertale at the time and I was really into the fandom and stuff. And one of my favorites was this version specifically. And so for this video, you know, I decided to look it up again just because I was reminded of it with Stronger Than You. And it's so cool, but what I realized, this song that I loved 8 years ago was sung by this person who is responsible for a lot of like the most nostalgic music for me from my time on the internet when I was like 11 or 12 years old. This person made covers of songs like Cobalt Memories and Town of Jade that almost feel like the theme song for my early days on the internet, and I just thought it was so interesting how unknowingly Steven Universe led to this Undertale song that would then lead me to this person's music that was just so nostalgic for me. And I just thought it was interesting how the internet really is this like chain of connections that can lead to the most random places, and I just love how this ties Steven Universe and Stronger Than You to a core part of my childhood. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say on this. I guess the other thing would be to add these songs to Spotify. I don't know how that works with like Vocaloid music and stuff and doing covers of that stuff, but I want it on Spotify, so that would be great if anyone ever hears this. But yeah, that's all. Okay, back to the video. Very excited to see what Season 2 has in store, as from here on out, I have very little knowledge on what happens plot-wise. Season 1 was a mixed bag. While I like a lot of the episodes, the filler already feels a bit overbearing. However, I think there's more episodes that I like than episodes I dislike, and overall there's only a few that are outright awful. The main thing keeping me going is when an episode is good, it tends to be amazing. I just really like the dynamics they set up here, and we're already seeing a lot of interesting growth from the characters. The cast from the start of the season feels like a completely different cast from the end of the season, and I think this evolution is really positive. I feel like this is especially true for Steven. He really came into his own as a main character this season, and sort of escaped the perception of being some random dumb kid. Really good stuff, and if the next season keeps this up, then we're in for a treat. A super solid way to return to the series after the heights of last season's finale. The episode picks up right after the end of the last episode and focuses on Steven avoiding Connie, not wanting to worry her. After the seriousness of the encounter with the homeworld gems and the danger this could bring in the future, Steven tries to cut Connie out of his life to protect her. This is all thanks to Ronaldo feeding him a stupid idea of what it means to be heroic. He tells Steven about how normal people aren't strong enough to handle the truth and how people like them need to shoulder the burden to protect the common good. It really is incredible how Ronaldo manages to make everything worse, so I'm glad they decided to put him in like every single episode. Either way, this conflict is really good. It's clear the whole time that Steven doesn't really want this, but it's sweet seeing him try so hard to protect her, even if his methods are misguided. Overall, pretty much the best way they could have come back from the heights of last episode. Ties in really nicely and keeps the tension high, balances the hopelessness of the situation while also reminding us of what Steven has going for him. If you aren't sold already, this episode will absolutely sell you on the relationship between Steven and Connie, as Connie tells him that no matter the danger to come, she will always be there for him. It's just a moment that reminds us that even in this bleak situation, Steven has people looking out for him, and it's not on him alone to shoulder the whole burden of his responsibilities. Also, just really interesting to see how Steven struggles with the same sort of feelings the gems had for him, hiding things from someone to protect them. Works as a good send-off to that arc, as the gems now trust Steven, and he himself learns how to trust as well. A great episode and a really strong start to the season, near the top of the list. This episode also has a song in Full Disclosure. This is one of the best examples of a song that interacts with the events of the episode. Connie keeps calling Steven, and his ringtone is used in the song as a reminder of what he's protecting. It's really clever and makes for a song that is really fun contextually. Aside from this, I keep saying that I don't love Steven's singing voice, but I'm starting to question that statement. His performance in this is once again really good and really makes the song for me. A really solid song and one of my favorites so far. Above Giant Woman, but just below the intro. I dare say another pretty good use of some side characters. After everything that's happened, Steven is a little stressed, so the cool kids invite him out to relax a little bit. This episode sort of devolves into being a classic peer pressure type episode, with the cool kids telling Steven to mess with Peridot's escape pod, but it serves more of a purpose here. The greater point of the episode is that Steven is going through a lot, and it can cause him to make bad decisions sometimes. This is one such bad decision, but it's hard to blame Steven at all. He has so much to think about, and to be honest, the gems haven't really acknowledged this very much so far. They focus on the immediate danger of certain events, but not the mental effects. Here, they are made to confront the result of all that stress. Once again, their relationship is becoming a bit more nuanced. The gems know that they can rely on Steven, but also now realize that they need to be there for him beyond just protecting him from immediate threats. It's really sweet seeing the cool kids back Steven up here. Honestly, they could all be so annoying, but despite all their flaws, they really are looking out for Steven. They're able to do what's right in the moment, and it makes them so much more likable as a result. Overall, a really good episode that explores some interesting facets of Steven and the gems' relationship, near the top of the list. I took a bit of a break after watching the last one, but the whole time I couldn't help but notice that the next episode had Uncle in the title. Now, this might seem mundane, but I happen to know that Uncle Grandpa makes an appearance in the show for some godforsaken reason. And yeah, this is that episode. This is honestly the most retarded piece of media I have ever experienced. In theory, Uncle Grandpa should be the most obnoxious, annoying character of all time, but for some reason I kinda like him. I don't know, he's just sort of a chill dude who does like whatever he wants. I think it's really funny how he's treated like a god here, because he kinda is. He just sort of bends reality at his whim, and the gems being absolutely terrified of this power was pretty reasonable, to be honest. I don't know, I guess just the concept that Uncle Grandpa is a space-bending god who could destroy the universe whenever he wanted is just funny to me. Just kind of a funny break from the plot stuff. Near the bottom of the list. This episode fucking sucks. A new side character is introduced in Jamie the Mailman. He falls in love with Garnet because why not, and the whole episode is just him failing to take a hint. The drama here is just really boring too. Like, I literally don't care about this guy at all, and you know from the start what's gonna happen. Connie feels bad for Jamie, so she writes a nicely worded rejection letter as Garnet, but oh no, he's so stupid that he seems to think that it's a love letter, and the rest of the episode is just basically them trying to make him feel better, but it's just all so stupid. The only good part was Garnet's advice at the end. It's solid advice, really. He should probably listen to it. Near the bottom of the list, this episode absolutely sucks. The start of the episode is Amethyst at her worst. She lashes out at literally everyone in this episode for literally no reason, and it's really hard to watch. I understand the angle they're trying to take with her as a character though. Having come from the kindergarten, she sort of hates herself, and that results in her lashing out. It's a clear reflection of her self-hatred. I think this is conveyed in a clever way with the gem mechanics here. Every time she gets poofed, she can't seem to reform her regular form. This is to signify just how much she hates thinking about herself, and it's displayed in an interesting way here. This episode is definitely good because of this, but it unfortunately doesn't change my mind on Amethyst. Sure, she has a valid reason to behave the way she does to a degree, but the amount of times she just lashes out at people for little to no reason is just a little exhausting. This episode tries to mitigate this issue by having Garnet be hard on her, further justifying her behavior, but honestly Garnet is being completely reasonable here. I don't know, I hope to see more development from Amethyst as the series goes on, because while this is a pretty good episode regarding her self-loathing, it does little to redeem her as a character. Good episode, middle of the list. One of the best episodes so far. A very Pearl-focused episode, but one that gives us very interesting insight into her as a character. Connie wants to learn how to fight to protect Steven, and Pearl helps train her. As the training gets more and more rigorous, it's clear that Pearl has a twisted view of what a knight is. She teaches Connie that a knight must only live for the person that she wishes to protect, and must be willing to lay down her life for that person. This is an ideology that details almost a master-servant relationship. The master must be protected at all cost, and as such, the knight must be able to lay down their life in favor for theirs. But this is an idea that Steven and Connie reject, as they choose to take Pearl's final lesson on together, fighting as equals. I really like how the fight is done here, with Connie acting as the sword and Steven the shield, both equally important sides of a balanced warrior. It just does a really good job of showing the synergy between them as they show Pearl that they protect each other. It's through this synergy that they're able to get Pearl on the ropes before she abruptly stops the fight. Pearl is enraged and lectures Steven on his choice to interfere. In a real fight, they can't be sure that they can protect each other, and someone as important as Steven shouldn't even be on the battlefield to begin with. But Steven rejects that, stating that he and Connie are a team, and that no matter what, they will fight for each other. This enrages Pearl even more, and it leads to one of the most beautifully tragic scenes in the series so far. Pearl, frustrated that Steven doesn't seem to understand his importance, breaks down crying, tormented over Steven's unwillingness to just let her protect him. Except she doesn't say Steven's name, but rather Rose's. A loud silence fills the room as everyone realizes what just happened. While she tries to cover up her mistake, it has become abundantly clear where she got these warped ideas from. Connie asks if Rose made Pearl feel like nothing, and Pearl responds with the opposite, that she made her feel like everything. But this isn't as sweet as it seems. It's just more of a sign of how out of hand Pearl's obsession with Rose is. It was Rose who gave Pearl's life meaning, and as such, if Pearl couldn't protect Rose, then her life had no meaning. For this reason, she would lay her life on the line for Rose, no matter the circumstance. But with Rose now gone, Pearl doesn't know what she is fighting for. She's lost the meaning of her life, the meaning of life that was provided to her by Rose. Her worth is no longer dictated by her usefulness to Rose, and she's left to decide for herself what her life means to her, separate from the structure that was provided by Rose's existence. While she may not have the answer now, in the moment she's inspired by the bond she sees between Steven and Connie, and she decides that for now at least, maybe Steven and Connie can be the meaning in her life, as in helping them grow, she herself has already grown a little bit. Overall, I really like how this episode indirectly shows us how Steven is already a better person than his mother was. He has his morals in order and has a very clear distinction between right and wrong. And we see how this has allowed him to right the wrongs of his mother as he and Connie help Pearl work through some of her trauma. Really nice to see Steven break out of his mom's shadow for once, really showing how his morals differ from hers. Just acts as really nice growth for Steven here, and a really interesting look into Pearl's trauma. An incredible episode, near the top of the list. Do It For Her is also one of the most beautiful and tragic songs so far, as it perfectly captures Pearl's misguided idea of what it means to protect someone. The lyrics are perfect as they start out innocent enough, but slowly reveal the darker side to Pearl's teachings. This slow descent from Pearl's clear will to protect the one she loves to the dark image of what a knight is in her mind is perfectly complemented by the music as well, as it gets progressively more and more intense as the song goes on. On top of this, Pearl's vocals are on point as always, and as such, she's able to make up for Connie's slightly lackluster performance. Overall, this song does a great job of balancing this upbeat and hopeful vibe while also addressing the underlying darker themes of the episode. A delightful song that is without a doubt one of the best in the series, going just below Stronger Than You, but above Be Wherever You Are. For a Ronaldo episode, this is actually revolutionary. While yes, this episode has no reason to exist, it takes an interesting approach to its presentation. The documentary style is cool, and it's fun seeing the citizens' reactions to the events of season 1's finale. However, it's still a really skippable episode and isn't really interesting beyond the presentation. A fine episode going near the bottom of the list. A really dark episode. The gems set out to find Peridot, who has retreated somewhere on Earth. Instead, they find out what Homeworld has really been up to. Steven and Garnet step into Peridot's control room in the kindergarten. As they look around, strange fusions begin to crawl out of the walls. Upon closer inspection, Garnet realizes something terrifying. Not only are these fusions made up of gem shards forced together, but these aren't just any gem shards. These are the shards of old crystal gems shattered during the war for Earth. Here they lie together in a mass grave of sorts, forced back to life by this ungodly fusion that is forced upon them. The results of this are horrifying, as these gems, incomplete and shattered, try to form into something coherent, only to become these monsters, devoid of any of the traits that made them who they were. This is fusion in its worst form, where it's forced between two gems with no relationship between the two. It's this struggle for incomplete gems to try and form something coherent, but they're so far gone that it isn't possible anymore, and yet they're forced to exist like this, fused together by force for the rest of time. Garnet's reaction to this is the highlight of the episode, as she's absolutely disgusted by what she sees. It's heart-wrenching to not only see fusion misused in such a way, but on top of that, for it to be the fallen crystal gems used in these experiments. This sight almost tears Garnet apart, but she's able to stay strong, knowing that she can right this wrong, if only to end these gems suffering. She pulls herself together, and disgusted and afraid, she poofs each and every one of these gems, essentially killing her fallen friends once more, but knowing that they will be much happier this way. It's a tragic moment that is played so incredibly well, as we see just how evil Homeworld can get. They've distorted these fallen gems and have forced them into these fusions that are devoid of anything that makes up a fusion. It's the most literal sense of fusion, and this causes these monsters to be formed in their place. And the episode just lets us sit in this terrifying revelation as we're left to realize that this is the enemy we're fighting. Homeworld is an entity willing to do this to the people that oppose it. Overall, an incredible episode that nails the dark tone as we realize just how ruthless Homeworld really is. An incredible episode going near the top of the list. A really hard episode to talk about, but a really good one nonetheless. This episode dives further into Rose and Greg's romance. Rose's demeanor towards Greg is a little strange throughout the flashbacks that we've seen up until now. It's almost as if she sees him more as a plaything rather than an equal. And Pearl, jealous of their relationship, says as much here. And Greg feels it too. This nagging feeling that Rose doesn't really respect him, and that she's only interested because of the novelty of him being a human. The second half of this episode runs with that uncertainty, and it's absolutely perfect. Greg wants to try to fuse with Rose, as he sees it as the only way for them to really communicate. This predictably fails, and it gives way to one of the most standout moments in the series so far. The two of them just talk, recognizing how ridiculous their relationship is. An alien and a human, an impossible pair. It's clear that on some level, Rose really doesn't see Greg as an equal, and this stems from her lack of knowledge on human relationships. It's a big issue that leaves them both confused and a little hurt. Despite all this, however, when they talk, they're able to connect on a deeper level. They break the boundaries that hold them and manage to make a connection despite all their differences and issues. Garnet saying that they've fused despite no actual fusion actually happening was really impactful. The fact that their pure love was enough to put them fully in tune with each other is a beautiful thing, and Garnet recognizes that. It's also interesting to see Pearl as she slowly loses her spot as Rose's number one. Ultimately, this episode does a really good job of showing the strength of Rose and Greg's relationship without solving all of their problems. It's an episode that, instead of tackling their issues right away, starts by showing us the tools they have to solve those issues. Rose may not fully understand human emotion yet, but their love and clear connection makes me hopeful that one day she just might. With the setup this good, I'm excited to see how their relationship grows, how they come to understand each other better, and how they work together to get past their issues. Overall, just an incredible episode that explores the complicated relationship between humans and gems. This makes the context of Steven's existence even more interesting as well, as he exists all because love was able to overcome all the odds. This further demonstrates the power of love and the main theme of the show. An amazing episode, near the top of the list. This episode also has a song in What Can I Do For You? This song takes a slow tempo with an instrumental that I really like. It adds to the romantic vibe of the song, which I think works in interesting contrast to the lyrics. The lyrics are perfectly haunting, with Rose singing about her love for Greg, with the lyrics feeling oddly vague and impersonal, as if it could be describing anyone. And this feeds well into the main chorus of the song, where Greg asks himself the question, "What can I do for you?" What is it that Greg supplies that no one else can supply Rose? And this becomes the basis for the episode as a whole. We realize that while Rose does have feelings for Greg, those feelings may stem from her fascination with humans as a whole, more than a connection made specifically between them. It's just a song that sets the uncertainty of their relationship really well in a way that utilizes both the lyrics and the instrumental. A great song going below full disclosure. Another episode with a pretty fun format. After a long day of looking for malachite, the fusion between lapis and jasper, the gems decide to take a break, giving themselves a chance to rest. As the gems rest, we get to have a look into Steven's dreams. At first, these dreams feel pretty standard, just the weird mishmash of ideas that make up the subconscious of Steven's mind. But as the dreams go on, they become a little more malicious and uncanny, eventually revealing that somehow, with some new power of his, Steven is directly contacting Lapis. And here we see just how dire her situation is. She's fighting for control over malachite, but is only holding on by a thread. It seems that any moment now she'll lose all control, and Jasper will soon have full control of the fusion. And this makes for a very tense scene where we see just how bad things have gotten, and the fact that Steven can't do anything and simply has to observe really adds to the hopelessness of the situation. Overall, while not much actually happens in this episode, I think it's the visuals that make it so interesting. We get to see the fight between Lapis and Jasper in real time, essentially showing us what's going on inside this fusion. It's just a very interesting moment, and the framing of this scene is just incredibly done, as is the framing of all of the dreams in this episode. Overall, while this episode does little to further the plot, and mostly just serves to give us an update on Lapis's current situation, the build up to this is just really well done through the dreams themselves, being these bizarre and uncanny moments that blur the lines between fact and fiction as Steven tries to suss out the meaning in his dreams. Overall, just a very atmospheric episode, and one that is visually super interesting to watch. A good episode, near the top of the list. An episode with some really rough implications that make Pearl seem sort of awful in the process. Pearl and Garnet fuse to form sardonyx. Pearl gets so addicted to this fusion that she starts tricking Garnet into fusing sardonyx. This not only confuses a lot of what was explained in Jailbreak, but also paints Pearl in a horrible light. After Jailbreak, it's pretty clearly established that the act of fusing is a metaphor for love. It's a bond that's only as powerful as the connection between between the people fusing. This was important context because before Jailbreak, you wouldn't be blamed for thinking it's a metaphor for sex. The sexual dances to initiate fusion and the description of fusion feeling good really confused things, and this episode revisits that confusion. Here, the fusion is very much treated like a sexual one, with all the trademark dancing and descriptions that were confusing pre-Jailbreak. This is very problematic for Pearl's character, as the whole episode is just her tricking Garnet into what seems like a sexual fusion. This is extremely creepy and genuinely assassinates Pearl as a character. A lot of the sympathy you have for her is gone after she does such an awful thing, and the episode just sort of lets her be creepy, with the only backlash being that Garnet doesn't talk to her in the end. It's an awful episode that would be so much better just not existing. It ruins Pearl as a character, while once again confusing the meaning of fusion. Overall, might be the worst episode so far. The fact that the show would literally be better without this is pretty telling. Bottom of the list. This episode does have a song in Tower of Mistakes. Despite being an Amethyst song, I actually really like this one. The song is simple, but explores a more apologetic and vulnerable side of Amethyst. Here, she sings about her fusing with Garnet and how they kinda lost control as Sugilite. She feels weak and pathetic for letting herself lose control, and blames herself for what happened. It just shows us a more apologetic side of Amethyst that I really appreciate. While no one blames her for what happened, she herself is disappointed in how she hurt the people around her. At the same time though, it's clear that her self-image isn't in a great spot. She believes that it was her weakness alone that led to Sugilite losing control, when it really was on both her and Garnet. Just some interesting insight into Amethyst's mindset at this point in the series. This serves a greater purpose in this episode, however, as it acts as a far less extreme example of what we see later in the episode between Pearl and Garnet. The song does a good job to explore the themes of the episode, while also further touching on Amethyst's self-consciousness. Aside from this, Amethyst's singing is at its very best here, and her raspy voice actually lends itself very well to this song, as it matches the discordant background music, working in tandem to convey her current mental state, going below What Can I Do For You, but above Giant Woman. Another rough episode that builds off the last. With Pearl's actions in the last episode, Garnet isn't talking to her, and rightfully so. Rather than Pearl making this up to Garnet, however, this episode focuses on Ruby and Sapphire learning to forgive Pearl. This is the exact wrong way to approach this episode. This episode should have been Pearl doing everything she possibly can to make things up to Garnet, and even then, given the situation, it probably wouldn't have been resolved in a reasonable way. But instead, this episode says that Garnet simply must forgive and forget. It's just hard to watch. Garnet is a genuine victim here, and Ruby and Sapphire's conflicting responses causes Garnet to break. It's just horrible seeing a character suffer for something they didn't do, and the idea that they need to let it go is sort of gross. I just hate how the episode's resolved, too. Ruby and Sapphire realize that by holding on to this anger, they're upsetting Steven. This leads them to the realization that they need to forgive Pearl. This message is awful. The idea that you need to suppress your feelings for the people around you is insane and isn't healthy at all. Once again, instead of any action on Pearl's part, it's left up to Garnet to deal with the results of her actions, and it's just really hard to watch. The only decent part of this episode is seeing how Ruby and Sapphire work through this as a couple, but it really is overshadowed by just how damaging these episodes have been to the greater story of the show. Another awful episode that doesn't justify the awful episode before it. Bottom of the list. A fine filler episode, not too much here unless you like Onion for some reason, but the Amethyst stuff is fun. While subtle, it's also really nice to just see the friendship that Amethyst has here, as her friendship with Vidalia makes her realize that she is valued, and that if she can be an inspiration to someone that she looks up to, like Vidalia, then maybe she is worth something. And this just sort of serves to show that Amethyst is starting to accept herself, slowly but surely, and while nothing happens in this episode specifically, this shows us the groundwork for something possibly happening in the future. It's also sweet how Steven puts up with Onion so that Amethyst has a chance to vent to her friend. Just really nice to see Steven reversing the roles and taking care of his family. Other than that, a fine episode in terms of filler. Onion shows Steven a birthing video, near the bottom of the list. As soon as I saw this was a Jamie episode, I was worried. Jamie might be my least favorite character after Ronaldo, but despite his presence, this episode is actually really fun. It tells the story of Beach City's founding and the role that the gems played in it. It was fun seeing the version of the story passed down to Mayor Dewey and the parallels it drew to the true story. Just a fun episode that gives some lore for Beach City and an entertaining watch all the way through. I've noticed that the filler has been getting better. It's still not amazing, but it's watchable, which is an upgrade from some of the early stuff. Hope this keeps up, near the bottom of the list. While I still don't agree with the conflict set up in Cry for Help, this is probably the best way it could have been resolved. While chasing Peridot, Garnet and Pearl are trapped together and forced to talk for the first time since Cry for Help. Garnet is so mature here and really does all of the heavy lifting. She tells Pearl that no amount of apologizing will help, that what she did was terrible. Pearl tries to make excuses, saying she doesn't know how to lead her life without guidance, a symptom of her unhealthy relationship with Rose. She just wanted to feel the stability of Garnet's relationship, and thus she did what she did. This steers away from the idea of this being sexual in any sense, and leads back into the interpretation of fusion being a relationship. Pearl wanted to fuse because of how stable Garnet and in turn Ruby and Sapphire's relationship was. It made her feel the love that she never had with Rose, and she got addicted to that feeling. Without the sexual connotation, Pearl's reasoning becomes a lot more palatable. She feels lost as a Pearl without someone to lead her, and it led to her abusing her relationship with Garnet in the hopes of finding security in someone else like she did with Rose. She is still definitely in the wrong, but Garnet is more angry because Pearl let her personal problems take a hold of her, causing her to hurt someone else. And here, Garnet admits that she has weaknesses too. She isn't unfazed by everything, and as we saw in Keystone Motel, this situation alone made her fall apart. The difference between her and Pearl, however, is that she keeps fighting. She doesn't let these moments define her, and rather derives her power from her ability to work through her issues. And that's where the main difference in their power stems from, as when push came to shove, Pearl folded, not only hurting herself, but the people around her as well. While here, Pearl let herself be controlled by her pain, Garnet opens her eyes to the agency that she has in these situations. She can choose to be strong and to fight through these feelings rather than being consumed by them. Not only does this give her a chance to grow as a person, but it's this growth that Garnet wants to see in order to know that she can trust Pearl again. Despite the terrible start to the arc with all the mixed messages of Cry for Help, this episode retroactively makes everything a lot clearer and makes Pearl much more sympathetic here. This arc would be such an interesting exploration of Rose's effect on Pearl if that first episode had not been so creepy and weird, but this episode does all it can to try and retroactively solve those issues. This episode alone sort of saves this whole arc and shows just how interesting of a concept this plot is when you remove all the creepy subtext. A lot of growth here, not just for Pearl but for Garnet, and a fantastic episode as a whole. Near the top of the list, single-handedly saved this plot thread. A personal favorite, gem mutants appear at Connie's mom's hospital, and Connie needs to convince her mom to let her fight. The Connie stuff is the main draw here. The idea of Connie's parents learning about magic has been a long time coming, and here they're forced to confront the fact that their daughter plays a role in it. Connie goes against her strict parents and shows that she can handle herself. I like how reasonable her mom is here. She explains that everything up to this point has been done out of love, and it's true. She never meant to control Connie's life, but rather just wanted to protect her. It's a very real way that love can sometimes manifest in overbearing ways, and this has led to Connie not being able to tell her parents anything. Her mom realizes this and is terrified. By trying to protect her daughter in this way, she completely ignored what was happening and simply drove a wedge between them. Connie's mom fears this lack of communication more than anything, and agrees to allow the magic stuff so long as they stay honest with each other. A very very mature move and a good portrayal of good parenting. Parenting is adapting and communicating. It's working out fair and understandable solutions. It's being firm but reasonable. It's an example of how understanding each other is key and how it's important to give kids freedom as they grow up. It's scary but a necessary step in development, and it's a parent's job to be there for their child through that experience. Connie's parents understand that here, and it makes for a very sweet episode with a very good message. It's so nice to see how healthy their relationship with their kids are, and I like how they show these relationships from the point of view of both child and parents. A great episode, near the top of the list. Just another filler episode, unfortunately not a very interesting one. Sadie's struggle with her mom is just kinda basic, especially when contrasted to the excellent parent-child relationship of last episode. Just a sort of boring episode with not much going for it. Bottom of the list. Also, Sadie sucks at singing. I think it's a good thing she didn't get on stage. This episode also has a song in Haven't You Noticed? While I love that they got Olivia Olson for this one, the voice of Marceline in Adventure Time, the song is just not very interesting. It's catchy on a surface level, but just doesn't offer much otherwise. It just sounds like something you'd hear on the radio from time to time. Catchy, but lacks substance. Also, Sadie's cover isn't even worth mentioning, as she really doesn't have a good singing voice. Just a shame that this is the song they got Olson for, but at the same time, I think it fits her voice pretty well. Just a middling song, not bad, but just not particularly interesting. Just below Destiny, but above Wailing Stone. The gems finally catch Peridot. However, upon discovering that she has information, Steven frees her to learn more about the cluster. While we do get some information, this episode mostly serves as a chance to get to know Peridot. We get some sweet moments of Peridot opening up to Steven, and he's able to prove to her that he means no harm. On first impression, Peridot is an interesting character. She plays the fish out of water in this episode, and comes off very naive despite acting like she knows everything. While I'm not quite sold on her yet, I'm interested to see where they take her character and how she relates to Homeworld. Aside from that, we do get some foreshadowing for the future of the series. Peridot talks about the idea of Earth ending at the hands of the cluster. While we only get hints of it now, this becomes a very important plot point later in the series. Overall though, this episode just feels like it serves the purpose of setting up future events and characters, but the foreshadowing and Peridot stuff is good enough to make this an enjoyable watch. Good episode, near the middle of the list. Peridot is slowly opening up to Steven more, and impressed by his knowledge of Earth, she agrees to tell him more about the cluster. The cluster is a massive cluster of gems that were shattered in the War for Earth. In an attempt to find a use for them, they were forced to fuse as part of a Homeworld fusion experiment, thus creating the cluster. The cluster itself lies at the planet's core, and when it emerges, its fusion will be complete, destroying the planet along with it. Peridot was sent to Earth to check on its progress, but now being trapped here, Peridot teams up with the gems to stop the cluster. A very plot-focused episode, but also another episode getting to know Peridot. She's portrayed as a very focused character, always thinking about the mission at hand, but slowly we're seeing Steven's effect on her, as he slowly caters to her curiosity and teaches her the beauty of Earth. Their dynamic is sweet, with her helping him for his information, but also because she's starting to form a bond with him. A good episode that kicks off our next big arc in the cluster. Excited to see how the story develops and how Peridot interacts with the gems, as it's mostly been focused on her and Steven so far. A good episode, near the middle of the list. The gems take Peridot back to the barn to start constructing a drill to reach the cluster. We learn a lot about the hierarchy of Homeworld in this episode. This episode introduces the idea of different gems having different roles in Homeworld. This is shown through the example of Pearl. Pearl goes to help build the drill, but Peridot doesn't let her. She treats Pearl like a servant, as on Homeworld, all Pearls are inherently servants made to serve a master. Pearls are lower than Peridots in the hierarchy, and Peridot treats her this way. It's interesting interesting to learn that gems are given predetermined roles upon creation, as it further adds to the cold, methodical nature of Homeworld. This system shows that all gems are created purely to serve a purpose, and beyond that, they have no agency in their own lives. It's a system that uses individuals to further Homeworld's interests. It leaves no room for the individual to make their own decisions. This gives us further insight into the oppression that the crystal gems escaped from, and gives us further insight into why they so vehemently oppose Homeworld. This episode, however, focuses on Pearl breaking out of her role and showing Peridot that she can do anything as she's a free gem. While their competition to see who's better at building wasn't super entertaining, the end result is interesting. Peridot wins the building competition but doesn't get the response that she expected. Rather, everyone flocks over to Pearl. This doesn't make sense to Peridot. Peridot won and proved that she was better than Pearl, and yet Pearl is the one who gets recognition. And this is because a person's worth isn't measured the same way as it is on Homeworld. On Homeworld, a gem's worth is directly connected to their abilities, but on Earth, where individuality takes precedent, this metric doesn't hold very much value. And we see that here as Peridot, having won, stands alone while Pearl is praised by the people around her. Seeing this, Peridot begins to understand the customs of Earth a little bit more as she decides to invite Pearl on the project despite her status in the hierarchy of Homeworld. In this moment, Peridot sees Pearl as the individual that she is, a Pearl separate from all the other Pearls with her own personality and set of skills. Peridot is really interesting in this way. While she comes off as unreasonable and stubborn, she's able to see when she's wrong. It doesn't take much of a push for her to do the right thing, and it makes her very likable. Already, she's starting to fit in with the others, and I can confidently say that I think she makes for a good addition to the cast. A good episode that builds Peridot as a character and shows us how far Pearl has come to become who she is. Near the middle of the list. A lot of maturity from Amethyst here, and some interesting development for Peridot. Peridot is still learning how to live on Earth, and ends up hurting Amethyst's feelings by calling her a defect. Amethyst is half the size of a normal quartz, and emerged far later than anyone else in her kindergarten. And this adds some legitimacy to the self-consciousness that Amethyst has felt for the whole series so far. Not only does she feel like she's not good enough within the crystal gems, but on top of that, in the eyes of Homeworld, she is a defect. This later becomes the source of a lot of Amethyst's issues, and it's interesting to see its roots here in this episode. The episode is really interesting in that it gives us a deeper look into the beliefs of Homeworld, and by extension, Peridot herself. Peridot, despite the development of last episode, still stands by a lot of Homeworld's propaganda. The idea of different gem types being placed differently on the hierarchy, and the disgust at Garnet and Steven's existence shows just how deeply Homeworld has ingrained its ideology into its people. Despite this, Peridot is able to recognize that Amethyst is hurt, and she realizes that she has to do something about this. It's interesting because Peridot still uses Homeworld's ideology to justify her actions, even when she's actively going against some of Homeworld's core beliefs. She explains that she's apologizing because she doesn't want to upset the highest ranking gem present, but this is just a cover. She feels bad for what she said, and while she may not yet understand why it was hurtful, she knows that she needs to make things right. Peridot is a gem that is just now taking notice of the feelings of herself and the people around her, but Homeworld has given her no education on how to express those feelings. The best she can do is rationalize her apology through the lens of Homeworld's ideology, as it's all she's ever known. She breaks out of this at the end, however, when she admits that she and Amethyst aren't so different, that if Amethyst is a defect, so is Peridot for failing her mission. She's able to level with Amethyst, and for a moment, the preconceived notions she has about gems has no meaning here. It's a great scene of Peridot subtly drifting away from the ideologies of Homeworld, and learning that there is value in not seeing the world in such black and white terms. It's a big step for her, and I'm interested to see how she develops further. As for Amethyst, while she doesn't do too much here, it's nice to see her keep herself under control. She has a right to be hurt, but instead of lashing out, she removes herself from the situation. A big upgrade from her past of overreacting and causing problems for the people around her. Nice to see her coming to terms with the past and being able to be the bigger person. As a whole, this episode does wonders for both the character of Peridot and Amethyst, and makes me really excited to see them developed further. A really good episode, near the top of the list. A nice change of pace in a slower, more ambient style of episode. The episode explores Garnet's past as she recounts it to Steven. We learn a lot about Homeworld here. For one, we have probably the most direct mention of a diamond so far, with Blue Diamond being shown in this episode. It's clear that the diamonds are treated like royalty, and judging by how she turns the crowd on Sapphire, her word seems to be absolute. On top of this, we find out that Garnet was the first fusion between gems of different types. With such a rigid class system, gems of different types are very much made to keep to themselves. That's why Garnet as a fusion between Ruby and Sapphire is so shocking for the Homeworld gems. Not only is it a form of fusion that they've never seen before, but it's one that challenges the whole hierarchy as a concept. The fact that gems of different types can fuse muddles the whole system of assigning predetermined roles for each gem type, as it crosses that divide to make something entirely new. It shows that the different type of gems aren't so different, and that maybe the hierarchy is built on a bogus class system. A really interesting look into how the sheer existence of Garnet opposes Homeworld and its systems so directly, and how Homeworld fears this concept. A really interesting look at Garnet and her relation to Homeworld, helping us further understand what she's fighting for. Also just a visually stunning episode in general. A great episode, near the top of the list. This episode also has a song in something entirely new. This song is easily one of the best so far. It's a song that perfectly captures the feeling of falling in love in a way that feels really natural. The song starts out slow and a little shaky, mirroring how unsure Ruby and Sapphire are. While feelings are forming between them, it's still the early stages of their relationship. There's a lot that they don't know about each other, and everything they're experiencing is very new and unfamiliar. Neither of them want to mess things up, so they take their time, slowly getting more comfortable and feeling out the other's emotions. Their conversation is implemented wonderfully into the song as they slowly learn more about each other, and by the end of the song, they have a newfound understanding of each other. The song reflects this with a more harmonious second half. The pair no longer have a need for conversation. They have come to strongly understand each other, and their souls have become in tune with each other. Their harmonious humming is proof of this as they begin to understand each other on a deeper level, a level of understanding that doesn't necessitate the use of words. I just love the progression through this song. The evolution of Ruby and Sapphire's relationship is conveyed so effectively through the subtle changes in the music itself. Aside from this, I just love how slow and gentle the song is. It's just such a beautiful song to accompany a beautiful budding relationship. An amazing song. Above Be Wherever You Are, but just below Do It For Her. This is a filler episode that feels like it wants to be more important than it actually is. It's Steven's birthday, and Steven realizes that he might not age at the same rate as humans. This makes him worried about his relationship with Connie. I don't know, this episode is just kinda off. Like, Steven is 14 and looks like a 14-year-old, and for some reason we are to assume that this means he's not gonna age properly. The resolution to this is a little weird too. Connie says that she likes him no matter how he ages, and while it's a sweet sentiment of unconditional love, it does raise some questions. Their relationship is obviously ramping up to be a romantic one, so is she saying that even if he stayed this age forever, she would still be with him? I understand that the point is more the unconditional love aspect, and that Steven doesn't need to change for her, but it's hard to ignore the implication that comes with it. As a whole, the conflict just feels sort of forced here here, and Connie's acceptance of this possibility just doesn't seem very well thought out. Furthermore, all these worries are just resolved at the end as Steven shows signs of growing up. Once again, I don't know why it was instantly assumed that he might not age, but this resolution just goes to show that there really was no problem to begin with. Just a bit of a pointless feeling episode. It tried to do something interesting with Steven being a gem, but this doesn't really make much sense at the end of the day. A passable episode, near the bottom of the list. This episode gets really serious really fast, and it presents some interesting ideas on Peridot as a character. The episode starts fairly innocently, with Steven teaching Peridot about the joys of life on Earth. I expected this episode to follow this basic idea and just sort of be a slice of life episode, further convincing Peridot of the importance of protecting Earth. That would be way too easy though, and this episode handles Peridot's character in a much more believable way. Having completed the drill, the gems go to a homeworld facility on the moon in search of the coordinates of the cluster. The moon base is massive and adorned with murals of the diamonds. Peridot, despite coming to understand the value of Earth as displayed at the start of the episode, can't help but adore the diamonds and their work. She's lived her full life following and admiring the diamonds, and it's clear that her time with Steven has yet to fully change her mind on Earth. She gets carried away and ends up regressing into her purely logical way of thinking. She says that Earth could have been beautiful had the crystal gems not interfered and simply let the kindergartens wipe out all life in favor of creating more gems. The gems refute this claim, saying that Rose believed that all life was worth protecting and that this outcome wouldn't have been fulfilling for anyone. But Peridot doubles down, saying that the only thing that Rose achieved was dooming the planet by destroying the kindergartens, resulting in the creation of the cluster. This elicits a violent reaction from the gems, and in this moment, all of the goodwill that Peridot had built up over the last few episodes disappears in an instant. Despite all the time that she spent with the gems, when it came down to it, it's clear that she still holds many of the diamond's values. And the episode ends with Steven being disappointed in her lack of development. Peridot shows a moment of remorse here, but instantly returns to her old ways as she grabs some sort of diamond artifact from the console. This episode gives such interesting insight into Peridot as a character. She's a character that is clearly trying to be better and to understand the value of life, but at the same time she is pulled in the other direction by the beliefs that she's known for all her life. The beliefs that the diamonds instilled in her. While the idea of life being precious seems obvious, to accept this means rejecting everything that she's believed up to this point, and that's a lot to ask of a person. This does make her little bits of progress that much more impressive, however, and while her progress may be slow, it gives the hope that one day she might free herself from the control the diamonds continue to have over her beliefs. A very well thought out episode that explores the power the diamonds have over the homeworld gems. It goes to show how the diamonds' propaganda is so ingrained in their people, and further displays how the diamonds' greatest strength is the absolute control the diamonds have over their people and how they think. Really paints a picture of how Peridot is just a victim of the system who is experiencing a different way of thinking for the first time ever. I think this is a really compelling plot for her, and I'm excited to see how she finally breaks out of the shackles of her old beliefs. One of the best episodes so far, near the top of the list. This episode also has a song, In Peace and Love. A very short one, but also very charming. One of my personal favorites for sure. For the most part, the song is just a sweet moment of bonding between Peridot and Steven. It really shows the side of Peridot that's trying to free itself, and as a whole, the song just really shows an endearing side of her. While I don't love Peridot's voice, I think think her somewhat rough singing voice really lends itself to the theme of this song. Here we see Peridot discover music and its power to allow one to convey emotions that they otherwise wouldn't be able to. And while she doesn't fully understand it and isn't fully good at it yet, she embraces this part of life on Earth, and it gives her a chance to express herself in a way that she wouldn't otherwise be able to. This moment shows just how far she's come as she opens herself up to these aspects of life on Earth that earlier in the series she would have ignored. But it's this kind of progress that makes her regression later in the episode so much more hurtful to the gems, and shows us once again just how much impact the diamonds have had on her mindset. Steven's part is really good too, just a really sweet song about his love for the world. And I love how the gems join in here too, ending in Peridot admitting that whether she realizes it or not, she wants to protect Earth too. Once again, just really charming, and shows the optimism of the gems even in the face of something like the cluster. Overall, while it might not be the most musically impressive song, it's one that just captures such a vibe. It's this moment of calm before the storm where Steven and Peridot are just able to be themselves and grow closer. An incredible song, just above Something Entirely New, but below Do It For Her. A final cap to Peridot's development through the season, and I think it's done very well here. Steven finds out that Peridot had taken a communicator from the moon base last episode. This communicator is capable of reaching directly to the diamonds. Peridot is at her most brainwashed here, spouting how the diamonds are perfect beings and how she exists only to serve them. She's accepted the idea that her life only has value if she's useful to the diamonds, and it allows her to accept the idea of letting Earth die. Steven is at a loss here. After all he's done to try and change Peridot's ways, he failed. He spent the whole season trying to make her understand what the crystal gems are fighting for, but the diamond's influence over her is too much to handle. This is the first time that we see Steven's pacifist approach to problem solving fail, and it weighs heavily on him. But it's his relentless nature that eventually brings Peridot to make the right decision. She finally gets in contact with Yellow Diamond in our first direct encounter with a diamond. Yellow Diamond is a cold ruler. She treats her followers with no respect and obviously sees them as nothing more than tools. Despite this, her powerful stature and her supposed flawless nature gives her control over those under her. However, devotion built on propaganda and fear is shown to be very fickle here, as when Peridot sees Yellow Diamond for who she really is, the illusion is shattered. This leads Peridot to lie to protect the crystal gems, making her a traitor to Homeworld. I like this scene a lot because it's almost as if Peridot doesn't know why she's rebelling against Yellow Diamond. All her life, she's believed in the grand image of Yellow Diamond that was sold to her, yet upon meeting her, something inside of her doesn't allow her to aid in the selling out of the crystal gems and the destruction of Earth as a result. Whether she knew it or not, Steven's lessons of the value of life on Earth had slowly chipped away at the old beliefs that she once held, and when it came down to it, these morals stopped her from making the wrong decision. While unclear at first, Steven really did have an impact on her. While Steven wasn't able to change Peridot outright, he gave her the tools to change herself, and when it came down to it, she made the right choice. By denouncing the diamonds, she's become an official crystal gem, and finally feels like one of the main cast. A really great episode that wraps up Peridot's arc in a really nice way. Her redemption feels very earned, and it's nice to see all of Steven's work pay off in a satisfying way. As a whole, I really like Peridot's character arc. It gave us so much more insight into how brutal Homeworld is, and showed us how hard it can be to break out of the diamonds' brainwashing. This makes Peridot's rebellion against the diamonds that much more compelling, as she was able to see past the lies and do the right thing. An amazing episode, near the top of the list. A very different kind of season finale from the last, but one that I think works well in the context of the season. This season has been really tense all the way through. I feel like this season had significantly less filler, and with Peridot around, there was always the consistent struggle of becoming allies with her. This all comes to a head in the previous episode, where Peridot stands up to Yellow Diamond right to her face. With that dealt with, we are given an episode just to exist after the fact. Peridot is struggling to come to terms with her status as a crystal gem and a traitor, but at the same time, she has a curiosity about her that helps her understand the crystal gem's cause. This episode focuses on her logs from the last few months, and it really paints a picture of just how conflicted Peridot had been. She was loyal to the diamonds, sure, but she spent so much of her time on Earth exploring its wonders that it's clear that it won her over at some point. We get a more clear look at her relationship with each gem as well. While she doesn't fully understand them, she admires them in certain ways, even when it comes to Garnet, whose existence alone she was disgusted by at the start of their relationship. The episode puts a lot of focus on their relationship, with Garnet slowly helping Peridot understand that fusion has a meaning beyond just the logical, and while she presents herself as stubborn, it's clear that Peridot starts seeing things from Garnet's perspective. This episode does a great job of showing the build-up to Peridot's denouncing of Yellow Diamond. It shows that while she may not have known it, she came to care a lot about Earth and the people on it. She learned lessons from the gems, and these lessons helped her grow. While at the end of the day, this is just a filler episode used for further bonding Peridot with the rest of the group, it's one that gives us a lot of insight on Peridot through her relationships. While they certainly could have just ended the season with the previous episode, this episode does so much to endear you to Peridot even more than the season as a whole already had. It's an episode that highlights the complexity of Peridot as a character and shows the finer parts of her journey to becoming a crystal gem. An amazing episode, one of the best of the series without a doubt, near the top of the list. Excited to see more Peridot even after the focus moves away from her. As a whole, Season 2 is incredible. Peridot is just such a fun villain to focus the season on. She's very sympathetic, and watching her journey from brainwashed homeworld soldier to crystal gem is really compelling. While I still prefer Pearl and Garnet, Peridot is without a doubt one of my favorite characters. It feels like the other characters got some really good development too. Steven feels like he's grown up a lot this season, and despite the messy start, the Pearl and Garnet arc was interesting too. On top of this, we just got so much more lore this season. It feels like the story has progressed so much, even though we still have yet to deal with the cluster itself. As a whole, this season just has so much packed into it, even though at a first glance, nothing really happens. Probably my favorite season so far, and I'm excited to see how Season 3 builds on all the great stuff set up here. Starting off the season with the momentum of the last, with an episode that's really exciting. At first, I thought it was just an episode covering what happened to the Watermelon Stevens, and I was ready to write it off as a boring filler episode. Then Malachite, the fusion of Lapis and Jasper, showed itself. For the most part, this episode is just one big fight scene. The crystal gems all fuse to form Alexandrite, and fight Malachite as she's freed from Lapis's chains. And once again, we see just how terrible their relationship is. Malachite is angry, but it's clear that this isn't just Jasper's rage, but also Lapis's. She had spent so much time trying to hold Jasper back that somewhere along the line, she lost herself. She began to believe some of the things that Jasper said, and now she refuses to live trapped any longer. She lashes out at the crystal gems, fueled by this terrible relationship she has with Jasper, emboldened by the positive reinforcement that Jasper gives to her worst traits. But unfortunately, this is the most we get to see of this relationship, as the crystal gems, with the help of the Watermelon Stevens, quickly dispose of Malachite. While I understand that the focus of this episode is more to just jumpstart the stuff with the cluster, I can't help but feel like we should have gotten more with Jasper and Lapis. It's really interesting to see just how terrible this relationship is for both of them, especially Lapis in this case. But we don't get to explore that at all, as they're instantly taken out of the episode in favor of furthering the greater plot. Overall, I just wish this episode had a bit more of a focus on Lapis and Jasper when so much of its runtime was dedicated to them in the first place. It just feels like it's leaving us on a cliffhanger that would be fine if this wasn't the first time we were seeing Lapis and Jasper for a full season. It feels like we've already waited long enough, and just to have to wait again after getting all this interesting information just feels like a bit of a slap in the face. That being said, however, I think this episode works as a good transition into our final encounter with the cluster. The episode ends with the crystal gems getting trapped due to cracks in the earth caused by the cluster nearing its emergence. It sets us up in this really interesting spot where the tension is high, and on top of that, the crystal gems won't be there to help Steven. This is going to be his and Peridot's first mission away from the crystal gems, and it just so happens to be their biggest mission yet. Not only does this add an interesting element to this encounter, but it also raises the tension on this already high-stakes mission. Overall, while a good episode for sure, I just wish it covered a bit more about Lapis and Jasper, but at the same time it is excusable as it serves as the perfect episode going into the encounter with the cluster. Without a doubt, a good episode, but just held back in a couple of places, going near the middle of the list. Finally, we get a resolution to the cluster situation, and it makes for a tense and somewhat terrifying episode. Steven and Peridot are left to destroy the cluster. They journey to the core, but are quickly overwhelmed by the cluster's power. Peridot is wonderful here. She finally feels like a crystal gem and provides a very logical method of problem solving to the group. At the same time though, she is full of compassion now, and while she hides it, she's really come to care for Steven and the rest of Earth. I also really like the lore buildup around the gem shards in this episode. Peridot explains how the gem shards are basically incomplete gems. As a result, they are constantly looking for a way to become whole again. This is why the cluster is so dangerous, as it's made up of thousands of gem shards all trying to form into something greater. This will result in the emergence of a heavily unstable fusion that will destroy the Earth with its creation. No matter how much brute force Peridot puts into it, the drill can't destroy the cluster. What damage she does do causes Steven immense pain. He can hear the screams of the trapped gems as the drill takes chunks out of the cluster. The visuals are very nice here, as we see Steven's view of the situation. He's haunted by the souls of the gems, all writhing in pain. The sight makes him physically sick as he realizes just how much suffering is going on here. He's able to communicate with the cluster through his gem. The whole conversation with the cluster is very interesting. The shards are angry and confused and have nothing but the desire to form, to be whole again. But Steven's able to remind them of what's really important. He tells them that forming won't make them feel any more whole. He admits to them the sad truth that in some ways they're too far gone, but at the same time they're not powerless in their current form. They can choose to protect each other, to stop the hurt, and to put an end to the aimless search for form. The shards begin to bubble each other, protecting one another from further pain. Slowly the cluster is fully bubbled and the emergence is disrupted. While the cluster is left to rest easy, it is also forced to stay in its current state. The shattered gems inside will never truly find themselves, and it's more of a keeping of the status quo than a solution, but at the very least they will have each other. It's a really bittersweet ending, and I just wish the episode treated it a bit more as such. Instead, it's treated like everything is better now, despite the fact that thousands of gems now lay forever formless and lost at the core of the Earth. On top of this, the resolution of the emergence just feels a bit rushed. All it takes is a short conversation with Steven for the cluster to completely cancel the emergence. Just sort of kills some tension as you realize that all it took was a short talk to stop the world from ending. Otherwise though, a fairly good end to the cluster arc. I just wish a bit more time was given to resolving the issue beyond just a short conversation with Steven, and also wish the morally gray nature of Steven's solution was explored a bit more. Regardless, a really good episode, near the top of the list. First episode where we really get to spend time with Lapis, and it gives us some insight into who she is as a person. Having gone against Jasper, effectively going against Homeworld by proxy, Lapis has nowhere to go. Lapis feels like a character that is always at the wrong place at the wrong time. The whole reason she was stuck in the mirror where she first appeared in Mirror Gem is because she was caught up in a war that she had nothing to do with. She was only supposed to visit for a short amount of time, a quick trip to Earth and then back to Homeworld. Unfortunately, this would occur right alongside the war for Earth. Mistaken for a crystal gem, she would be captured by Homeworld, put into the mirror and questioned endlessly on information that she did not have. Eventually, she would be forgotten, and as the tides of the war changed, Homeworld would retreat, abandoning Lapis in the process. It would be then that she was discovered by the crystal gems, next making her appearance in Mirror Gem in season 1. This situation would put Lapis in a sort of limbo, abandoned by her homeworld but betrayed by the crystal gems that she was never a part of to begin with. And this leads to her mentality now, as even though she's free, she's estranged from not only Homeworld, but Earth as well. She's never felt safe anywhere, and as such, these past experiences continue to control her. But Steven's able to break through here, showing her that Earth is ever-changing and isn't as bad as she thinks. As they fly around the country, Steven shows her that there's so much more to the world than she ever saw. Sure, there's bad, but there's also an immense amount of good and an infinite amount of options for her future. And this sentiment obviously starts to stick with her as she warms up to the idea of being on Earth, deciding to stay with Steven. I do like the idea of Steven teaching Lapis to take her life into her own hands. Steven not insisting on Lapis staying with him, but rather showing her options of where she may want to live was sweet. While she does decide to stay with Steven, I still think that this fits the theme of the episode. She decided that she wanted to live with Steven, and in that moment, she was able to take control of that aspect of her life. I also like the parallels that can be drawn between Lapis and Peridot. Both are deemed traitors of Homeworld, but where Peridot was able to thrive on Earth, Lapis simply seems unable to. Throughout the episode, we see how even when she sees the beauty of Earth and starts to understand Steven's love for it, something reminds her of her past and the terrible experiences that she had with this planet. We see this even at the end of the episode when she agrees to stay with Steven, convinced that she can have a future for herself on Earth. She's then met with Peridot herself, one of the very people responsible for bringing her back to Earth, and a grave reminder of the abuse that she suffered under Homeworld. And this is where the episode ends, on this unstable footing where Lapis once again is uprooted from her peaceful life. She has once again been unable to find her joy, find a place where she can be comfortable. And I think it's a fitting end for this episode, as it perfectly encapsulates her character in this one simple moment. A person who, no matter how hard she tries, is haunted by the past at every single turn. That being said, I think that Peridot is going to be crucial in Lapis's journey to find peace. This episode as a whole has a theme of change, this idea that the Earth that hurt Lapis is a far different Earth from the Earth now. And this is also true of Peridot, who represents Homeworld in this case. She has become a star example of a crystal gem and resembles nothing of what Lapis remembers Homeworld for. Overall, I'm excited excited to see where they take this, as they set up so many interesting pieces in this episode. Aside from this episode is just visually beautiful and a great bonding moment between Lapis and Steven. A really good episode, going near the top of the list. Lapis has chosen to stay with Steven, but quickly realizes that this means living with Peridot too. Their relationship is in a tight spot, as while Peridot has changed for the better, she was partially responsible for bringing Lapis back to Earth. It's interesting seeing a changed Peridot having to deal with the mistakes of her past. She tries to show Lapis how she's changed, but some things aren't solved that easily. Lapis has a lot to be angry about, and Peridot understands that. At the same time, Peridot feels like she doesn't have a chance to make up for it, as Lapis maintains her anger no matter what Peridot does. I think this episode reflects more on Peridot than it does Lapis. It's cool to see Peridot really coming into her own as a crystal gem, while still keeping her eccentric nature. She straight up sounds like Steven in some ways, just wishing to make peace with Lapis. As for Lapis, while she is in the wrong here, it's hard not to sympathize with her. Right as she's ready to settle down and forget about the past, she's met with a direct reminder of all the bad things that happened to her. If anything, it's Steven's fault for introducing the two again when Lapis's wounds are still so fresh. For this reason, though she is really unfair to Peridot here, it's pretty understandable where that hate comes from. It's interesting to see her slowly realizing that they're both victims of Homeworld, and the ending with her saving Peridot was predictable but works. While they still have their issues with each other, this episode does a good job of showing Peridot and Lapis as they come to understand each other a little bit better and realize that they may not be so different. I'm excited to see how their relationship develops further, and this is a great start. A really good episode near the top of the list. I don't know why, but we have a baseball episode for some reason. At the end of the last episode, a ship containing some rubies landed on Earth in search of Peridot. They come across the barn, and the gang has to figure out how to stop them from finding them. It feels like everyone is sharing a brain cell in this episode. To try and stop the rubies from investigating the barn, Garnet unfuses and sends Ruby to infiltrate the other rubies. A way more simple plan would have been to sneak Peridot out the giant hole in the side of the barn, but instead they take this convoluted route that doesn't even end up working. They then start playing baseball for some reason, where it's shown that the rubies are so dumb that so long as they're slightly disguised, they can't identify the crystal gems. Aside from this, the baseball stuff is just really boring. Ruby and Sapphire keep throwing because they can't help but flirt and get distracted when Peridot's safety is on the line. Just reflects really poorly on them as characters, and also acts as a really forced conflict for the episode. It just doesn't seem like something they'd reasonably do, and just makes them look obnoxious. The resolution to this isn't even interesting. Sapphire just decides to lock in for a second and they win the game, but the stupidity isn't done yet. As she completes the home run, Sapphire fuses with Ruby, fully ruining their disguises and trivializing the whole episode. Once again, it really just shows how stupid everyone's being here, making such basic and stupid mistakes for the sake of creating some sort of conflict. The last part of the episode is really the only part I like. With the crystal gem's disguises blown, a fight breaks out. Seeing this, Peridot comes out to sacrifice herself to save her friends. It really is crazy how far she's come, fully willing to sacrifice herself for her newfound family. It's really sweet, and honestly, with all this development, she really is becoming one of my favorite characters. I always really liked her, but seeing how she works as a crystal gem really won me over. Each appearance she gets just makes me like her a little more, and this is no exception. It turns out, however, that the rubies aren't looking for Peridot, but rather Jasper. After Jasper and Lapis unfused, Jasper ended up falling into a crevice created by the cluster. Steven lies and tells the rubies that Jasper is on Neptune, and being the idiots they are, they believe it. Once again, again, this even further trivializes the episode as a whole, as it's clear that the rubies are so stupid that pretty much anything you could come up with would probably fool them. At the very least, this revelation that the diamonds aren't after Peridot is interesting. Why don't they care about Peridot's betrayal, and why do they need Jasper? While this could be interesting later, it doesn't save this episode. This episode is just so pointless it feels like a waste. The idea of a homeworld ship coming to Earth should be terrifying, and it's treated that way in the cliffhanger of the last episode. But here they take all that tension and kill it, as everyone on both sides of the fight are equally as incompetent. Just an awful episode where none of the characters feel right and the plot offers nothing. Terrible episode, bottom of the list. A really basic episode, but one that's really fun. Steven discovers the ability to regulate his falling speed. Unable to fully control it, Steven is stuck falling for most of the episode. It's been a while since Steven and the Gems just had a moment to be together, and this episode gives them that chance. It's just really nice to see them interacting the same way as always, even after so much has changed over the past few seasons. It's an episode that really feels like those first few episodes, where the focus was on the bond between Steven and the Gems. While I think it was a natural step to slowly start doing these type of episodes less, I'm glad that they haven't scrapped the idea as a whole. At the base of this show as a whole is the bond between Steven and the Gems, so I think it's important to give this relationship its own time every once in a while, even if it's in the form of some fun filler. This episode fills that role perfectly, and scratches an itch that I've been looking for between the more plot-focused episodes. Nothing amazing, but a fun and sweet episode, near the middle of the list. Another filler episode, but an okay one at that. Marty, Greg's old talent manager, comes back to Beach City. He finds out that his son, Sour Cream, is doing a DJing show. Marty then uses this for his own gain. The episode does a good job of painting a picture of just how awful Marty is. He hasn't seen his son in 9 years and only sticks around because he sees a chance to make money. Despite being such a minor character, Sour Cream is really likable here, and so it's satisfying to see when he denounces his dad's actions after being used by him. I also really like the stuff with his stepdad too, who despite not approving of Sour Cream's DJing career, sees what happened to his stepson and decides to help him out. It's an obvious message, blood connections aren't always the strongest ones, but it's done effectively here. Overall, just a sweet episode with some solid side characters, near the bottom of the list. An incredible episode that I've been looking forward to for a long time. After the end of the last episode, Greg gets $10 million for the rights to one of his songs. To spend the money, Steven and Greg decide to go to Empire City. This premise is really basic, and I thought I was in for a boring filler episode, but then they introduce Pearl into the episode. We get to see Pearl and Greg interact with each other, and we see just how bad their relationship is. Pearl is clearly not on good terms with Greg, and it's no secret why. She loved Rose and was always trying to be by her side, but despite all her efforts, it was Greg who Rose fell in love with. Even to this day, this jealousy causes a rift in their relationship. Steven invites her to come with them to Empire City in hopes of having the two of them talk to each other. This is where one of the best moments in the show's history happens. Standing on the balcony overlooking the city, Pearl sings about her love for Rose. She's never been so clear about her emotions. Up till now, her love for Rose has always been implied, but here those feelings come out in full as Pearl sings a song mourning her lost love. This sequence alone makes the episode. The pain in her singing and the beauty of the scene around her makes for one of the most atmospheric moments in the series. We listen to her belt out all of her emotions while looking down on the city, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. The song highlights just how tragic Pearl's love was. She did so much to be by Rose's side, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter what she did. Rose loved Greg, and there was nothing that she could do to change that. She ultimately knows that it's no one's fault, that Rose isn't at fault for not loving her, that Greg isn't at fault for gaining Rose's favor, that Pearl isn't at fault for so badly wanting Rose's love. It simply didn't turn out that way, and that's the reality that she has to live with. Greg hears this song and realizes how much his existence has hurt Pearl. He feels guilty, as if he didn't exist, Pearl may have gotten her happy ending, but Steven shows them that thinking this way gets them nowhere. Thinking in should have or could haves has caused them a great deal of pain. Instead, Steven gets them to talk to each other. It's through this that they slowly realize how the other's hurting. The guilt that Greg feels and the pain that Pearl feels is all laid bare for the other to see. Pearl is able to come to terms with the situation. She tells Greg that she doesn't blame him, that it wasn't his fault for staying. Rose simply loved him and not her, and that's just how it is. Instead of embracing the rivalry between them, they begin to bond over their love for Rose, and it creates a beautiful moment of two people bonding over a person that they both cared so much about. By doing this, they're able to make each other hurt a little less, and it's really touching. All in all, this episode does an incredible job of wrapping up Pearl's arc in a believable way. It's an ending that highlights how hard it's been for Pearl, while also giving her a chance to let go and live in the moment rather than dwell on the past. She's able to come to terms with the hand she was dealt, and it lifts a weight off her shoulders. Her love for Rose will never go away, but instead of pushing people away over it, she uses this love to embrace the people around her. It's perfect, and I couldn't ask for a better episode for one of my favorite characters. Incredible episode, easily in the top 5 somewhere, and a great contender for the number 1 spot. This episode also has a bunch of songs. Don't Cost Nothing is actually an okay Greg song. It's just a laid-back song that covers Greg's feelings on the true value of life. He reflects on how, despite having all this money, he doesn't know what to do with all of it, as the things that he really wants in life are free. It's just a sweet sentiment and makes me really like this Greg getting rich plot. It's cool to see how little it actually changes his life in the grand scheme of things, really showing that he has his priorities straight. On top of this is probably the best Steven and Greg duet so far. It just feels like a conversation between Steven and his dad, really highlighting how well they get along together. Overall, while not overly impressive in terms of the song itself, I do still like it as a fun addition to the episode. It just doesn't really have much value outside of the context of the episode, going just below Comet but just above Lapis Lazuli. Empire City is a fine song. Steven and Greg sing about a trip to Empire City in a song that lacks harmony in my opinion. The song is fast and erratic as Steven and Greg hype themselves up. Once again, like the first song in this episode, while I think it works in the context of the episode, it's just far too literal lyrically. It lacks the poeticism and catchiness that makes the best songs of the show so good. Aside from this, I just don't really like the vocals here, just feeling more like talking than anything else. A fine song, very fun in the context of the episode, but otherwise a little lackluster. Going under Haven't You Noticed, but above Wailing Stone. Mr. Greg is also fine, just an upbeat song that really adds to the musical vibe of the episode. While the song itself is just fine, I like how it falls apart at the end as we get ready to confront some of Pearl's feelings around Greg. Works as a very impactful way to jumpstart the second part of this episode, going from an episode that is overtly upbeat to then shifting to a more serious tone on a dime, as Pearl rejects Greg's offer to dance. Just works as a very natural way to progress this fun musical episode into one with a far more mature subject matter. Good in the context of the show, but otherwise just a fine song. Going above Destiny, but below Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart. It's Over, Isn't It is without a doubt the best song of the series. When you take the best singer in the whole cast and pair her with some of the rawest emotions of the show yet, yet you get a song that is so tragically beautiful and perfectly encapsulates what we've speculated about Pearl for a long time. The song starts out slow and almost nostalgic as Pearl reminisces on her time with Rose. The swirling colors of the city and the soft piano in the beginning of the song paint this beautiful picture of the emotions that Pearl felt for Rose. Pearl loved Rose and wanted nothing more than to be with her. Her whole life revolved around Rose, but we see that none of these feelings would last. Greg would take Pearl's place, becoming Rose's number one and the man that she would fall in love with. As the song goes on, the piano erupts into this harsher tone as Pearl shows that she understands her current situation. Not only did Rose choose Greg, but now with Rose gone, nothing can be done about it. This is simply how things turned out, and she must move on from that. Despite understanding this, however, she simply can't move on. So much of her life was spent fighting for Rose's attention, both through times of war and peace. Everything she did was in service of Rose, trying to gain her favor at every turn. But with Rose now gone, not only did she fail to gain her love, but Pearl's life also lacks the purpose that it once held. Pearl used to be completely driven by her devotion to Rose, but with her now gone, Pearl can do nothing but cling to Steven as he serves as the closest connection that she still has to Rose. This is a very important moment as it recontextualizes Pearl's relationship with Steven. While she clearly loves Steven for who he is, her connection to him is inherently tied to her love for Rose. To some degree, Pearl sees Steven as the only part of Rose that she has left, and as such she uses his existence to provide her life with meaning, just as Rose's existence did all those years ago. And this shows that to some degree, Pearl is unable to just live for herself. Her love for Rose has hindered her ability to live for herself, as she spent thousands of years simply existing for Rose. With this realization, the music returns to the softer tone from the beginning of the song. The cycle continues as while Pearl clearly knows that she must move on, the memory of Rose doesn't seem to allow her to. And this is how the song ends, with Pearl once again obsessing over her feelings for Rose, at the same time actively throwing away the rose in her hand, once again showing that she knows she must move on, but simply cannot. Overall, this song is just a masterpiece. The shot composition, the colors, the instrumental, all come together to elevate the perfect vocals and lyrics. It's a song that's the definition of bittersweet, as we see Pearl reminisce on her time with Rose and how Rose gave her life meaning, while also facing the fact that those days are gone, and that she needs to find her own way in life, separate from Rose. And it's tragic to see that while Pearl understands this, she simply can't move on. She had based her whole existence on Rose's existence, and with Greg being chosen over herself, and with Rose long gone, Pearl clings to those fleeting memories. Just a tragic song that shows us how deep these feelings run in what probably is the most extensive look into Pearl's mind so far. It's an incredible song that makes this episode the perfect episode of television that it is, going at the top of the list without a doubt. Both of You works really well as a conclusion to the episode, not stealing the thunder of It's Over, Isn't It?, but rather supplementing the emotions of that song with a moment of healing between Pearl and Greg. This song is incredible in its own right, however, as the subject matter and deep symbolism makes this song such an interesting conclusion to the episode. The song starts with a plea from Steven, wishing these two people that he cares about would just try to talk things out. They are more similar than they think, both hurting in silence as the guilt and the pain of the situation haunts them to this day, and they give it a try sitting together and just talking about Rose, about what happened. The memory is still painful for both of them, Pearl losing the love of her life and Greg having to live with the guilt, but at the same time they're able to support each other here. Their love for Rose still stands strong, and this love ties them together, realizing that they're both just people missing the love of their lives. I really like how Steven's presence sort of disappears here as he's bathed in a pink light. While he's still present, it's clear that he's she's being used to represent his mother here. She sings of how they both love her and she loves both of them, and as such, they need not fight. Rather, they may be the only people on Earth that can understand each other. This message cuts through the tension between the two, and Pearl extends a hand, offering a dance. This is a genius moment, as earlier in the episode, Pearl had been the one to reject a dance with Greg. She was too hurt. Being with Greg brought back too many bad memories, but now, understanding that they may not be so different, Pearl extends the offer. She regrets pushing him away and asks for a chance to make things right, and so they dance, finally just being together and existing in each other's emotions. Overall, just another masterful sequence to come out of this episode. The music is slow and gentle, mirroring the unsure and delicate situation between Greg and Pearl. Soon, this evolves into a greater understanding between the two, as they realize that their love for Rose shouldn't be something that tears them apart. Rather, it's a chance for them to bond, to relate to each other over the complex feelings surrounding the person that meant so much to them. Aside from this, the visuals are just incredible, being gorgeous on the surface, but also having deeper implications for the keen-eyed viewer. Steven's voice is at its best here too, really setting the gentle and considerate feeling of the scene, embodying all of the things that we've been told about Rose thus far. Once again, just absolutely perfect, and would be the best song in any other series. Here, however, there are just so many perfect songs that this one places just below something entirely new, but above Be Wherever You Are. Not an overly complicated episode, but just a nice bonding moment with Peridot. I've talked about it before, but Peridot is quickly becoming one of my favorite characters. She's an interesting mix between the ideology of the crystal gems and some of the ideologies of the diamonds, and it makes for a really nuanced character. Aside from that, I like how logical she is. She approaches everything in a way that makes sense to her, and it makes her a good fish out of water character. You get to see her slowly come to understand the world around her, and it's really entertaining getting to see her thought process at work. Overall, she's just a really fun character to have around. She's funny, and I like how much she's come to admire the crystal gems. Instead of wanting to be acknowledged by the diamonds, now she wants the crystal gems to acknowledge her, and she already has their respect, and it's interesting to see her slowly realize that. On Earth, she is treated as an equal and doesn't have to keep proving herself to be respected. She just needs to be who she is because that's the Peridot that everyone likes. It's nice seeing her slowly free herself from the hierarchy that used to control her every move. She is finally starting to see past that and realizes that just as others have their value, she has an inherent value as well. This episode is a prime example of that, as Peridot feels inferior because she can't shapeshift. We actually get a bit of world building here that I really like. Homeworld is running out of materials, and as such, new gems like Peridot aren't as advanced as older gems. This is why Peridot was using so much technology to modify her body. Homeworld just simply doesn't have the ability to make gems like they used to. I like this because it shows the significance of Earth to Homeworld. Had their plans with Earth been successful, they would have far more materials, thus being able to make better gems. But this just goes to show how much Homeworld is hurting from their failure on Earth. Just puts into context why they're fighting so hard for Earth, and I think it's interesting. Aside from that, the idea that in some ways Peridot is physically weaker is really interesting. It feeds into a lot of self-consciousness for her, and it's sad to see her admitting that she's just not as good as other gems. It's funny that Amethyst of all people is the one who talks her up here. She tells Peridot that that doesn't matter, that those things don't matter because Peridot being herself is the most valuable thing she has. Peridot doesn't listen, however, lost in the logical conclusion that she is inferior. Amethyst gets frustrated and throws Peridot's tablet out to the ocean, and this is where we get our first look at Peridot's new power. Peridot can move things with her mind, a trait that no other gems seem to have. This just feeds into the idea that everyone has their value, and I think it works well in that context. Overall, while I might be biased because I really like Peridot, this episode really explores her as a character in an interesting way. It acts like a check-in to see how far she's come on her journey to become a crystal gem. A really good episode, near the top of the list. Another Lars episode, and big surprise, it's absolute shit. For starters, the episode itself is just really uncomfortable, and just really sad in general. Steven somehow wakes up in Lars's body, and spends the rest of his day trying to fix Lars's relationships. Right off the bat, this is a bad look for Steven. To fully just take control of someone, and then to make changes to their life without their permission, is crossing some crazy lines. I think this peaks with him telling Sadie that he loves her, trying to rekindle their relationship. It's a move that shows how little Steven really knows about their relationship, and while his intentions are good, I hate this weird insistence on them being in love. It's weird because Steven has seen firsthand how toxic Sadie and Lars's relationship is in episodes featuring them in the past, but here it feels like he disregards this in favor of how he thinks their relationship should be. This could be an interesting look into how Steven's approach to helping people isn't always right. While he wants to help and to fix all the problems in Lars's life, cases like this really are none of his business. But instead, this episode is used more just to show how badly Lars has damaged his relationship with Sadie. Steven saying that he loves Sadie isn't used to show the moral dilemma of the situation, but rather shows how Lars has damaged his relationship to a point where Sadie doesn't even believe him when he says something like this. This moment isn't used to show Steven that what he's doing is wrong, but rather to show us that Lars has been so emotionally manipulative that Sadie can't even believe it when he says I love you anymore. It's just really strange because what Steven's doing here is really immoral in my eyes, but he never gets punished for it. The situation is just used as a tool to expose how awful Lars is, which is fine, but also leaves us confused on how we're supposed to feel about Steven invading Lars's body. Aside from that, Lars is painted to be such an asshole here. As stated before, he's hurt Sadie so bad that she can't even tell when he's being honest anymore. She's been manipulated so many times that she always has her guard up around Lars. She knows that if she falls for his words again, she'll just get hurt again. To make matters worse, there's a moment near the end of the episode where Sadie finds out that Steven is in Lars's body. The only reason she believes this is because Steven says sorry, something that Lars would never say. It's just miserable to see Sadie in this state as we learn even more ways that Lars is a complete asshole. The idea that the series is still pushing their relationship by the end of the episode is astounding to me. The episode basically ends with everyone who's interacted with Steven's version of Lars liking that version of him better, and honestly, rightfully so. For once, he wasn't actually an asshole. But then, Sadie says that she likes the real Lars, leaving us with crazy mixed messages. Is this to say that Lars doesn't have to change? That Lars is good enough as he is? Because that is not true at all. All episode, we've seen the scars of his emotional manipulation towards Sadie. And if that's not enough, he's a prick to his parents too, who are simply asking too much when they say that he maybe shouldn't be getting all F's in school. This episode does nothing for me except prove exactly why Lars needs to change. And yet, despite how blatantly awful he is, the show paints him as misunderstood and simply just needing another chance in the form of Sadie. Just an absolutely miserable episode. Somehow I hate Lars even more now, and genuinely feel sorry that a likable character like Sadie has to suffer because of him. I've said it before, but if they keep pushing the Lars and Sadie plot, I won't be expecting too much. A terrible episode, near the bottom of the list. A Stevani episode. I was really hoping they wouldn't bring them up again. Steven and Connie bump into a guy named Kevin, the same guy that was creepy to them when they first fused. He is a complete asshole, and to get back at him, they fuse and race him. This episode really misses the mark on what was so bad about the first Stevani episode. The whole episode is focused around Stevani's anger at Kevin because of how he made them feel uncomfortable when they first met, and it's clear that he hasn't learned anything. He's still incredibly entitled and seemingly has no remorse for the events of that night. This makes Stevani even more angry. They're hurt by his past actions, and now to see him having not changed at all just adds to that anger. But the way that they resolve this is really strange. Instead of Kevin getting any sort of punishment, he's allowed to stay the same. Instead, it's on Stevani to move on and to forget about it. It's just really strange. This guy who was aggressively flirtatious to Stevani, even when they clearly said no, is allowed to stay the same. This episode just accepts that he will never change and lets him exist in the world, bound to do the same thing to some other unsuspecting person. I see the message they were trying to go for, but it just doesn't work in this context. The idea that people that really upset you just aren't worth your time and that moving on is the best course of action is a fine message. That changes a bit, however, with the nature of Kevin's actions. The idea that he might pressure someone in this way again in the future is just an awful thought. But once again, according to the episode, there's nothing to be done about this. So the episode just focuses on Stevani realizing that they can't let their emotions be controlled by him. At the end of the day, I guess I just dislike how lightly his actions are taken here. His behavior is genuinely disgusting, but the responsibility is put on Stevani to change and move on. I feel like this is one of the few problems with Steven Universe as a whole. They just sometimes don't seem to fully grasp the severity of their characters' actions. Take Pearl tricking Garnet to fuse, for example. In the context of fusion provided to us by the show, Pearl tricking Garnet into fusing could be taken as Pearl tricking her into something sexual, or at the very least an intimate relationship. This is a disgusting thing to do, but the show doesn't treat it that way. They instead run with this more basic idea of broken trust, taking emphasis off the event itself, but instead focusing on what it represented in their relationship. Pearl did something bad and Garnet doesn't trust her anymore, but this does nothing to address the actual something bad that Pearl did. I don't know, this is just a consistent part of the show that has really bothered me for a while, and seeing it in action here helped me put into words exactly what bothered me about these conflicts. It's just hard to pretend that what Pearl did, or in this case what Kevin did, isn't that bad when it really is. This episode falls into that trap, and it's just really hard to watch as the victims are made to make up for Kevin's actions. A really rough episode, near the bottom of the list. I have nothing to say about this one, except it might be the most unremarkable episode yet. Literally just fine. It's just a classic boring filler episode with random beach city citizen, but it's not even that bad here. It's just perfectly nothing, not offensively bad, but by no means good. While the main plot of the episode is pretty boring, it's sprinkled in with a lot of good jokes, and it definitely helps that the beach city kids are actually fairly likable, aside from Ronaldo, but they make fun of him for most of the episode, so it's alright. Aside from this, I think it's cute when the Crystal Gems run the restaurant with Steven, and I liked it when Ronaldo got his heart broken. But other than that, this episode is literally not worth mentioning. Nothing really happens here. The most forgettable episode of all time, going near the bottom of the list. Another fine filler episode, but also just kind of a weird one. The episode focuses on the twins from the pizza shop. It's mostly just about not letting people step all over you and learning to say no, but the way that they deliver this is just so weird. Somehow, Steven's able to enter this girl's dreams, and together they fight her inner demons. It's just really weird. This whole dream thing just comes out of nowhere, and ultimately, it's just a really roundabout way to solve a really basic issue. issue. By the end, it's clear that her sister isn't even mad about it, so all she had to do was just talk to her, sorta defeating the purpose of the dream stuff. But that's not the biggest issue with the episode. The episode just doesn't really feel like a Steven Universe episode. The dream powers aren't even explained as some sort of gem power. It just happens, and it's really nothing that interesting. My only thought is that they really didn't want to put time into explaining it, as it's probably something that just exists specifically for this episode alone. As a result, the whole idea just feels really underbaked in general, and its inclusion in this episode just feels really awkward. It's still a fine episode though. The twins are likable enough that it isn't completely agonizing to watch like most filler. All in all, a fine episode, near the bottom of the list. Also, Evangelion reference, which was kind of funny. A sequel to Monster Buddies, I was expecting a pretty unremarkable episode, but instead, we're given a really interesting and tragic episode. Steven gets his healing spit back and decides to try and heal some of the gem monsters in the bubble room. He starts with the one that he made friends with in Monster Buddies, and is able to heal her to a somewhat complete form. This episode is pretty brutal, honestly. We get a further explanation as to what the gem monsters are. They are different from a gem that is just shattered in the fact that this isn't a physical death. Gem corruption, as they call it, destroys the mind of a gem, causing them to form into a terrible monster. This is true of all of the gem monsters that the main cast has fought up till now. They're gems who are simply too far gone to be saved. It's revealed that this is caused directly by some power of the diamonds, further cementing just how evil they are. As we saw in Same Old World, the war for Earth would begin turning in the favor of the crystal gems. Seeing this, the diamonds would give the order to retreat. This corrupted gem was one of the homeworld soldiers on the ground when the order was sent out. Except in the chaos, she wasn't able to get back to her ship, and all she could do was watch in horror as a beam of light shot down from space, engulfing the Earth. While this was hinted at in Same Old World, it's confirmed here that this light was caused by the diamonds. In a last-ditch effort to get rid of the crystal gems, they retreated their people and used their powers to corrupt any remaining gems on Earth. This is clearly the nuclear option and shows just how far they're willing to go to win. They didn't even account for the homeworld gems who still may be on the ground, and instead decided to cut their losses in the hopes of doing damage to the crystal gems. This is the story of the gem monster that Steven tries to save, making her into a monster with no self-control. The damage is so deep that Steven's healing can't fully reverse its effects. The best he can do is give her a brief moment of control, and it ends up being more painful than anything. With clarity returning to her for a moment, she realizes just how dire her situation is. Her body is incomplete and out of her control, and her mind is foggy. She's stuck in a body that isn't hers anymore, one that's been taken over by the corruption. Her being conscious does little more than allow her to realize the horror of her situation. She tries to talk but isn't able to. She tries to run, to use Gemtech to go somewhere far away, but being as corrupted as she is, the Gemtech doesn't even recognize her. As far as her body goes, she is no longer the gem that she once was, and yet for a brief moment, her mind is still intact. The ending is really bittersweet here, but goes to show just how brutal corruption is. With no way to fully heal her, Steven realizes how cruel it is to have her exist in this form. In an act of mercy, he lets her return to her corrupted form, as she accepts that while she may never be conscious again, at least she won't have to hurt any longer. Just a really depressing episode overall. It works really well to show just how ruthless the diamonds are. While only a few seasons are left, I imagine that we'll be seeing more about how evil the diamonds are as we approach a final confrontation with them. As for the rest of the episode, I really like how it makes Steven question his morals a little bit. Once again, his resolve to save everyone sometimes isn't that simple. This is a perfect case of that, where Steven has to accept that nothing can be done. The best he can do is to fight the thing that allowed allowed this to happen in the first place in the hopes that it will never happen again. Very interesting stuff, and once again just makes Steven look at the world in a slightly different lens. A really good episode, near the top of the list. A good episode, but a little rushed. Lapis has yet to fully get used to her life on Earth, as her time fused with Jasper continues to haunt her. Steven takes her on a boat trip to try and help her move on. I think the main issue with this episode is pacing. About 70% of the episode is spent showing how Lapis is unable to move on. Her time with Jasper weighs too heavily on her, and the trauma still very much affects her. This is important context for the rest of the episode, but it takes up a little too much time. We already know about most of this from past Lapis episodes, that she hasn't fully moved on. But despite this, the episode insists on reiterating these points for most of the runtime. This means that the new developments introduced in this episode don't get very much screen time, and it's a shame because the new stuff here is really interesting. Jasper catches the party and begs Lapis to fuse with her again. Despite her better judgment, Lapis is tempted to agree. She admits that she misses their time fused together in some twisted way. She feels like she deserved that fate for her past actions, and in a weird way missed that feeling of mutual suffering. Despite how awful their time together was, she'd been stuck for so long that she got used to it, and she came to find a strange sense of comfort in being with Jasper. She feels lost without her, and that makes her vulnerable to Jasper's manipulation. Jasper promises that it'll be different this time, and argues that no one understands Lapis like she does, that only she can handle Lapis's emotions. She plays into every insecurity of Lapis's in an attempt to win her over. It's clear what they're going for here. It's a representation of an abusive relationship as told through the lens of fusion, an exploration of what happens when a relationship or a fusion exists without true love. Sure, Lapis and Jasper are tied together, but not for any meaningful reason. They're together because of circumstance, because of their insecurities, and because of their own selfishness. They wallow in their sadness together, never trying to fix their problems, but rather letting themselves be consumed by them. It's a relationship that cultivates the bad traits in both parties, one that doesn't aim to grow together, but rather to drag each other down. And that's why Jasper desperately wants Lapis back. Lapis has almost escaped from the negativity of their relationship, leaving Jasper to suffer alone. This scares Jasper, and so she tries to drag Lapis down once again. With the help of her friends, however, Lapis is able to break out of this despair. She refuses to go back. Despite how easy it would be to fall back into despair together, Lapis knows that this isn't true happiness, that the relationship that they share isn't a healthy one, that Jasper is only in it for her own gain, to make someone suffer with her. It's because of Lapis's support system in Steven and the gems that she's able to deny Jasper and choose to move on and grow as a person. While on paper this sounds really good, once again so little time is spent on it, and it leads this episode to feel like it's rushing through this idea. Lapis goes from wanting to go back to Jasper to them rejecting Jasper in a matter of minutes, and it just kills some of the tension. Overall, while this episode is definitely really good, it just places a little lower than it would have otherwise. Still though, it's definitely got its moments, and it's a great episode nonetheless, going near the top of the list. Not a super deep episode, but a really fun one. Greg tells Steven about how he came to work at the car wash. It's not really about this though, and is more about just a day in the life of young Greg. As always, it's just really fun to see how life was before Steven. Episodes like this give us interesting context for the things going on in current day, and I just really enjoy this method of world building, even if it's just used for something small, like in this case for deepening a side character. This episode in particular explores Vidalia, Sour Cream, and Onion's mom. Her relationship with Greg is just really fun, coming off as childhood friends. Their banter is really fun to listen to, and there's just a warm vibe about their interactions. They're both young adults trying to get their lives together, and it's interesting to see the subtle effect that she has on Greg's growth in this episode. This is where Rose comes in, and I'm a bit torn on her depiction here because it leaves you really confused. Starting with the good, her speech about humans is really interesting. She explains that gems are born to serve a certain task and spend their whole lives working to achieve that task. They have no say in the matter, and their path is set in stone from birth. But humans have a power that gems never could. A person is not born with a predetermined future. Humans have the power to grow, to change. A person isn't born with a purpose, but is rather tasked with finding a purpose of their own. It's a very optimistic idea that's very empowering. It's an idea that says your fate is in your hands and that a path to happiness will always exist so long as you're willing to change. Beyond the overall message here, this comment also further gives insight into Rose's perception of humans. She sees infinite potential in them and is captivated by this power. This is part of why she loves Greg, as he's a person who lives his life precisely how he wants to. He is the ultimate example of someone who's taking control of their fate. But at the same time, Greg faces the fact that he's stopped growing, that he's become somewhat complacent in staying the same. He realizes that by staying the same, he's stopped working towards the change that he wants to see in his life. In a small step towards a bigger change, Greg takes on some responsibility and gets a job. All of this is really interesting to me, and I love how the episode handles it. I love when the show highlights just how amazing people can be. Rose's appreciation for things that seem trivial to us is just really refreshing, as it makes you think deeply about just how incredible the things that you take for granted really are. Speaking of the negatives, however, Rose is really neglectful here. She almost lets a baby get killed and doesn't really do much to make up for it. She just pulls the I'm an alien card and doesn't really seem to understand what she did wrong, despite knowing how fragile humans can be. By far the weirdest characterization of Rose yet, just feels really poorly thought out and realistically probably only exists to push the plot of this particular episode. Overall though, a fine episode, near the middle of the list. This episode also has a song in it, in I Think I Need a Little Change. One of the best Greg songs so far. Despite Greg's voice usually hindering a song, his vocals fit really well here, finally giving us a song that feels tailor-made for his vocal range. On top of this, I really like the lyrics here, describing his love for Rose while also facing the reality that Greg needs to do something with his life. Despite wanting to spend all his days admiring Rose, it unfortunately doesn't pay, and as such he recognizes that he needs a little change in his life. Overall, this song just has the fun and upbeat instrumental of Greg's other songs, but at the same time it's matched by Greg's vocals for once. On top of this, the lyrics are sweet but also multifaceted, as they describe his everyday with Rose, but at the same time his need to find his own purpose in life as well. He realizes that no matter how much he loves Rose, he needs to live a life of his own as well, to find his own purpose on top of the purpose that Rose's existence grants to him. In this sense, it's interesting to see how this realization from Greg contrasts with Pearl's love for Rose. As we see in Mr. Greg, Pearl never came to the realization that she needs a life separate from Rose, and this resulted in her being completely lost after her death. Just an interesting parallel to be drawn between the two, further showing us how the two of them dealt with their relationship with Rose in different ways. A great song, going just above Giant Woman, but below Tower of Mistakes. A pretty unremarkable episode, but I like it. Pearl and Steven take Connie on her first mission to hunt down a corrupted gem. The episode is just a standard mission, but this time with Connie. She's a really nice character to have around, and seeing her relationship with Steven is always nice. It's also nice to see the mentor relationship that she has with Pearl. Though this episode is a lot like the mission episodes from the first season, it's a nice breath of fresh air here. It's been a while since we had a low-stakes gem-related mission, and it's nice to see that they can still take that idea and make a really fun episode out of it. Despite this, it is very much a Season 3 episode, with past events having a lot of impact here. We see subtle hints of Steven's trauma related to corrupted gems. He still doesn't know how to help gems that have been damaged that badly, and it clearly weighs on him. Aside from this, the ending of the episode is really interesting too. It turns out that Jasper has been out in the woods collecting corrupted gems for some reason. I like how menacing she is here, showing that despite being beaten down during her time on Earth, she still is very much a threat. Excited to see where they take this, as the episode does a good job of getting you interested. As a whole, a fun episode with some good moments. Nothing amazing, but good for sure. Near the middle of the list. With the last episode focusing on Steven, Connie, and Pearl, this one takes that dynamic and replaces Pearl with Amethyst. The episode is mostly spent training with Amethyst, or a lack thereof, as Amethyst doesn't really believe in training. She believes that when the time comes, your body will simply know what to do. I'm not gonna lie, I think this is kinda stupid. Connie and Steven are getting ready to risk their lives fighting gem monsters, and literally the only thing that Amethyst can conjure up is this piece of advice. While it's very much in character, it's just really annoying. Everyone else is genuinely trying to help Steven and Connie become their strongest selves, and yet this is the best that Amethyst can offer. She doesn't even seem that interested in helping at all, just more annoyed than anything. This becomes even funnier later, as it's directly proven that what little advice she does give doesn't even work. Jasper shows up, revealing that she's been collecting corrupted gems to build her own army of gem monsters, and she challenges Steven. And then Amethyst gets poofed, further showing just how stupid her advice had been, as it doesn't even work for her. Steven and Connie, however, having undergone all of their training with the other gems, are able to take down Jasper together. This ends up leading to the most predictable ending ever, where Amethyst is sad because they didn't need her, once again showcasing her issues with her self-value. I don't know, Amethyst's arc here just feels so pointless. Amethyst loses because of her lack of seriousness, and then it becomes an issue of self-value again, even though we've had past episodes where she seems to be growing past this. It just feels like Amethyst's character never changes, and it gets harder and harder to sympathize with her as she has less and less reason to be thinking this way. That being said, I really like the use of Jasper here. Jasper is a quartz just like Amethyst, but a perfect one. Jasper is the spitting image of what a quartz is supposed to be, and as a result acts as a visual signifier of all the things that Amethyst is not. And this makes the beatdown that Amethyst receives all that more devastating, as she loses to this person who she sees as physically superior in every single way. As interesting as this is, however, I think this whole thing with Amethyst not taking the fighting seriously really does muddle this message. As a result, this just ends up being one really good moment in an otherwise sort of annoying episode where we just see Amethyst almost trying to sully her potential. Overall, while a fine episode, I just can't in good faith put it much higher for how much of the episode is just kind of stupid and treads ground that we've already tread. A fine episode near the middle of the list. Another episode focused around Amethyst, but probably the best one so far. Coming off of the first episode, Amethyst is jealous of Steven. He was able to defeat Jasper and she wasn't. And if Steven is stronger than her, that makes Amethyst the weakest crystal gem. Predictably, this feeds into her self-hatred and just further fuels her jealousy. At the same time, it's really interesting to see the subtle growth in Amethyst here. In earlier seasons, Amethyst would take out her frustration on the people around her, but here she's much more calm. She instead spends a lot of her time just thinking, reflecting on herself. It seems that she's starting to grasp the root of her issue, an internal feeling of not being good enough, and she knows that that's something she needs to solve herself. No amount of lashing out will do any good. While this doesn't sound like a big step, it's a big step for Amethyst, and it's nice seeing her change change in this way. Despite this, however, what she's doing is really unfair to Steven. He's worked so hard to be able to fight with the gems, and when he finally gets to the point where he can do that, he's met with Amethyst's jealousy. I like how he confronts her here. He tries to comfort her, but as she keeps shutting him out, he realizes just how unfair she's being to him. Amethyst isn't able to be happy for Steven, and as she's one of the people that he looked up to, it's subtly heartbreaking. And I think Amethyst understands this, suddenly shifting gears and demeaning herself to prop Steven up. It's clear through her actions here that she's proud of Steven, and she wants him to know how amazing he is, but her personal issues get in the way. I think the last part of the episode wraps this up wonderfully too. Instead of fighting to see who's strongest, the two fight to prove that they're weaker than the other. It's really sweet seeing the two fight while trying to prop each other up. It's a scene where Amethyst and Steven are able to communicate their care for each other through their actions. This is further shown with how they save each other during the fight. They don't really want to hurt each other, but it's the only way Amethyst knows to get her feelings out. By the end, they both draw, and it leads to my favorite part of the episode. Amethyst finally talks about everything, how she's a mistake, a gem that wasn't formed properly, how she'll never live up to what was expected of her, and because of this, she suffers alone, never feeling good enough and watching as the people around her grow stronger. But that's when Steven interjects. He gets the feeling. He is not his mom, but he still carries her responsibilities. Everyone expects that he'll be as great as her, and it's a lot to ask of Steven. He often doesn't feel good enough, but there's one key difference between him and Amethyst. Steven kept trying. When he couldn't control his powers, he kept training, and it's only because of all his work that he's able to be proud of himself now. He's experienced exactly what Amethyst has, but instead of suffering with it, he chose to grow from it. Just a really nice ending to the episode. I like seeing Amethyst and Steven really connect on something here. As a result, Amethyst realizes that she doesn't have to suffer alone, that she has people who understand and really do care. It's a really sweet end for the episode, and I hope it results in some permanent development for Amethyst. All in all, a really good episode, near the top of the list. The first 20-minute long episode, and easily one of the best in the series. Steven finds a gem inside Lion's mane. That gem is bismuth. Bismuth turns out to be one of the original crystal gems, fighting for Earth even before Amethyst joined the fight. This makes for a very interesting reunion with the crystal gems. We see just how close bismuth is with Garnet and Pearl. They act so naturally around each other, and you can really see that they have a close bond. The first part of the episode really is just a slice of life, giving us some time to warm up to bismuth and get to know her. It's obvious that she really cares about the crystal gems and wants nothing more than to be able to live peacefully on Earth. She encapsulates all of the key values that the crystal gems hold, but something's slightly off with her. Her hatred for Homeworld is visceral. She can't stand the thought of the diamonds, and finding out that they wiped out a majority of the original crystal gems just further fuels her rage. This feeds into her very militaristic approach to solving the conflict. Just days after her 5,000-year absence, she's already talking about taking the fight to Homeworld and destroying them once and for all. She's very eager to destroy Homeworld, and it seems like she's willing to do whatever it takes to do so. There's an uneasy feeling around bismuth, and this feeds wonderfully into the second half of the episode. The second half of the episode explores why bismuth was bubbled in Lion's mane. With the first half of the episode, bismuth proves to be, for the most part, a trustworthy character. While she may be a little intense in her hatred for Homeworld, the crystal gems do ultimately want to defeat Homeworld after all. And what's more is Garnet and Pearl clearly trust her, so Steven doesn't hesitate when she offers to make him a new weapon. He follows her to her weapon forge, buried buried deep in a mountainside. There, in a secret room, she introduces Steven to her new weapon, the Breaking Point, a weapon specifically designed to shatter gems, a weapon that can destroy a gem completely, essentially killing them. Bismuth sees this as the perfect weapon. It destroys gems with ease and permanently renders the opponent out of commission. Realistically, it would be a huge asset on the battlefield, but this isn't how the crystal gems work. Steven has dealt in poofing gems before, but shattering is a whole other thing. To fully destroy a gem feels too brutal for Steven, and he begs Bismuth to destroy the weapon. But Bismuth doesn't see Steven anymore. She instead sees Rose. She starts talking about how it was just like last time, how Rose never accepted the weapon the first time either. She blames Rose for the loss of her friends. If only Rose had allowed the use of this weapon, they may still be here. She believes that in this way, Rose chose to protect the homeworld gems over protecting her own, and this ignites a rage in Bismuth. Her logic is really interesting here. I love how everything she does is ultimately for the good of the crystal gems. She truly believes that violence is the only way to protect her friends, and the breaking point is the culmination of that belief. And when Rose and now Steven reject this weapon, she sees it as a direct refusal to protect the crystal gems. Her interaction with Steven is extra interesting because of Rose's past actions. Upon having her weapon rejected, Bismuth attacked Rose. She saw her as a hindrance to the war effort and sought to remove her so she may implement her own tactics. But this leads to her being poofed by Rose, with Rose never choosing to tell anyone about what happened to Bismuth. It's a tragic story. Bismuth was simply fighting for what she believed was right and clearly took it too far. This put Rose into a position where she had to fight back, and it resulted in the poofing of an ally. On top of this, she had to make the hard decision to seal her comrade away, as she had become too dangerous in her eyes. It's a really tough situation because both sides are equal parts right and wrong. Bismuth took her good intentions too far, and Rose essentially chose to cover up the murder of her friend to maintain the peace. This situation culminates in her distrust in Steven, and she once again attacks. Steven ultimately wins the fight and is forced to make the same choice that his mother did. He poofs her, but promises her one thing. He will tell everyone what happened. There will be no more lies, and he will not make the same mistake that his mother made all those years ago. And that's when Bismuth finally realizes, but all too late, this is not Rose. This is someone entirely different. This last scene is so masterfully done. It's so clever how the parallels being drawn between Rose and Steven are finally shattered as Steven's actions display how he's his own person. He shows in this moment that he can live up to his mother and be even better than she ever was. He can fix her mistakes. He can do better. It's such a huge moment for him. He actively makes the decision that his mother couldn't. The final scene is really well done. It's a quiet scene where Steven tells the gems what happened. There's a quiet moment of understanding between Steven and the gems. It was hard, but he did the right thing, and what happened was nobody's fault. Just the result of a misguided gem who wanted to do what was right, but didn't know how. Overall, this episode masterfully juggles some really interesting concepts. Bismuth's ideals and the further differentiation of Steven from Rose is really compelling, and the way that those two concepts collide is absolutely incredible. One of the best episodes so far, near the top of the list. Amethyst is back to being her insecure self and wants to prove that she's strong by defeating Jasper. Steven takes her to see Peridot and Lapis in hopes of getting her mind off of things. The first part of this episode is really fun. We get to spend some time with Peridot and Lapis, who finally seem to be comfortable living with each other. It's really nice seeing how they live their day to day and the little habits they've formed living together. On top of this, Peridot is always just wonderful to have around, ground, and lapis is pretty solid here too. Returning to the barn has a greater purpose, however, as Peridot tries to cheer Amethyst up. Peridot mentions that Jasper is from a kindergarten just like Amethyst, but a less successful one that was made in response to the growing need for soldiers during the War for Earth. As a result, this kindergarten was rushed, leading to most of the resulting gems to be defective. She suggests that they check it out, hoping to show Amethyst that Jasper is a lesser gem. But upon arriving at the kindergarten, among a sea of defective gems is evidence of a single perfect gem, one that was able to thrive despite the poor conditions of the kindergarten, one who was able to become the perfect soldier. That's when Jasper emerges. I love how menacing this makes Jasper. The idea that despite all the odds being against her, Jasper was able to form into the perfect gem soldier. It's a testament to her sheer determination and overwhelming power. She was dealt a terrible hand but persisted anyway. This makes Amethyst feel more pathetic than ever. She came from a better kindergarten, was given all of the tools to be a great soldier, but despite all of that, came out defective. Her hatred for Jasper is made even stronger here, and now she's fully convinced that defeating Jasper is the only way to prove herself. She squares up with Jasper, telling Steven to stand back. Overall, a pretty good episode. It sets up a really interesting conclusion in the next episode, and also just works to make Jasper all the more menacing. I'm pretty sold on Amethyst's struggles here too. She's falling back into her insecurity, but this time it doesn't feel like we're treading the same ground. It feels like she finally wants to put an end to this, and fighting Jasper is the only way she knows how. I'm excited to see how this pans out for her, and I hope that we can finally put her arc to rest here. A great episode, but feels like the setup to an even greater one, near the top of the list. A lot of growth for all of the characters in this one, and a good ending to Amethyst's arc. Picking up right where the last episode left off, Amethyst challenges Jasper. She makes the first attack, and it seems like things are going well, but no matter how many times Amethyst hits her, Jasper just stands there. She's unfazed by her attacks, and doesn't even feel threatened enough to fight back. After countless attacks, it becomes clear to Amethyst that this isn't a fight that she can win. Jasper was simply born better, and all Amethyst is a defect. The outcome of the fight was determined from the day that they were both born, and this makes Amethyst feel helpless. But Steven is tired of Amethyst comparing herself to Jasper. He tells her that she's nothing like Jasper because she's like him. He understands what it feels like to compare oneself to someone else. He spent most of his life trying to be his mother, but he's ultimately learned that it's an unachievable goal because he isn't his mother. It feels horrible to live in someone else's shadow, and Steven knows that all too well. While he doesn't have all the answers for Amethyst, he assures her that he is there for her. He wants to work through this with her, and they find common ground in their feelings of inferiority and their want to change. It's a really interesting moment that shows us what makes this relationship between Steven and Amethyst so special. It's always been clear what relationship the other gems have with Steven, but it's been a little less obvious with Amethyst. While obviously a mentor and an inspiration to Steven, Amethyst also displays a level of immaturity that sort of puts her at the same level as Steven. They're both crystal gems trying to figure out what purpose they serve, while wrestling with their shortcomings and insecurities. And here it becomes obvious how this factors into their relationship. It's less of a mentor relationship like with Garnet and Pearl, and more mutual. They're two people that are still walking the path to their true selves, and with that comes an understanding of each other that the other gems just don't have. I really like how special this makes their relationship feel. Only they can understand each other in this way because it's an experience that only they have lived through. This fixes a lot of issues that I've had with Amethyst leading up to this point. Before this, she didn't didn't fit into the crystal gems as well as the other members. While everyone else had a clear role in Steven's life, his relationship with Amethyst wasn't as well defined. This episode works to finally determine their relationship, and they do it in a way that I find really compelling. And it's this relationship that is able to defeat Jasper, with Amethyst and Steven fusing into smoky quartz. This goes to show just how strong Steven and Amethyst can be when they're together, despite supposedly being defective or not good enough. The episode ends with corruption taking over Jasper's body. Steven tries to heal her, but she refuses, with her rage spilling over. And just as she's about to be poofed, she mentions a diamond that we've never heard of yet. Pink diamond. The foreshadowing here is wonderful, and it really sets the stage for the future of the show. Overall, this episode is absolutely wonderful. It fixes a lot of my issues with Amethyst, while also still focusing on the plot at hand and giving us some closure with Jasper. Just a really good balance of a lot of really interesting ideas in this episode, and it makes for a very dense but well thought out episode, near the top of the list. The Ruby soldiers are back and still looking for Jasper. Amethyst shapeshifts into Jasper to trick them. For the most part, this episode is pretty basic. It's basically the Rubies being too stupid to realize that this isn't actually Jasper, and instead going along with whatever she says. While it makes for some funny moments, and I like the stuff with the crystal gems here, it just feels like it drops a lot of the tension from the last few episodes. That being said, this episode does have a genuinely great moment. In hopes of contacting the diamonds, the Rubies take the crystal gems back to the moon base from It Could Have Been Great. Here, we finally get to see the full mural painted on the wall of the base. The image of a fourth diamond is sprawled across the wall. The image of pink diamonds. Up until this point in the series, we've seen several references to a possible pink diamond. The biggest giveaway is the diamond's crest, which literally shows 4 different colors of the diamonds, with an interesting note being that the updated crest plastered on Peridot's ship doesn't include pink diamonds. This episode confirms her existence as Pink Diamond, and we get an explanation here, as just as we hear of her existence, we also hear of her demise. Earth was a colony run by Pink Diamond. She was tasked with the creation of kindergartens and the priming of Earth for gem inhabitants. That's when the Resistance Army interfered, fighting Pink Diamond and her army in the hopes of protecting Earth. In the process, Pink Diamond was shattered by Rose Quartz to finally end the war. This is a huge shock to Steven. All this time, he believed that his mother was above shattering other gems. As recently as Bismuth, we see Steven talking about how shattering isn't right, no matter who you're fighting. It's a belief that he holds strongly, and one that he thought his mother shared. But that idea falls apart, as it's revealed that the only reason the war ended was because Rose did end up resorting to shattering. The crystal gems are shocked to hear this too. While they clearly knew about this, having been there, it's obvious that it's a traumatic moment for them. It's the moment when the war ended, but at the cost of their morals. I think Pearl's reaction is the most interesting, however. She reacts very differently from the other gems, fully paralyzed by the mention of the shattering. Being Rose's closest confidant, it wouldn't be surprising if she knew something that the other gems didn't. While this is just speculation at this point, I think the subtlety of the reactions to Pink's shattering paint a very interesting picture of what happened that day. Aside from this, the rest of the episode is just fine, and it ends with Steven getting sucked into space, setting us up for the last episode of the season. A good episode with a great moment tucked in the middle, near the top of the list. Another finale that sort of subverts what we've come to expect from the last episode of a given season. After the events of the last episode, Steven finds himself lost in space with only a bubble to protect himself, with him and a Ruby named Eyeball who slowly reveals her hatred for Rose. This is a very quiet episode. It doesn't have the explosive heights of a finale like the one from season 1, but instead chooses to take it slow. We spend most of the episode just drifting through through space, taking in the atmosphere. It's a nice moment of peace that lets us digest the reveal of last episode. On top of this, the visuals here are just breathtaking, and shows just how small Steven is in the infinite expanse of space. Despite the implications of last episode's reveal, for a moment, the vastness of space makes all of the problems he's facing feel small as well. Out here, there is no fighting, there is no war. In a way, this drift away from all of Steven's problems feels freeing, but to escape everything is not so simple. Eyeball's devotion to the diamonds is still very much present, and it manifests in a hatred for Rose, the gem who shattered a diamond. As a result, even out in the middle of nowhere, Steven is forced to face his problems once again. Eyeball attacks Steven, hoping to avenge Pink Diamond, and ultimately, Steven is forced to send Eyeball drifting into space, and the episode just leaves Steven there for a while, drifting through space, now all alone with nothing but his thoughts and the weight of his decisions to keep him company. He's in the same situation as he was at the start of the episode, but now he's been forced to confront all of his issues once again. The episode does end on a sweet note, however, with the crystal gems reuniting with Steven. It's a really warm scene that shows that even in the midst of this earth-shattering reveal, there can be moments of calm with the people that he loves. And while the future may be uncertain, at least they can face it together. Overall, this episode conveys so much with so little dialogue. It's an episode that opts to show rather than tell, and it results in a really engaging episode that reflects Steven's mind frame after the reveal. A really good episode and an interesting way to end off the season, near the top of the list. Overall, this season does so many things right. We get so much incredible character development here for all of the gems, and it finally feels like we've reached the natural end of some of their arcs. Topics like Pearl's love for Rose and Amethyst's insecurities are tackled in such great ways in this season, and it results in some really satisfying conclusions for those characters. Not to mention the episodes surrounding these topics are just amazing. Mr. Greg is easily one of the most incredible episodes of the show as a whole, and just really gives us an emotional experience complemented by some amazing music and visuals. While I still believe that season 2 as a whole is a bit stronger, it's definitely close. One thing that is true about this season is that it's very filler heavy, and that sort of works to take down its quality as a whole season. However, when it decides to, the season hits some of the most impactful episodes of the show so far, and I think the best episode of this season might just overtake the best episode of season 2. Overall, just another home run for the show, and only beat by season 2 because it's slightly more consistent. Starting off season 4 with a really light-hearted episode. The gems go to bubble all of the corrupted gems that Jasper had collected. Steven and Peridot team up to try and catch a particularly tricky gem monster. For the most part, this episode is just sort of a Roadrunner parody. Steven and Peridot employ increasingly cartoonish methods to try and stop the monster, with little success. Unless you find slapstick funny, this is sort of just boring and drawn out. It's not horrible, but just not super engaging. What's more disappointing is the dialogue. Usually side episodes like this, especially ones with Peridot, tend to have some pretty good jokes, but here they just fully lean on the slapstick stuff, and as a result, I didn't really find myself laughing all that much. Despite all this though, Steven and Peridot still make a good pairing, and it's always nice to have an episode with them. I also do like the small bit of development with Peridot now being able to bubble. It's a physical manifestation of her caring nature, and it shows how her view of gem monsters is changing. She sees them as gems who need to be protected and wants to stop their pain. I also like how when Peridot sends the bubble home, it appears in the barn. It's clear that she really does see Earth as her home now, and this is direct proof of it. Overall, this episode has some really good aspects, just not the best we've seen from Peridot. Just focused a little too much on the physical comedy, which just didn't work for me personally. A fine episode, low on the list. Steven and Amethyst introduce Garnet and Pearl to Smoky Quartz for the first time. Another fairly low-stakes episode. I found this one pretty fun. The idea of Sardonyx interviewing Smokey to learn more about them in a talk show style format, and it was fun seeing the callbacks to episodes as far back as season 1. In some ways, however, this kind of comes back to bite the episode. At some points, it really does sort of feel like a recap episode in a way, just reminding us of the other fusions that we've seen so far. While it's nowhere near being a clip show episode, it does sort of lean into that format a little more than felt necessary. Aside from that though, the actual new stuff here is good. Sardonyx is probably my favorite fusion so far, and I just really like her performative approach to the interview. She makes everything really entertaining and is a big part of why I enjoyed this episode. She does get carried away a bit here, however, and ends up demeaning Smokey by constantly comparing them to other fusions. Smokey explains that their only real power is now having a yo-yo as a weapon, but Sardonyx doesn't accept this. She lets her excitement get in the way and insists on discovering Smokey's other potential powers. I like how you slowly see the excitement leave Smokey as Sardonyx reveals that Smokey may not have any other powers. It's a moment where Sardonyx has taken Smokey's happiness and kind of walked all over it, but this conflict is solved in a really predictable and simple way. Sardonyx just realizes that she's hurting Smokey and backs down. She got excited wanting to see the powers that Steven and Amethyst had together, but as a result sort of sent this message that as they weren't good enough. Predictably, this is solved when Garnet and Pearl find themselves in trouble and Smokey uses her yo-yo to save them. A very predictable end to a conflict that felt a bit forced, but it's forgivable here. Honestly, this conflict just feels like more of an afterthought, and honestly the main value of this episode just comes from spending time with Smokey and Sardonyx and enjoying the talk show. Overall, nothing super special, but a fun one. Near the middle of the list. Steven and Connie find the journal of Buddy, the co-founder of Beach City. They spend the afternoon reading about his run-ins with the crystal gems. This is an episode that provides a lot of new information, but doesn't really give us many explanations. For one, we learn that a vehicle called the Palanquin is broken down somewhere on Earth. This is interesting because it's the same vehicle that we see Blue Diamond riding in The Answer. This suggests to me that something happened to Blue Diamond here, but to take it a step further, this may be where Pink Diamond was shattered. While it's not mentioned anywhere, it seems likely to me that all of the diamonds may have a palanquin of their own, and of the diamonds, only Blue and Pink are confirmed to have been on Earth. As a result, it's not a stretch to say that this may be where Pink died. While I can't say for sure, I feel like we'll be seeing this palanquin again soon. On top of this, there's a lot of mystery surrounding Rose's lions. In this episode, she's revealed to have had a pack full of regular lions at her command. This hints towards the possible origins of Lion, though none of these lions seem to have any powers. How did our lion get his powers? It's hard to say, but since the introduction of Lion, this may be the biggest hint we've gotten about his possible origins yet. Other than all of this new information, it's cool seeing what the crystal gems were up to hundreds of years ago, and the exaggerated expression of their old timiness was funny. And while I hate Jamie, I have to admit that he's pretty okay here. He's not as annoying as usual, and his interactions with the gems are all entertaining. Overall, it's a fun episode that hints at some stuff to be built on later. It manages to balance some fun character moments while also giving you some new information to consider. A very solid episode, nothing amazing, but fun nonetheless. Near the middle of the list. An absolutely incredible episode that confronts a really interesting part of Steven that we've seen build up over the course of the show. Steven and Connie meet up for some gem training, but something is clearly wrong. When they fuse, it's clear that something is troubling Connie. It turns out that because of her training, she had hurt someone at school. It was accidental, and no one ended up getting all that hurt, but the fact is that it happened, and Connie can't forgive herself. She let herself lose control and it ended up harming someone. But Garnet helps her work through these issues with a meditation session. This episode is very deceptive in its actual subject matter. With the inclusion of Stevonnie and the involvement of Garnet, it really does seem like this episode is trying to say something about fusion, but it isn't really, and it's more about working through your problems even when it's hard to face them. Garnet spends the episode teaching Connie that even though it hurts, it's her responsibility to face her issues. She can't dwell on the past and cower from her problems, but instead she should attempt to move forward and do what she can to make things right. The musical number explaining this is wonderful. The number takes place in a very meditative space, one that is separate from the outside world, where Connie is able to just exist with her thoughts. Butterflies are used here to symbolize the swarming of these negative thoughts and how it can be overwhelming to decide to face them. But ultimately, it's a musical number that implores you to embrace your problems and let yourself exist in them. You need to breathe, let yourself experience your problems, and only then can you move to progress forward. It's a beautiful message that you can get through anything. You just need to give yourself the space to be with yourself and to be with your issues. And while it may seem tough, you're not alone. You're here surrounded by the people who love you, and that can give you the power to face anything. While times like this are tough, they will pass so long as you're willing to move forward. With this, Connie is able to make amends and ends up getting past her problems. But strangely enough, Steven still sees one of these butterflies from their meditation session, a reminder of his personal guilt and trauma. And this is where we get into the meat of the episode. This idea of Connie's less serious situation is obviously ramping up to tackle Steven's trauma around the many gems that he's had to hurt. When Stevonnie is formed again, this time it's Steven's thoughts that break the fusion. The images of his victims, Eyeball, Jasper, Bismuth, haunt him as he relives the individual moments where he was forced to hurt them. The shadow of Rose looms over his thoughts as well. As his image of her gets more and more tainted, this presents a far more extreme version of Connie's issue. While Connie mildly hurt a kid at school by accident, Steven is a different story. In his case, everyone he's hurt has been on purpose, whether it be because they cornered him or because he wasn't able to solve the issue in any other way. This is evident in cases like Eyeball and Bismuth, where Steven's words failed and he was forced to resort to violence. And this naturally weighs very heavily on him. He's done legitimate damage to these people, and despite the fact that he was justified in his actions, he still carries the weight that those actions entailed. And he can't just apologize and make it better. He has to live with it. The terrible feeling inside himself that reminds him every single day that he failed those people. There is no easy way to move forward from this, and Connie realizes that, but at the very least, they are here. They are together, and they will find a way to make things right. Overall, this episode provides a really interesting exploration into Steven's trauma. It showcases just how heavily all this stuff has been weighing on him, and in some ways does feel a little hopeless. But the episode also tells us that there is always hope. Through what I believe is one of the show's most visually stunning sequences yet, the show tells us that it's okay to not have all the answers. That while it may take some time, and while it may seem impossible now, as long as you face your fears and don't hide from them, you will move forward. An absolutely god-tier episode. Definitely one of the best ones so far. Near the top of the list. This episode also has a song in Here Comes a Thought. As stated before, I think this song is visually beautiful. I love the symbolism of this sequence, and I think it really brings the song together. That being said, unfortunately, I think this song lacks a bit in the musical department. While I like the lyrics and the song as a concept, it just sort of feels like Garnet's vocals weren't made for this song. The whole time, she's singing in a register that feels like it's just on the edge of her vocal range, and this leads to moments where you can tell she's struggling to get through certain notes. This leaves the song being mostly good, but having some moments where the notes really do sort of fall flat. And the same goes for Stevonnie as well, just feeling slightly out of her depth with the vocal range demanded by this song. That being said, when the two of them duet and sing together, I think this song is at its best. The two of them with their voices combined make up for each other other's weaknesses, and it results in a song that is much more musically appealing. Overall, while I don't think the vocals are bad by any means, I just think they lack a bit of consistency, and it leads this song to feeling a little bit more messy than it needs to. Still, an incredible sequence and a good song without a doubt, going just above What Can I Do For You, but just below Full Disclosure. After the heights of last episode, we go right back to more filler with this one. Steven tries to cheer up some random dude, and that's literally the whole episode. They try to tie this in with Mr. Smiley, explaining how he and this random dude know each other, but it's just boring. There isn't really anything interesting to learn about their relationship, and I just really don't care about Mr. Smiley to begin with. Just a really weird episode because of its pacing. Usually these episodes focus mostly on a beach city resident that we've seen in the background before giving us a reason to care about them. But here, most of the time is spent with this random dude who is from out of town and we never see again. Sure, his story ties into Mr. Smiley's, but that doesn't change the fact that most of the screen time is devoted to him for some reason, and his story is just boring. He's sad until he talks to Mr. Smiley, and isn't sad anymore. It's an episode that just feels even more useless than the usual filler, because it doesn't even tell us anything about a beach city resident. It's more just some random story of some random character that was made for this episode and this episode alone. Just extremely boring and legitimately serves zero purpose. Really rough even by filler standards. Near the bottom of the list. Pearl goes off the rails this episode, and it's really fun to watch. Amethyst takes Pearl and Steven to go to a concert, and Pearl takes the opportunity to show off her cool side. Along the way, Pearl finds herself bumping into a human who just so happens to look a lot like Rose. She spends the night trying to talk to her. Most of the episode is spent watching Pearl throw caution to the wind, and it's really entertaining. She drinks and drives, runs red lights, and even runs from the cops. It's just really funny seeing a character like Pearl commit crimes for a whole episode, and it's really fun watching Amethyst and Pearl sort of bond over this, just having a really good time together as Pearl takes part in Amethyst's interests. I'd say the weakest part of this episode is honestly Steven. He really doesn't offer much by being included in the episode, other than some jokes here and there. I find it funny how he refers back to Space Race and how Pearl almost killed him there. That caught me off guard, I'm not gonna lie. But overall, his inclusion here just feels super unnecessary. In fact, I think the episode works a bit better if it were just Pearl with Amethyst being her wingman. And that brings us to the stuff with the girl who looks like Rose. It's weird because you think this is leading into another episode about Pearl's obsession with Rose, but luckily it isn't. Pearl literally says that she's done living in the past and that she's ready to move forward from Rose. And this makes sense, as with the development of her character over the last few seasons, it would honestly feel like a regression to have her still hung up on Rose. Rather, this girl mostly just looks like Rose because Pearl is into girls who look like that. And despite what Steven sort of alludes to in the car, this really doesn't have anything to do with Rose. If anything, it's nice to see Pearl actively pursuing someone else, really showing through her actions that she's trying to move on. And the ending is really nice too, with Pearl talking to the girl and getting her number. Honestly makes you feel really happy for her, as she takes a big step forward in terms of her love life. Overall, just a really fun episode that also gives us an update on where Pearl is in her development and what the future may hold for her. This episode is really great, a perfect mix of fun and character development, near the top of the list. Actually revolutionary for an Onion episode, but that's not really saying much. Steven is introduced to Onion's other friends, and they're all just kinda weird. This episode is all about how Steven thought he was doing a favor for Onion by hanging out with him, under the assumption that he had no other friends. But this gets flipped when it turns out that he has a whole gang of friends, and Steven feels like he's the one who Onion was hanging out with out of pity. But it doesn't really make sense. Like, Steven acts like he has no friends because because Connie and his other friends just happen to end up being busy that day, and this causes him to hide in his house and sulk like a child. It's a level of childishness that I think even season 1 Steven never stooped to, and it's just bizarre to see this far in the show. I think the only good thing that I can say is that while I don't care for Onion or any of his friends, the ending is still pretty sweet. Onion's friends have to leave, and Onion is sad to see them go, but Steven tells him to remember the good times that they had together, and he assures him that whenever he needs, he still has a friend in Steven. It's nice to see such a little shit of a character get sort of emotional. You can tell he really appreciates Steven, and it's really nice to watch. But unfortunately, other than this moment, this episode is just very weak. Like, this ending could have happened without the stupid Steven thinking he has no friends stuff. But overall, a fine watch. Honestly, a lot of enjoyment came from how beautiful the backgrounds are here. I actually adore the Steven Universe art style in this regard, to the point where it gets me through episodes like this that don't really have much to offer. But the episode itself is just fine, so low on the list. A 20-minute episode, and sort of a strange one at that. It's an episode that's a lot slower than you'd expect for a double-length episode, and one that opts to use its extended runtime to explore a fairly mundane topic. While visiting Peridot and Lapis, Steven meets a man who claims to own the barn. His name is Andy, and as we find out later, he's Greg's cousin. This episode mostly revolves around Andy reacting to Steven's life and family, and coming to terms with it. Andy is very steadfast in his beliefs. He's very close-minded at the start of the episode, and seeing all the magic stuff surrounding Steven frustrates him. He talks extensively about how wrong all this is, and how it isn't supposed to be like this. But this is clearly the view of someone who can't accept change. Being faced with such foreign ideas and such a strange family structure confuses Andy, and instead of embracing it, he fears it. He refuses to accept these changes and instead stays stuck in his rigid belief of how things should be. And we instantly see how this separates him from the group and by extension from Steven. They all sit down for dinner and Andy just can't seem to make a connection with anyone. He's not willing to level with them and understand their perspectives, and thus he's left to be an outside observer. He's let his rigid belief of what should be get in the way of his happiness, and it's shown here that all it's done for him is isolate him from the people around him. So he leaves, running away from everyone and blaming them for being too different. He believes it's their fault for changing so much and doesn't even consider that he simply needs to embrace this change. But it's Steven's words that make Andy want to try and change. Steven is confused why Andy is leaving and talks about how he wants to know the human side of his family better. He wants to get to know Andy, but from his perspective, it seems like Andy has no desire to get to know him. And Andy takes this to heart, realizing that while the people around him may have changed, he was only left behind because of his unwillingness to change. While change can be scary, it's important to change with the people around you and grow together. It's a healthy thing for relationships to evolve like this, and by denying this change, you isolate yourself and get left behind. The ironic thing is that at its core, Andy's desire for everything to stay the same is born of his desire to be with the people around him forever. He clearly loves the people around him, but fears that with change, those relationships may change too. But by staying in this rigid view of what should be, he has actively severed these connections. His constant bid to resist change in the hopes of staying in his past happiness forever has led to the loss of so many relationships important to him. In his obsession over keeping everyone together, he has been left behind. But with Steven, he refuses to make that mistake again. He realizes that it's time for a change and allows himself to move on and evolve for the better. And as a result, he's able to be present in the moment. While the change can still be a bit overwhelming, he knows that it's a journey that he will go on with the people around him, and he finds comfort in that fact. Overall, I really like this message. It's interesting how his unreasonable unreasonable mentality at the start of the episode is all the result of a secret yearning for the connections he had in the past to exist as they did back then. But he comes to realize that that isn't how things work, and that while things may change, you will change too. As long as you allow yourself to evolve, you will not be left behind. Just a really good message about growing up, and one that I took to heart. Overall though, the gems are wonderful here, and the whole episode just has a great vibe. Obviously I'm biased when Peridot is involved, but the character stuff here is just really sweet, and it's nice seeing both the gem and human sides of Steven's family really feeling like one big family. A really good episode overall, going near the top of the list. An episode with a really good premise where the topic is tackled from both a human and gem perspective. The gems and Greg tell Steven about when he was first born. At the start, this is really set up to be a basic slice of life type episode, but we get some hints to the greater theme of the episode early on. With the birth of Steven, Greg finds himself very uncertain. He is now responsible for caring for someone who relies on him, and it's a lot for him to handle. He doesn't know the first thing about babies, and it's clear that he's struggling along, just trying his best. And this is where the gems come in. They have a similar issue, though through a more gem-centric lens. With how recent Rose's sacrifice is at this point, it seems like the gems don't fully understand what Steven is. In fact, it seems that they're convinced that Rose is still in there, and that she's merely shifting her shape. Like Greg, they don't know the first thing about babies. As such, they don't know how to accommodate Steven, and it leads to them making a lot of mistakes. It's a very clear analog for how unsure parenting is. Sure, it's taken to an extreme here with the gems not even knowing what a baby is, but it's used to communicate how daunting parenting can feel. It can feel completely foreign, and the gems feel completely lost as to how to approach Steven. But by the end, they realize that while they may not have all the answers, if they work together and give it their all, it will work out. It's an episode that shows so much growth in the gems and Greg. To see how well they raised Steven and how well he turned out, it's clear that while they didn't have it all figured out, their efforts did not go to waste. Overall, just a really sweet and interesting episode. I really like the episodes that approach a problem from both a gem and human perspective, tying those feelings together by the end. It just gives a fresh look into these very real issues people face, and it makes for some really compelling episodes. On top of this, I also really like the setting of this episode. The specific time frame allows for some developments that I hadn't really thought about before. Of course, there would have been a lot of confusion around Rose's sacrifice, and of course raising Steven was something that both the gems and Greg had to learn to do together. Just puts us in a situation we've never seen these characters in before, and makes for some really interesting conflict. Overall, a great episode, near the top of the list. A really great episode that sets the plot back into motion. Steven keeps having the same vision each time he sleeps. He sees a pink palanquin broken down and laying abandoned in the middle of a field of flowers. It would seem that this is where Pink Diamond was shattered, leaving her palanquin to rot. Strangely, every time he wakes from this dream, he notices that tears are streaming down his face. He tries to find the location from his dreams to try and get to the bottom of what this means, but when he goes to the gems for guidance, Garnet and Pearl refuse to help him. They try to get him to stop talking about it and not to investigate any further, but Steven's tired of it. He yells at the gems, frustrated that they would even try to hide the truth from him. The scene here with Steven yelling at the gems is really well done. He criticizes them for being such cowards, always keeping him in the dark out of fear. First, they lied about Rose having shattered Pink, and now when he's so close to finding out more about Pink Diamond, the gems are trying to shut him down as it's too painful for them to handle. They're prioritizing their feelings first, and it sends Steven the message that they aren't willing to help him learn more about himself because the truth may be inconvenient. They would rather keep him in the dark forever so as to not have to re-experience the traumatic memories surrounding Pink's shattering. Just really interesting seeing the gems so helpless here. They can't bring themselves to help Steven and instead just let him do what he chooses. They don't try and help him at all, instead prioritizing their own feelings over Steven's. So Steven turns to the only person that he can. Greg is happy to help Steven learn more about himself, and they go to see the palanquin in person. And this is where the detail of the tears come into play. Why does Steven cry each time he sees this vision? That's when we find out that Steven wasn't dreaming, but rather seeing through someone else's eyes. Blue Diamond is staring at the pink palanquin when Steven and Greg get there. It's the first time we see a diamond in the flesh, but she's not like the others. She doesn't seem violent and instead is mourning the death of Pink Diamond. Steven slowly notices that as she starts crying, he begins to cry too. I love this reveal so much. It's clear that the visions that Steven was seeing were very much real, and instead of a dream, it was a live feed of Blue Diamond's vision. This brings up a really important question. What connection does Steven have to the diamonds that would allow him to see through one of their eyes? And we get a hint at what this connection may be. When Greg approaches Blue, they begin talking about how it feels to lose someone important. Blue mentions Pink, while in the same vein, Greg talks about Rose, and it works to draw attention to the parallels between the two of them as characters. It's getting blatantly obvious that Rose and Pink Diamond have something in common, but what exactly that connection is still a mystery. Aside from this, Blue says some other things that are very interesting. She mentions a bioweapon that will soon destroy the Earth. While I'm not 100% sure, I'm pretty sure this is referring to the cluster. And if it is about the cluster, it tells us that the diamonds don't know that it's been stopped. Either way, it gives us significant insight into the position that the diamonds are in. Finally, the episode ends with Greg being taken by Blue Diamond in an attempt to preserve Earth's beauty before this bioweapon destroys it. She does this because it's what Pink would have wanted, another trait that sounds eerily like Rose. Greg is taken away and Steven fails to go after her. Garnet is there to catch him, however, showing him that she will no longer run away. While she's still scared to face what happened with Pink shattering, she's determined to be there with Steven no matter what happens. Overall, a lot of different concepts are built on in this episode, and the kidnapping of Greg forces the gems to take the fight to the diamonds. Just a really solid base for future episodes, and a really dramatic episode in and of itself. Great episode, near the top of the list. After the events of last episode, Steven is in a panic. Greg has been taken by Blue Diamond, and Steven has no idea where they could have gone. They group up with the rest of the gems, where Pearl brings up something interesting. Upon hearing about what happened, she suggests that Greg may have been taken to the human zoo. She explains that during Pink Diamond's war on Earth, she would take humans from their homes to be put on display for her pleasure in the human zoo. Her wording is very interesting here. She says she knows this because of her time serving Homeworld. It's safe to assume that she might have served Pink Diamond, as we've seen with Blue and Yellow Diamond that each diamond has a corresponding pearl. On top of this, it's just a little suspicious how much she knows about Pink Diamond's business. This would lend a lot to the idea that somehow Pink is related to Rose, as it would explain why Pearl is so closely affiliated with Pink. With this possible lead, the gems head to space to go get Greg. The episode loses me a bit at this point, where despite how high the stakes are right now, they opt to dedicate a bulk of the episode to slapstick humor right in the middle of all this drama. It's just a really strange tonal shift, and it feels weirder when the episode goes back to being fully serious right after. It just kind of kills the mood a bit, but it's mostly forgivable because the last part of this episode is really well done. The gems are having problems maintaining their physical forms as they're traveling faster than light. So Steven is left alone with his thoughts, and he really falls apart here, blaming himself for his dad's kidnapping. If he hadn't been so selfish, if he hadn't pursued information on Pink Diamond, his dad would be safe with him. He cries out, just wishing his dad was with him in a moment of pure desperation. As they arrive at the zoo, the gems reform and comfort Steven. They tell him that it wasn't his fault for wanting to learn more about the past, and that Blue Diamond is solely to blame. Overall, while it has some low points, it's a solid episode that leads us into the human zoo. At the same time, it explores some of Steven's current feelings. He's been under a lot of stress, and this event adds to his mounting guilt and trauma. Overall, a good episode brought down by some not so good moments near the middle of the list. There really isn't too much to say about this one, but it's a good one for sure. The gems arrive at the human zoo and are forced to play into their specific hierarchical roles as gems to fit in with the homeworld gems. It's really interesting seeing the gems forced to operate under homeworld's rules. They know that they're at a significant disadvantage as they're in homeworld territory, and so they play along. And this just shows us again how cold homeworld is. Pearl, Amethyst, and Ruby are all treated like lesser gems, and the way that the homeworld gems talk about them is almost as if they're subhuman. They're made to serve, and beyond that, the homeworld gems see them as nothing. While we already knew this to be true of homeworld, it's really interesting to see it firsthand, seeing how poorly lower gems are treated. Aside from this, the episode is just also really intense. It's the deepest that the gems have been in homeworld territory, and it's clear that a single mistake could be fatal. The whole episode is just spent keeping up the charade while looking for the human zoo, and despite their efforts, it all falls apart as the gems are separated from Steven and are set to meet with Blue Diamond. With moments like this, it's obvious that this episode mostly just exists to set up the next one, and as such, the episode itself doesn't have very much to say, and as a result, we don't get to see much of the zoo itself in this episode, as the episode ends right as Steven is taken to the zoo. Overall, a fine episode that just feels a little incomplete as it really does just serve to set up the next one, but still an enjoyable watch, and it was really cool just being so close to Homeworld for the first time. Really worked to build up just how methodical and terrible Homeworld is. A good episode near the middle of the list. Unfortunately, a bit of a weaker episode than I was expecting, but still includes some interesting moments. Coming off of the last episode, Steven is separated from the gems and put into the human zoo. Here, he finds Greg, who seems to be thriving. The human zoo actually seems fairly nice, with the residents living a stress-free life where all of their needs are catered to. The only thing that feels off is the voice, a voice controlled by the homeworld gems used to tell humans what to do. For the most part, this is limited to simple directions on the daily routine set out for the humans, but something doesn't feel right. There are moments in the episode where it feels like Greg might be falling for some sort of mind control, becoming weirdly okay with the thought of staying in the zoo. But in the end, this doesn't lead anywhere, and instead, the reveal is simply that not only does the voice dictate the day-to-day lives of the humans, but also who they mate with. This is supposed to be the dark secret of the zoo, that the humans have no say in who they end up with, but it seems like everyone is happy regardless, and in fact, this tradition is seen in a very positive light by the zoo humans. They're so far removed from regular human society that they don't really mind this system, as they've never known anything else. Sure, while they may seem happy on the surface, these people people are only content because of how far removed they are from regular human society. In fact, the human zoo has been going on for so long that any idea of what the outside world is like has been lost generations ago. And this is where a really interesting concept comes up, a deep evil that underlines the human zoo as a whole. For the human zoo residents of today to be so happy, Homeworld would have had to spend generations slowly chipping away at what made the humans human until all they knew was the life served to them by Homeworld. When looking at it in this sense, the human zoo becomes way more interesting. It's a happy place now, but only because Homeworld has taken everything these humans ever knew and replaced it with a reality more convenient for managing them. It's a complete erasure of the zoo humans' culture in favor of a system that allows Homeworld full control over the humans. Unfortunately, none of this is ever addressed, and instead we're left with the message that you should be allowed to love whoever you want. It's just such a boring takeaway from what could have been such an interesting concept. It just takes the most basic lesson from something that's obviously far more complex. Overall, the episode is just full of missed opportunities, and despite how menacing and interesting the human zoo was built up to be, it just drops the ball completely and leaves us with an insanely generic lesson. Still, an interesting watch for the tension it builds up leading to the reveal and the insight into the operations within the human zoo, but overall, the missed potential makes it so hard to rate highly. Middle of the list. A really good episode that ends the human zoo arc in a really satisfying way. After the events of last episode, Steven and Greg are escorted out of the human zoo containment area by a random amethyst guard. They fear that they may be taken to the diamonds as Blue Diamond is set to return to the outpost soon, but instead they're brought to the amethyst guard barracks. Here they reunite with Amethyst. Turns out that all of the guards assigned to the human zoo are from the same kindergarten as Amethyst, essentially making them siblings. Due to this connection, the guards agree to help Steven out. I really like this detail a lot. The idea that Amethyst is kind of meeting her family here is really cool, and it's nice to see that despite all the things that she thinks about herself not being a fully formed Amethyst, it's clear that no two Amethysts are the same. There is no specific way that an Amethyst needs to be, and her siblings accept her for who she is. Just a really sweet moment that reinforces the lessons she's learned throughout the series. On top of this, I also like how willing the Amethysts are to help the gems. All throughout the human zoo arc, we've seen how Amethysts are viewed as the lowest of low gems, useful for their muscles and nothing else. They're treated like idiots and are just pushed around by the higher-ups. As a result, when the chance comes to rebel, they take it. Because of their treatment, they have very little devotion to the throne and have very little reason to stay loyal to the diamonds. This is a really interesting concept that shows a major issue with Homeworld's hierarchical system. While the system allows for those at the top to harbor ultimate power, this also means that someone has to inhabit the bottom of the hierarchy. This role falls onto the Amethysts, whose existence works as the foundation to a lot of how the hierarchy functions. But when you have so many individuals that are treated so poorly and have so little to lose, issues of loyalty start to emerge. And that's what we see here as these gems rebel against the system that is built on their backs but has never once repaid them. We get even more commentary on the flaws of Homeworld's hierarchy later in the episode as well. As Steven and the gems are about to escape, they're caught by Holly Blue Agate, a gem who works directly under Blue Diamond. She fights the gems but ultimately is defeated. She threatens to tell the diamonds of what happened here, but then Pearl brings up an interesting point. All throughout this arc, we've seen the fear surrounding the diamonds. Even someone like Holly, who works directly under Blue, is terrified of the diamonds. She fears what might happen if she angers them or fails them, and while this fear leads her to be very loyal, we also see how this can be exploited. While Holly somebody could mention this event to the diamonds, Pearl argues that a failure on this level could anger the diamonds. And ultimately, as her respect for the diamonds is fully based on fear, this idea terrifies her, and it leads her to be kept silent as she isn't truly loyal to the diamonds, but rather fearful of what it would mean not to be. It's just an interesting look into why this model doesn't work. How despite the complete control that the diamonds seem to have, they've built their power on a system that breeds distrust and hate. It's just interesting to see the flaws of Homeworld's system on a more technical level, as this episode shows us examples of exactly why this system could never work, aside from just the moral implications. Instead of going into why Homeworld's evil, a topic explored time and time again, it goes into why Homeworld is functionally broken. Overall, I just found this episode to be really well thought out in this sense, and it gave me a lot to think about. A really great episode, near the top of the list. This episode also has a song in What's the Use of Feeling Blue. The sequence tied to this song is really fun. Seeing Blue and Yellow Diamond in the flesh is really menacing, but at the same time, they're humanized a bit in this episode. They're both grieving over Pink's death, and we see how they're both handling it. Blue spends most of her time crying over Pink, hoping to preserve Pink's memory in any way she can. She's stuck in the past, and it stops her from ever moving forward. This is in direct contrast to Yellow, who strives to move forward in the hopes of forgetting the pain of Pink's death. She doesn't want to think about it because to do so would be too much. She would rather turn her back on these issues and move on in any way she can. And this is the message that she tries to convey to Blue through this song. While I like the purpose it serves, showing Yellow's more logical and cold approach to handling Pink's death, the song itself is a little weak. Yellow's voice just doesn't really work here, and it leads to a song that just feels very messy. It's a shame because I really like the Pearl's singing, as it sets the song up to be very interesting and unique, but as a whole, the execution just isn't that good. Overall, a song that's really brought down by the execution, despite a strong concept. Just a really okay song that I wish was better, going just above Don't Cost Nothing, but just below Like a Comet. A really fun episode, but a flawed one at that. Steven and the Gems return to Earth, and Connie catches them up on what they missed. The episode follows Peridot, Lapis, and Connie as they protect Beach City while Steven and the Gems are gone. A bulk of the episode is just really fun, with the group hanging out and just spending time together. Overall, this section of the episode is very enjoyable, and just brings us a bit of lighthearted fun after the last arc being so plot heavy. However, this episode falls apart a bit at the end. The group starts going around the city trying to help people while doing their best to copy the real crystal gems. This leads to an argument over who makes the best garnet, leading to a fight that endangers the life of some innocent people. This is resolved as Connie tells them that they don't need to be the crystal gems, but instead have to be themselves if they want to help people. Overall, it's just such a basic concept. The idea that you should be yourself is just such an obvious message, and it's baffling to think that Peridot and Lapis didn't think of this themselves. It's even more ironic when they bring up the fact that they're literally thousands of years older than Connie. This just makes them seem even more stupider for not grasping such a simple concept. I think this would have been okay if it was just Peridot and Lapis getting a little carried away and not realizing in the moment, but when they're actively endangering people because of their stupid game, it just gets a lot harder to justify. While I think this episode isn't meant to be taken this seriously, I wanted to highlight it because I just hate these types of episodes. Ones where the gems, despite being thousands of years old, can't seem to grasp concepts that a literal child can. It's just a really annoying way to dumb down your character, and it always leads to them looking bad in the end. Overall, a fun episode, but it just would have been so much better if it didn't have a conflict. Just have it be a full slice of life episode that would have been way more fun. But for some reason, they insist on shoehorning in a random conflict like this one. An okay episode, near the middle of the list. Storm in the Room is an incredible episode and one of my favorites. Steven and Connie are hanging out until Connie starts getting worried. Her mom was supposed to pick her up hours ago and she can't seem to get in contact with her. Connie begins thinking of all the bad things that could have happened to her mom, but her worries are put to rest when her mom arrives, explaining that her phone died and she got stuck at work. And here's where we see them embrace each other, really displaying their relationship as mother and child. And this gives Steven a lot to think about. After she leaves, he tries to go about his day, but something bothers him. He's alone in the house, but it feels like someone's watching him. He peers up to see the picture of Rose framed on the wall, but somehow this photo doesn't feel right. It shows Rose as a calm and gentle person, but this doesn't feel right anymore. Sure, it fits the image of Rose that was fed to him all his life, but with the revelation of Pink shattering, Steven isn't so sure anymore. Who is Rose, and what was she really like? Rose's room calls out to him, beckoning him in. I really like this scene a lot. It's a quiet scene that really takes its time, letting you sit in the discomfort that Steven is experiencing. It's almost this feeling of having a stranger in your home, this uneasy feeling that your home isn't a place where you can relax and let your guard down. It's just a really perfect moment where, without any words, the show perfectly puts you in Steven's shoes and makes you feel what he's feeling. And the rest of the episode takes this momentum and proceeds to take the episode in an even more profound and tragic direction. Steven enters Rose's room where he asks to see Rose, and there she appears in all of the glory that the picture of her presented her in. She's perfect. She seems eager to get to know Steven and always knows just what to say. For a moment, Steven actually feels like he knows his mother. He sees the person that he's been told about all his life, and she really is as wonderful as they say, but he's not seeing the whole truth. There's an incredible moment here where Steven tries to take a photo to remember just how great it was finally meeting his mom, but when he goes to take a picture, the camera only shows him sitting in an empty room alone. He's always known it, but this isn't his mom. It's a version of his mom that he made to affirm this kind persona of hers, the one that he had been sold all his life. He wanted so badly to believe that she was a perfect person that had never done anything wrong, that that's exactly what his mind conjured up. But he can't hide from the truth anymore. The atmosphere in the room changes as the soft clouds reflecting the beautiful afternoon sunlight become dark and violent. They twist and wrap around Rose, covering her in a veil of darkness. Steven is finally brought face to face with the real Rose, the one who sealed Bismuth away for her ideas on shattering, the one who never told anyone about Bismuth's fate, the one who, in the ultimate act of irony, then shattered Pink Diamond. And worst of all, when it was all said and done, she ran. She gave up her form and created Steven, ultimately offloading all of her problems onto him. And this leads him to a haunting question. Does Steven only exist so that Rose could escape from the consequences of her actions? Was there really any love in the first place? And while she doesn't have any answers, a part of Steven's subconscious speaks through her. While he can't fully understand her actions, there's no doubt that he was loved. All the way back in season 1, we saw a tape of Rose directly speaking about how much she wants for Steven to live an amazing life. She wanted to share the beauty of Earth with him, and so she created him. And this adds a lot of nuance to the mix. While it doesn't disprove the theories of her trying to escape, it also paints a picture of someone who genuinely wanted the best for her child. It's a moment that reminds us that Rose was all of these things, kind and gentle, but also flawed and selfish. It's a moment that finally meets the two different sides of Rose that have almost been treated as two separate people up to this point, and Steven is left to think on this, with the episode ending with Steven knowing less than he did before. While he understands his mother better, the mystery surrounding her decisions grows more complex. Overall, an incredible episode that that joins the two sides of Rose that have almost been mutually exclusive up to this point. It's an episode that doesn't tell us much, but instead makes us experience the turmoil that Steven's going through with these new revelations. It's just an insanely beautiful and tragic episode that deepens Rose as a character while also displaying the inner turmoil that Steven has been suffering through. An incredible episode and easily one of the best of the show, near the top of the list. A borderline unwatchable episode featuring Ronaldo. Yippee. Genuinely, this episode is miserable. Ronaldo is being rock racist until he realizes the error in his ways. To make up for it, he moves in with Steven and invites himself to be a crystal gem. The rest of the episode is just him being the most retarded, obnoxious, and straight up disrespectful person ever, and it's absolutely miserable to watch. Honestly, Ronaldo as a character has gotten so bad that even the people in the show don't want to have an episode with him. From the start, Steven and the Gems are just so done with him, and rightfully so. He gets everything he wants, throws a tantrum anyway, and when it comes time for him to learn his lesson, he regresses into his stupid conspiracies and the belief that he's some sort of misunderstood loner when he's really just a fat retard man-child. One of the most skippable episodes of the series, going way at the bottom of the list. Didn't expect the return of Tiger Millionaire, but it makes for a pretty okay episode. Steven and Amethyst are still wrestling professionally together ever since Tiger Millionaire in season 1, but it's clear that Amethyst is sort of losing interest, and so she drops the sport, leaving Steven to become a solo wrestler. But no matter what he tries, he just can't seem to make the solo act work. I like the core issue of this episode, but I just wish they'd focus on it more. Amethyst just doesn't really need wrestling anymore. It used to be a tool that she used to feel better about herself, but with the events of season 3, she's kind of outgrown the need for such a coping mechanism. As a result, she quits without a second thought. Meanwhile, Steven is hurt because he cared a lot about the wrestling. It was something that he and Amethyst did together, and they were able to bond over it. Now, with Amethyst quitting, he feels like he's lost that connection with her, and this bothers him. I like how neither of them are in the wrong here. They both just kind of have different needs, and it just so happens to create a conflict here. And I like how the issue is resolved. Steven decides to give up wrestling, saying that with or without wrestling, their bond will always be strong. Meanwhile, Amethyst comes back for one more match, closing their wrestling career on a good note where they were both in it together. It's just really nice seeing them care for each other in this way. It goes to show that they are willing to go the distance to make each other happy, and while it's a small thing, I just really like how it adds to their relationship. I also like how mature Amethyst is here. The whole episode just shows that while she may still have her moments of selfishness, she's gotten to a point where she can identify that and actively try to make things better. While subtle, it really is a drastic improvement from how she was earlier in the series. Had this been a season 1 episode, Amethyst would have fully been in the wrong until the very end where she makes a half-assed apology. But here we see her development at play, and it's just really refreshing to see how she's grown. Overall, while I really do like this aspect of the episode, this stuff actually takes up the smallest part of the episode. Most of the episode is focused on Steven trying to make the solo act work, and while it is necessary to show how things just aren't the same without Amethyst, it also means that there isn't really much time for the stuff actually directly involving Amethyst. Just a bit of a shame, because as I stated before, I really like the emotional core of this episode. Just shows a low stakes situation where Steven and Amethyst have each other's backs and are looking out for each other, but this is given significantly less screen time than Lars's whining over Steven's wrestling misadventures. Overall, while a potentially good episode, it was just a little boring in its actual content, and as a result, it places fairly low on the list, near the middle of the list. This episode does a lot of what I didn't want from a Lapis episode. It's an episode that focuses on a character that already suffered from a lack of development and just adds to this pile of unsolved problems relating to her. One of the rubies that the crystal gems left floating in space crashes back down to Earth. The gems are on guard, but it seems like the ruby doesn't hold any grudges. She just wants to live on Earth where she can be herself. Steven entertains the idea and invites Ruby to live at the barn. Most of the episode is spent with Peridot and Lapis introducing the ruby to life on Earth. All the while, the ruby can't help but sing the Earth's praises, and this bothers Lapis. For Lapis, it took forever for her to become accustomed to life on Earth. Not only was it nothing like Homeworld, but it was also the place where so many bad things had happened to her. Even now, she finds herself feeling out of place, and seeing Ruby become so comfortable so quickly really bothers her. It reminds her of just how wrong so much of this still feels to her, and she's jealous of how quickly Ruby is able to adapt. I was really hoping that this would be a chance to develop Lapis, but it always felt like she never got her happy ending and has just sort of been existing on Earth, struggling along as she finds her place. We just never got much closure on this aspect of her character, and unfortunately, not only does the episode not give us that closure, but it opts to further these issues in a way that doesn't feel very interesting to me. Over time, it becomes apparent that the ruby was just pretending to like Earth to get to her ship, and she escapes back to Homeworld. And to this, Lapis laughs, stating that she was right, and how no one could come to like Earth that quickly. And then the episode just ends, leaving Lapis's development at the same place that it was at the start of the episode, if not more regressed in some sense. Not only has she reinstated her subtle disdain for Earth, but now she also has physical proof that to her indicates that she was right, that in some senses the Earth really is impossible for a gem to adapt to. I really hate leaving an episode here. Having your character regress so much by the end just sort of trivializes the episode and makes it feel like a waste of time. The only way I could see this being reasonable is if the next episode picks up right at the end of this one and finally gives us some more development for Lapis. But as is, it's just another lame attempt to drag Lapis's story on. It's just such a shame. So far, so much of the stuff with Lapis has been really mismanaged, and this is a prime example. It's just strange because so much of the character development in this show is absolutely incredible, but it just seems like Lapis is thrown an episode here or there with no real plans to give her story closure in any way. Overall, for this reason, this episode doesn't do it for me. It just ends up being very middling when it could have tackled some of Lapis's issues instead of further compounding on them in such a boring way. Also, the ruby has such an annoying voice, I was actually dreading her becoming an Earth gem, so some bonus marks for her leaving at the end. Overall, just an episode that furthers a lot of the issues I have with Lapis without providing any real resolution. Low on the list. Lion 3 straight to video has continued to be one of my favorite episodes of the series. The beautiful tape that Steven receives from his mother is absolutely mesmerizing, and ended up delivering on this air of reverence that surrounded Rose up to that point. At this point in the series, however, the cracks are starting to form in this image of Rose. Over the past few seasons, the uncovering of her sins has tarnished this perfect image, and with the reveal of her shattering of Pink Diamond, this has come to a head. For this reason, it felt very appropriate to revisit this tape that had us fooled into believing in this perfect image of Rose at a time when now we know that she wasn't quite so perfect. Steven is obsessively looking for answers. After all that's been revealed about his mother's true nature, he's begun to question her intentions in giving birth to him. Was this all to escape her sins and pass the responsibility on to Steven? Was he made to achieve some sort of goal to carry on the fight for Earth where his mother had failed? He scours the tape from his mother, hoping that it can provide some guidance on why Rose created him. The image of his mother in his mind has been so sullied that he can't take the tape at face value. While she rambles about how beautiful the world is and how she wants him to experience it, all Steven can think about is how this just might be another example of her deception. If she was able to do the things she had, and to leave him with all of her problems, how could he believe anything that she says? I just love how this tape has become a haunting reminder of his mother. While the tape used to comfort him, giving him a window into who his mom was, it now serves as a dark reminder that he didn't know her, and he never truly can know her. But this doesn't stop him from trying. He follows a loose lead, just hoping to find any hint of what his mother wanted him to be, what his creation meant to her. He finds a tape, one labeled for Nora, begging to find out who Nora is. Lion takes Steven to see Greg. The best part of the episode comes with this next scene. Greg is not at all surprised when he sees the tape and pops it in for Steven to see. We see a video open just like the tape for Steven, clearly being recorded on the same day as that other tape. The camera turns around to reveal Rose, who begins on the same speech from Steven's tape. She talks about how beautiful the world is and how she wants Nora to experience it, how she's so excited because Nora is going to be human and she can't wait to see what kind of human she'll be. The tape ends and Steven is more lost than ever. Not only does he still not know his purpose, but the tape that he clung to for so long was never personal to him, as it would be used word for Nora. Greg stops him though and reveals that Nora was simply the name that they planned for Steven had he been born a girl. The video was just made in case they named him Nora, and suddenly all of his overthinking gets debunked. Nora never existed and Rose didn't have a mission for Steven. While she may have sinned in her past and while many of her actions are still a mystery to Steven, she really did just want him to live. Finally, Steven is able to relax a bit. While he may not have learned more about his mom or about himself, he remembers what his mission is, what his mom said. Live. Live because life is beautiful, and be human because it's up to him to pave his destiny. In a moment of calm, Steven stops looking for answers for a moment, and instead just lets himself be his mother's son. No mission, no purpose, other than to find a purpose of his own. Overall, it's an episode that takes one of the strongest moments of the whole show and explores it in a different light. I really like seeing how this tape that used to comfort him so much becomes such a haunting thing in his life. With what he knows now about his mom, he just can't seem to trust her. But at the same time, I really like how the message of the tape still stands. Despite the revelations around Rose, she really did just want what was best for Steven, and realizing that at the end of the episode really strengthens that original tape. Overall, just a really good example of taking a good concept and revisiting it in the context of what we know now. An incredible episode, near the top of the list. Steven and Connie spend a day working with Connie's dad, Doug. He's a security guard, and something has broken into the amusement park. This episode is fairly fun for a filler episode. Most of the entertainment just comes from the dialogue and some slapstick here and there. Connie and Steven are always really good together, and Connie's dad makes for a surprisingly fun character. He's goofy and clearly wants to impress his daughter with his work. It's just really sweet seeing him try, and mostly fail, to show off how serious his job is, and it really shows just how much her opinion matters to him. He's just a really sweet dude trying to be someone his daughter can be proud of, and his interactions with the two kids are really fun and show his caring nature. I do think the conflict is a little forced in this episode, however. For some reason, filler episodes aren't allowed to just happen and seem to require some sort of moral story. Here, we explore Connie's dad's feelings of inadequacy. Connie's dad has spent the whole night trying to show Connie how serious his job is. He's constantly hyping up the job, but when it's revealed that the whole time they were chasing Onion, he gets kinda disappointed. The whole night, he was hyping up how intense his job could get, all for the culprit to be some kid. Compared to his wife and his daughter, his job clearly isn't that important, and he fears that all he'll ever be is Connie's silly dad. But it turns out that she likes that about him, how she can can come to him when saving the world becomes too stressful, and she just needs a break from it all. While he may not have a super important job, he excels at his job at being a parent, and Connie tells him that. It's a moment that reminds me a lot of Steven and Greg, and how he provides a refuge from all the gem stuff in Steven's life. It's just nice to see Connie has her own support system in that sense, and just really shows how much love her parents have for her. Just a really sweet episode overall, and one that builds a bit on Connie's relationship, even if that's in a very simple manner. Other than that, I really like the ending foreshadowing two possible new gems having found their way onto Earth. Who these two could be is left ambiguous, and it leaves me excited for the next episode. Overall, of the filler episodes so far, this is a really good one. A good episode, but near the middle of the list. Fear not, because we actually get a pretty good Lars episode here. Is it because he's absent for most of the episode? Only a little bit. Lars is apparently really good at baking, but is shy about it and doesn't want people to find out. When he gets invited to a potluck by the cool kids, however, he decides to put his baking skills to use. The first half of this episode is just as basic as the plot synopsis suggests. We get a montage of Steven, Sadie, and Lars baking together, trying to make something for the potluck. Despite how basic it is, it makes for a good slice of life moment where we just get to spend time with Lars and Sadie. For once, they seem fairly solid here, and while I still don't endorse their relationship, we at least get to see what little chemistry they do have. When Lars isn't being an obnoxious idiot, you can sort of see how he and Sadie work together, and it actually makes for a sweet dynamic. While the first half of the episode makes for a fun watch, it's the second half that handles Lars as a character in a way that I really like. Upon finishing his cake for the potluck, Lars seems troubled. When Steven asks him what's the matter, he actually gets Lars to open up. If it hasn't been made obvious by now, a lot of Lars's problems come from his own anxiety. He worries so much about how people view him that he ends up causing problems where there are none. In this case, the cool kids explicitly invite him because they want to get to know him better. It's made clear that they have a genuine interest in him and just want to learn more about him. They want to be friends with Lars, but on some level, Lars just can't believe this. He gets in his own head, thinking he needs the perfect cake and the perfect personality, but no one's asking this of him. It's just his fear that if he genuinely puts himself out there, they might reject him. So the night of the potluck rolls around, and when Steven shows up, he notices Lars isn't there. The night drags on, and as the party comes to a close, Steven finds Lars's cake in the trash outside. Turns out Lars had shown up, but his anxiety and self-doubt led him to abandon the cake that represented a very real part of him, and he left, never giving himself the chance to get to know the people he so admires. Though subtle, it's just a really good moment of show, don't tell. Lars's lack of attendance and seeing the cake in the trash tells us all we need to know about what happened, as we have context in our knowledge of Lars as a character. It's a really clever way of using our familiarity with this character to tell a story that is very personal to him, and I think it's really well done here. I think it's funny that the best Lars moments take place when he literally isn't present, but regardless, it really does work well to endear you to him a bit more. It's clear that so much of what he does is based off this fear that the real him isn't good enough, and while that doesn't excuse his past actions at all, I think it reveals a very sad side to him that we haven't fully delved into before. Overall, just a very somber and well done episode that takes what could have been boring filler and adds some genuinely interesting character moments. A really great episode for sure, near the top of the list. A really great start to our season finale that ties the past few episodes together very nicely. In the 2 episodes before this one, we had spent time with Onion, Sadie, and Lars. Each of these episodes ended with a hint towards 2 new gems, seemingly stalking the people of Beach City. This episode finally gives us insight into what's going on and who those gems are. The episode starts with Onion going missing. Apparently, he hadn't been seen since he broke into the theme park 2 episodes episodes ago. On top of this, both Sadie and Lars seem to be missing, launching Steven into fully investigating their disappearances. I really like this start to the episode. It's fun seeing the little hints throughout the last few episodes, and it works to really make you go back and think about the events of those related episodes for some sort of hint. I would say that the only downside to this approach is that it does discount what I liked about the last episode to some degree. In that episode, I talked about how I liked how Lars's anxiety was displayed through his actions when he didn't show up to the party. It was a clever way to convey this aspect of his character, and I really appreciated the subtlety that they employed. Unfortunately, however, the events of that episode are somewhat trampled on by this idea. By confirming that Lars has gone missing, it almost suggests that his lack of attendance at the party may not have been by choice. While I like how this acts as a little subversion, I also kind of like the idea that this was something that Lars decided on his own. It just brought a level of humanity to Lars's character that we don't see often, but if it really was all out of his control, that sort of defeats this point. While I really don't think it's that big of a deal, it's just something I realized watching this one, but as a result, it makes the revelation in this episode more engaging, and honestly works as a really smart way of changing your view on past events. Aside from this, the stuff with the new gems is very interesting. Steven, in his search for the missing people, comes across a gem named Aquamarine. While she flies away before he can ask her anything, she says she's looking for my dad. This stumps the gems. Aside from Steven, no gems have parents. They're simply born of the ground and develop without the need of a mother or a father. And yet this gem is supposedly looking for her dad. Could this be another gem like Steven? We soon find out that this is a total fake out in what I think is one of the weaker moments of the episode. It takes us barely any time before we learn that my dad simply refers to what Steven called Greg during their time in the human zoo. And these gems, Aquamarine accompanied by a large gem named Topaz, are clearly gems sent by Homeworld to find the human zoo escapees. This fake out just feels really unnecessary to me. We literally spent 2 minutes at most believing that maybe Aquamarine has parents like Steven, and it's instantly disproven. I blame this mostly on the episode's runtime since they have so much to cover in 10 minutes, but I argue this plot thread probably could have just been removed if they weren't going to dwell on it a bit longer. Aside from this though, I do like the reveal that my dad is just Greg, and that the diamonds have sent the gems to find Steven and the gems. Once again, this episode does a great job of tying past episodes together, and that holds true here with the further exploration of the consequences of the human zoo arc. Just really fun to see the past affect the present like this, and really gives you the sense that the fight with Homeworld is slowly proceeding forward. The episode ends with Connie getting captured by the Homeworld gems as they beat Steven with ease. The gems escape with the missing people, along with Connie. Overall, a really good setup for the finale. I'm excited to see how it escalates in the next episode. After all, these gems are linked directly with the diamonds, and their presence could signify further trouble to come. For now though, a great episode, going near the top of the list. We've finally made it to the finale of Season 4, and it's an episode that sets up a very interesting tone for the future of the series, while also giving us some incredibly pivotal moments for the characters. To begin with, it's clear that I misread some of the information given to us last episode. I had thought that the diamonds sent the gems to capture Greg in retaliation to the human zoo incident, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We're shown that this mission was instead based on a comment that Steven made to Peridot way back in Season 2 when she still worked for the diamonds. Steven had told her the names of his friends on Earth, and it seems that the message made its way to the diamonds. Now, with the escape of Greg, it seems the gems want to replace him with some more humans, and so they go off the data provided to them by Steven. Unfortunately, this plot point feels a little weaker than what I thought they were originally going for. I like the idea that because of the events at the human zoo, the diamonds were now hell-bent on getting Greg back and going on the offensive, just happening to capture some of Steven's friends in the hunt for the escapees. But instead, this sudden deployment of some of the most powerful Homeworld gems available is just all all based off a random piece of data that Steven provided about his friends way back in Marble Madness. This could honestly work if there was more of a motive here, maybe kidnapping Steven's friends in the hope of destabilizing the resistance, but that doesn't seem to be the case here, and rather, it just seems like they happened to choose this list of people to replace Greg after the events of the human zoo just by pure chance. It just feels like a very strange way to justify this plot point, and it would have worked a lot better had it all been a more direct reaction to the human zoo escape, taking it as a chance to strike back at the crystal gems. It would have better explained the urgency and level of muscles sent by the diamonds. There is one upside to going down this more convoluted route, however. Since the data used for the mission was sourced from Steven, he can't help but blame himself for his friend's kidnapping. If only he had been smarter with his words, if only he had protected them. These thoughts race through his mind as they're loaded onto a ship bound for Homeworld. With Connie by his side, he's able to keep it together long enough to get his friends out the door, moments away from escape. But the Homeworld gems are no joke, and with one swish of her wand, Aquamarine foils their plan with ease. She now has all of the power in the situation, and Steven is left with just one move to save his friends. He reveals that he is Rose Quartz, the leader of the Crystal Gems, the #1 enemy of Homeworld, and the gem who shattered Pink Diamond. The Homeworld gems are taken aback as Steven offers himself up in the place of his friends. While he's doing this for them, he's also doing it for himself to a degree. He's always wondered what his purpose was, why his mother birthed him, and now he has a chance to realize what his mission is. It's him that they want, it's him that must pay for his mother's sins, and it's him alone who can bring an end to this. He's been offered a chance to finally fulfill what he believes is his reason for existing, and so he willingly heads to Homeworld alone. This is without a doubt the height of the episode. It's a moment where we finally get to see Steven at his breaking point, doing the only thing that he can think of to justify his existence. Even without being there, Rose has done so much damage to Steven that even when she claims that she just wanted him to exist, he simply can't live with that. He's been left with so many of her problems, a whole war for that matter, and to believe that she simply wanted him to live while leaving him to deal with all that just doesn't make sense to him. She's burned him before and is far from the perfect person she was touted as in the first few seasons. She's a dark cloud that looms over Steven, and the only way he knows to free himself from her is to finish what she started. In an attempt to rid himself of her, he becomes her, telling the Homeworld gems that he is Rose Quartz. It's an extremely sad moment where it's clear how alone Steven feels. He loves his family and friends, but doesn't want them to suffer any more at his hands. He feels responsible for his mother's sins and doesn't want to let her hurt his loved ones anymore. So he shoulders all of the responsibility and embraces his mother's influence. The most ironic part being that he hurts his loved ones in doing so, just like Rose had done so many times before. Overall, I just love seeing how Rose has affected Steven over time. My biggest worry with this finale was that the villains didn't seem very interesting. Sure, they posed a significant threat, but their motives weren't really season finale material. To be honest, they had very little stake in the conflict personally, and are essentially just random lackeys sent by the diamonds. It felt very reminiscent of season 1's finale with Peridot and Jasper, except with less fleshed out characters. But the reason for this becomes more obvious when you realize that the true villain here is Rose. She is the one who's been haunting Steven all season, slowly breaking him down to the point that he doesn't know who or what he is anymore. He's struggling to find his purpose, and in a desperate attempt to gain some level of control, he embraces his mother's sins, hoping to repent on his mother's behalf. And so he makes the choice that he does, isolating himself and shouldering all of the responsibility. It's just such an interesting way of presenting a villain, one who is never present but has such a great effect on the plot regardless. Just really intriguing stuff, and honestly acts like a really interesting misstep in Steven's search for purpose. Aside from this main plot thread, Lars also gets an interesting moment here. While escaping the ship with Steven's help, Sadie gets caught by Topaz. She begs for Lars's help, but he just freezes. Lars can't seem to move a muscle, and when he finally gains back control, he runs and hides. It's a great moment because it gets your hopes up, only to send them slamming back down. You have Lars, who despite his shitty behavior and poor treatment of Sadie, clearly does care for her, and here he's given a chance to show that, to prove that once and for all, despite the stupid things he does and says, when it counts, he's there for Sadie. She would do the same for him, so naturally he would do the same for her. And for a moment, you see him prepare to make a move. He tenses up his body, and it really seems like he's about to defeat his fear and fight for Sadie, but he doesn't. His spring to action instead develops into an escape from the situation as he runs and hides, leaving Sadie to fend for herself. When she needed him the most, he couldn't do anything for her, be it fear or straight selfishness. Lars just couldn't do it. It's a moment where he had failed her in the one situation where his actions mattered the most, but instead, not only is his behavior shitty and his treatment of Sadie bad, but he's also too cowardly and too self-centered to save her life when her life is literally in danger. Any goodwill that existed towards Lars is thoroughly stomped out here, and he's repaid for his cowardice by being forgotten on the ship and taken to Homeworld with Steven. I really like this moment because it does what I've been wanting them to do with Lars for a long time. We've seen how awful he is to the person closest to him, and as a result, every attempt to redeem him just felt so forced. I never felt sorry for him, and the more we learned of him, the worse it got. It got to a point where I was really put off by the pushing of Sadie and Lars's relationship, as Lars has clearly done nothing to deserve her. So you have a character who, unless he does a full 180 and changes himself completely, has no right to be redeemed. And so naturally the show opted to take him even lower, showing that even in a life and death situation, he really doesn't have Sadie's back. I just think it's such a clever way to deal with a character like this. Instead of taking the easy route of redeeming him in the traditional sense, they instead bring him to depths previously unimaginable. It takes a character who shouldn't be redeemed and takes him to a place where he's now forced to change or forever be the selfish coward he is. I just love that they took it to this extreme, and it leaves me very excited for what the future holds for Lars as a character. Overall, this episode is absolutely incredible and places very high on the list. There is a strong argument to be made for Season 4 being the best season so far. While it does struggle in certain places, for example with the handling of the human zoo and some of the in-between episodes that just didn't really feel like they had much of a place, when the season excels, it really excels. Episodes like That'll Be All, Storm in the Room, and the whole ending of the season are absolutely incredible episodes, and some of my favorites of the series so far. That'll Be All gives us so much lore about Homeworld that becomes very important going into this final season, and the same goes for Storm in the Room in terms of who Rose is and what role she had in the business of the diamonds. And the ending of the season caps this off perfectly with two very well-rounded episodes that feed perfectly into the finale. And as for the finale itself, it's wonderful and leaves us on a cliffhanger where our characters are at their lowest point. To me, Season 4 is just setting up Season 5 to be a home run, and so much of the lore established here feels like it's so important to the plot of the show. Overall, while there are a couple episodes in there that I don't love, it's just such a dense season in terms of lore, and definitely one of the most interesting to watch so far. Opening up the final season with an absolutely incredible episode that positions us for a possible redemption arc for Lars. We pick right back up where Season 4 ended, with Steven and Lars stuck on the ship, headed straight for Homeworld. Realizing that he failed to save Lars, Steven feels hopeless. He gave himself up and revealed his ties to Rose, but it was all for naught. He wasn't able to save everyone, and this eats away at him. But Lars is partially partially to blame for this too. Had his cowardice not taken over, and had he stood and fought for his friends, he wouldn't be in this situation right now. And for the first time ever, we actually see him realize how awful he's been. He hates himself for not being able to save Sadie, but at the same time, he's not surprised. All his life, he's been a coward, never putting himself out there for fear of what the world might think of him. He's always obscuring his true self, even when that hurts the people around him. He just can't bear to risk himself being hurt, and it's that exact principle that comes into play when Sadie is in trouble. His body freezes as his mind computes the situation. He's presented with the most literal form of his fears: to take a risk and help Sadie, or to preserve himself and cower from the possibility of pain. And having done the latter all his life, that's what he defaults to. While these are issues that have always been apparent with Lars, it's really liberating to see him finally address it himself. This time, he has no excuses for himself and simply accepts that he's a pathetic, selfish person. This is where we hit a bit of a lull in the episode as we spend some time with Lars just moping about. Steven is trying everything he can to get them out of this situation, but Lars just can't be bothered. He's so disappointed in himself and realizes that he's completely powerless, paralyzed by his own fears. This results in him working against Steven, refusing to be of any help whatsoever. While this part of the episode is definitely the weakest, fortunately very little time is devoted to it. Mostly, it's just used to show Lars wallowing in self-pity, a very Lars way to handle such a situation. But it's the next part of the episode that takes all these elements and gives us one of the best moments of Lars as a character. Steven has tried everything, but it's just no use. He can't see any way out, and Lars isn't cooperating at all. As he pushes Lars to help him, Lars blows up at him. He says that he's not like Steven, that he can't do the things that Steven can do, that he can't be as brave as Steven is. But Steven flips this on Lars. He's scared too, as he barrels ever closer to the diamonds themselves without his friends or any plan whatsoever. At the same time, he's already failed his mission. He wanted to save everyone, to take the burden off of their shoulders, to fulfill the purpose he believes he was made for, but he couldn't even do that much, failing to save Lars and implicating him in the fight against the diamonds. And in that moment, Lars realizes something. Despite the brave face he puts on and his hyper-positive outlook, Steven gets scared too. He's just as lost as Lars is and has no idea what'll happen next. And this works to humanize Steven in Lars's eyes. He always saw Steven as this perfect person, always helping people and doing the right thing. But at the crux of it all, he too is just a child, scared of what the world may have in store for him. In this regard, he and Steven are the same. And it's through this shared hopelessness, this shared fear, that Steven and Lars are able to find common ground. Lars realizes that whatever he's feeling, others around him are feeling it too, and maybe he isn't so alone. It's clear that his self-loathing and his anxiety just obscured this truth from him, but when he's hit rock bottom and has nothing else to lose, he finally stops worrying so much and is able to see the world around him for what it is. And this allows him to connect with Steven on a level previously impossible for him. He's able to really get in touch with his inner emotions, to share these emotions with Steven, and to share the burden of their situation. While the situation is bleak and they may not have a solution at this moment, at least they have each other. This moment is just so incredible to me. In a single conversation, we get to see the results of everything Lars as a character was leading up to. We get to see him at rock bottom, where he finally realizes the error in his ways, and by doing so, he's able to make a deeper connection with Steven. Instantly, he's rewarded for not thinking so much and letting himself exist as he is without having to put up some charade in search of acceptance. It's just a really sweet moment between two characters who have been through a lot together, and while it doesn't solve all their issues, it acts as a huge step in the right direction. discussion. Unfortunately, the last bit of the episode doesn't quite stick the landing for me. Topaz, hearing this heart-to-heart, agrees to help Steven and Lars escape. This goes nowhere, however, as they're instantly found out by Aquamarine. Topaz attacks Aquamarine, but is stopped as she begins to speak. She threatens to have Topaz shattered, and Topaz stands down at this threat. Aquamarine agrees to never speak of this as they arrive at Homeworld. Unless this has some significance later, this ending bit just feels a bit unnecessary. Steven doesn't escape, and they're let off the hook fairly easily. Other than to reiterate Homeworld's oppressive and authoritative nature, this scene ultimately serves very little purpose and just feels like a very shoehorned in moment. Overall though, the moments with Steven and Lars are incredibly well done in this episode, and it makes for a very emotional start to season 5. An incredible episode, near the top of the list. An episode that adds a lot of context to Pink's shattering and gives us some interesting concepts to consider moving forward. Having arrived at Homeworld, Steven is held prisoner, awaiting his trial for crimes committed by Rose Quartz. His defense attorney is in a panic. Not only are the diamonds themselves judging this case, but it's one that seems predetermined. Everybody knows that Rose Quartz was the one to shatter Pink Diamond, with detailed records existing of what happened. The case is open and shut, and this becomes apparent when they enter the courtroom. There sits Yellow and Blue Diamond, a murderous look in their eyes as they stare down at the one who shattered one of their own. The prosecution begins their statement, recounting the details of Pink's shattering that the diamonds seem to know all too well. This point is easily won, and so she moves to prove Steven to be Rose. She brings a gem to the stand, one who Steven is very familiar with. Eyeball stands in front of him and recounts to the court the things revealed to her during her time stuck with Steven. He had fully admitted his being Rose to her, and if that wasn't evidence enough, Steven had healed her using magic signature to Rose Quartz. With the evidence piling, the defense is given a chance to speak. Steven's attorney is panicking, reaching for something, anything, but Steven doesn't want to get out of this. He yells out that he's guilty and that he's fully responsible for shattering Pink. Here, we see a Steven that's broken. He's done trying to find a way out and just wants to bear his mother's sins. He believes that if he gives himself up and shoulders all of the responsibility, he can make everything go away for the people he cares about, and maybe he can fulfill his supposed purpose. He's been broken down to the point where he's given up, hoping that somehow this might be the thing to end it all, but it isn't. Even if he sacrifices himself, the war for Earth will continue. Then the war would fall on the people he loves, those who would be left to fight for Earth. In a moment of great irony, Steven is prepared to do exactly what his mom did before him. He's prepared to leave the people after him to pick up the pieces to deal with the war that he couldn't deal with. While his intentions are good, this path only leads to the same pain that Rose inflicted on the people around her when she made the same decision. I really like how Steven is paralleling his mother at this moment. At his lowest, he's ready to betray the people he loves, to leave them in hopes of solving everything. But this is selfish and short-sighted, serving more as a way out for Steven, a way to free himself from the war that has tormented him all his life, and a way to realize this purpose that he's been so obsessed with. He's accepted the same ending as his mother, the one where he gives up and leaves his mess for the people after him. But a break in the case rekindles a glimmer of hope in Steven. A major focus of the trial so far has fallen on Rose's explanation of what happened that day. While Pink's shattering is extremely well documented, unfolded, it's clear that they were looking for some information that only Rose would have known. It's almost as if there's a piece of the story that they're missing and hoping to extract from Rose. The shattering makes no sense. At the time of the shattering, Rose Quartz was well known as a threat to the throne. She had already marked herself as a rebel, and the war for Earth was well underway. As such, all Rose Quartz soldiers were phased out of the Diamond's armies to avoid the possibility of Rose slipping into the Diamond's entourage. And yet, if the events of the shattering are to be believed, Rose was able to sneak into Pink's entourage fully undetected by any of the guards or sapphires. So the question becomes, how was Rose able to so casually confront Pink? If Rose Quartz were known to be dangerous, why did Pink exit her palanquin to approach the known rebel? While no answers are given yet, these questions shock the court. Yellow Diamond lashes out. The case that was supposed to be open and shut had just become a lot more complicated, and in a way that it's almost as if Rose got one more fast one over them. Blue tries to calm her down, and in the chaos, Steven grabs Lars and escapes on Blue's palanquin. This revelation has sparked that hope in Steven. Previously having hit rock bottom, feeling a lack of purpose and wrestling with the meaning of his own existence, Steven is given something new to aim for, to find out the truth about Pink's shattering, and in turn to learn more about his mom. To me, this episode indicates a turning point for Steven. For the last few seasons, we've watched as he slowly lost himself in the search for meaning. With the many reveals about his mother, he's been haunted by his mother's intentions for creating him. Now, when it feels like all has been revealed, including his mom's true character, he finds it hard to move forward. He'd rather throw in the towel and give up chasing her shadow, but he's then presented by this twinge of uncertainty, this chance that maybe what he thought about his mom was wrong, a chance that he might find out more about what he is. It gives him something to once again latch onto, and it fuels his drive to keep moving forward. Overall, I just really love how we see Steven hit rock bottom. When he's at his most hopeless, however, all it takes is that sliver of possibility, that tiny chance that there may be a bigger picture here, for him to rise again and fight. While I think he's clearly struggling with his self-image, seeing him learning how to fight again makes me hopeful that he can break out of this, that we may be building to a point where Steven finds his purpose and realizes that it's something that he has to decide for himself. It's an episode that gets me excited for what's to come and reveals some very interesting considerations on the topic of Pink's shattering. A very good episode, near the top of the list. Lars's redemption arc is in full swing as he and Steven try to find their way home. Steven and Lars wake up in a destroyed palanquin. While they're a bit shaken, it seems that they've lost the diamonds. They aren't out of the woods yet, though. As they take in their surroundings, they see a desolate landscape littered with the scraps of the homeworld city above. There's nothing for miles, and it's becoming apparent that while they may have escaped the diamonds for now, they aren't free from them just yet. A drone flies around the wasteland, scanning anything remotely gem-like. Eventually, it sets its eyes on Steven, and upon scanning his gem, it attacks. They're able to escape when a voice beckons them towards a secret opening in the ground. Here, we're introduced to the Off-Colors, a group of gems who have been discarded by Homeworld for various reasons. Most of them were born different, being unable to fill the roles usually assigned to their gem type. Others choose to fuse in ways that the diamonds don't allow. The underlying factor between all of them being that they didn't fit into the mold of what a gem should be according to Homeworld, and so they hide, fearing what would happen if they were ever discovered. However, by saving Steven and Lars, they've opened the door for just that to happen. The drones find their way into the hideout and begin scanning scanning the gems. Steven and Lars hide together, and here we're given a scene I feel serves as a turning point for Lars. As they sit cramped together in their hiding spot, Steven can see the fear in Lars. He reassures Lars not that everything will be okay, but rather that it's okay to be scared. And this is big for Lars. For all his life, Lars has been controlled by fear. Everything he did, every aspect of himself that he hid, it was all in the hopes of saving himself from potential pain. By cowering away, he could save himself from his greatest fear, being rejected. But here, Steven is telling him to embrace his fear, not to run from it, but rather to accept it as part of himself. And upon doing so, Lars seems to have a change of heart. A scream is heard from the other side of the room as one of the gems gets discovered by the drones. It's just like the scene on the ship where Sadie was in danger and he couldn't do anything. His fear simply wouldn't allow it. But now he's come to understand something about his fear. While it is a very real part of him, it's not something that has to control him. Ultimately, it's up to him whether he folds in the face of fear or not. This seed was planted all the way back at the start of the season when Steven acknowledged his own fear. Finding out that Steven, who Lars always thought of as brave and noble, was also scared sometimes, slowly shifted Lars's view of fear. And that's when he realizes that fear is just one part of him, that it's something that he can't change, but he can control it. By accepting his fear, he's no longer controlled by it. Gone are the days of him living his life in service of his fears, as he instead chooses to take this part of him and move forward as he comes to terms with who he is, flaws and all. It's an incredible moment where Lars realizes that he was holding himself back all along. He always had the tools to accept himself, to realize that rather than rejecting fear altogether by avoiding it at every turn, he simply needed to embrace it so that he could evolve as a person. With this realization, Lars is able to act. His fear is very much still present, but he's done letting it hold him back. As the drones come ever closer to scanning the gem, Lars rushes in, no plan, just the will to help, as he plants himself in front of the drone. It's a tense moment as the drone scans his whole body, Steven and the other gems staring in awe, unsure of what might happen to him. But despite all his fears, despite everything that held him back, Lars is completely fine. Unable to find a gem, the drones give up, and Lars is left unscathed. It's an incredible moment where all of Lars's development is paid off. It's because Lars is who he is that the drone didn't detect him, and it serves as a great metaphor for his arc as a whole. While it may be scary, if you put yourself out there, wonderful things can happen. You simply must stay true to yourself and never let fear control you. I just love how it takes his arc and contextualizes it in the situation at hand, just making for an emotional plot thread that intertwines perfectly with the ongoing primary plot. While Lars isn't yet redeemed for his actions throughout the series, it's nice to see him address the genesis of his issues, and it makes me hopeful that he may be able to fix the messes that he made. The episode also has one last twist for us, however, as while Lars is destroying the last of the drones, he literally dies. As he lies there on the ground, lifeless, Steven is able to heal him with his tears, having the small side effect of making his hair and skin pink, just like lions. The episode ends as we're left to ponder what this means for Lars. Overall, this episode serves as a complete rebirth for Lars as a character. Not only does he literally get reborn, he's able to come to terms with the thing that caused all of his issues in the past. While this doesn't excuse his actions from before, having learned more about himself, it leaves you hopeful that someday he may be able to make amends for his actions. It just leaves us in a really hopeful place where, having addressed the hurt that he caused himself, Lars can start dealing with the hurt that he caused others. I hate to say it, but despite what I've said about hating Lars, this redemption arc for Lars has been incredible and has done a great job at taking one of my least favorite characters and giving us a reason to give him a second chance. Overall, overall, an incredible episode that feels like a new start for Lars, near the top of the list. Once again, the show has managed to take a character arc full circle, bringing us an elegant conclusion to Lars's story. Directly following the last episode, Lars wakes up having been dead not but seconds ago. A little bit dazed and confused, he is instantly met with a warm hug from Steven, who's overjoyed to see that Lars is okay. It's just a really sweet moment that shows the love that Steven genuinely has for Lars, and it just goes to show how much their relationship has grown over the past few episodes. A bulk of this episode is just spent with Lars, catching him up and helping him come to terms with his new look. I really like this part of the episode as we get a look at a new Lars that, while having all his trademark sarcasm and bluntness, is clearly more in touch with himself. It's a good moment of reprieve from the high stress of the last few episodes and gives us a chance to see the new Lars in action. I also really like the interactions that Steven and Lars share here. It's subtle, but you can tell that their bond has grown significantly. The jealousy and annoyance that used to underline their relationship is now gone, and we see them talking as friends. It's clear that they've come to have a mutual respect for each other, and I think seeing this progression in real time makes it all the more impactful. Aside from this though, the last part of the episode gives us some very interesting lore revelations and makes for some incredible moments that really make the episode. Upon investigating Lars's condition, Steven finds that he can put his hand into Lars's hair, much like he can with Lion. He explains the idea of the pocket dimension to Lars, and he ventures inside to see what he can find. There's a moment here that I really like, where despite being confused and a bit nervous, Lars isn't opposed to this idea. While the old Lars would have been adverse to such an idea, Lars now has a new view of Steven. He's come to greatly trust and respect Steven, and so while he still is a bit unsure, he tells Steven that he trusts his judgment as he lets his walls down and lets Steven in. As with most of the interactions between Lars and Steven in this episode, it once again just goes to show how far they've come, and it really is sweet to see. Going inside Lars's hair, Steven finds himself in the same field found in Lion's Mane. He looks around and sees a new island with a new tree, and beside it, Rose's tree. There's something immensely beautiful about this moment. While it's brushed past fairly quickly here, I love the idea that Steven is able to make a mark on the pink dimension, previously a place that only Rose had power over. It's a moment that tells us that while he has adopted a lot from his mother, he still has the power to shape his own life. The new tree that he creates in the pink dimension is emblematic of this, as it represents Steven's individuality and provides him a place to document his own life, separate from that of his mother's. For Steven, who has been obsessed with his purpose set out by his mother, creating his own island feels very representative of the truth of the situation. While sure, Steven will always be Rose's child, what he makes of his life is dependent on him, and this blank slate of an island exists to say that your life is whatever you choose to make of it. While extremely subtle, I think that it shows that Lars isn't the only one that grew during these past few episodes. Despite the fact that he couldn't be the martyr that he believed his mother wanted him to be, Steven was able to make it. While things are looking grim, he realizes his agency as a person who doesn't necessarily have a set purpose. Walking over to his mother's tree, Steven is able to resurface in Lion's Mane, all the way back on Earth. After all he's been through, he finally gets a moment to rest, and while no one's home, he promises to be back soon. As he leaves to meet up with Lars, he takes a moment with Lion. With Lion exhibiting the same traits as Lars post-revival, it's clear that something similar must have happened to him back when Rose was still around. He takes a moment to acknowledge how hard things must have been for Lion, and it's just a sweet moment of understanding between the two. Heading back to Lars, Steven and the off-colors are faced with an issue. While they could all escape back to Earth, they would have to leave Lars behind, and we see Lars putting the others before him here, insisting that they all escape and leave him to find his own way back to Earth. But the off-colors refuse, deciding to stay with Lars and to find their own way back to Earth. While I don't particularly love any of the individual off-colors, I do like this gesture. They see Lars's kindness but refuse to leave him behind. They instead insist on accompanying him on the long journey home, and you see how much Lars appreciates this. I also think it's smart narratively, as it gives Lars a second chance of sorts. It's a chance to start anew with new people, to treat them like he should have treated the people currently in his life. It's an important opportunity for him, so that when he does return to Beach City, he'll be able to confidently say that he's worked towards being a better person. One thing's for sure, however, Steven needs to get home. Lars is the voice of reason here, reminding him that the diamonds will never stop looking for him if he stays here. It's bittersweet, but Lars and Steven both understand that they have to go their separate ways for now. And while it's a cruel end to their adventure together, this isn't goodbye forever. Steven extends a hand towards Lars, but he pushes it away. Instead, he embraces Steven, showing his emotional growth as he's able to fully express his feelings to Steven. As Steven heads home, he knows that he'll see Lars again someday. The episode ends with a touching moment as Steven arrives home to Greg, Connie, and the Gems, and they all embrace him as the episode fades to black. Overall, this episode is a whirlwind of emotions, all of which are handled with appropriate tact. All of these moments feel very earned, as we've seen this growth in real time. The show is reminding us once again that it excels at creating believable and impactful emotional moments, and I think this episode displays that excellence. Overall, an incredible episode, going near the top of the list and easily in the top 20 to 30 episodes. Following events of the Homeworld arc, Steven has some things to answer for. He tries to act like everything is fine, but everything is clearly not fine. Steven has finally made it home, and while everyone's happy to see him safe, Connie can't help but be upset with him. Back on the ship, when the stakes were high and the fight seemed hopeless, Steven sacrificed himself. He took all of the responsibility and chose to shoulder that weight himself, never giving anyone the chance to help. He made an executive decision pertaining to all of their lives that day, and Connie feels betrayed by this decision. They were supposed to be in this together. They had trained together and grown stronger together for that exact reason. And yet, when it came down to it, Steven took it upon himself to make the decision for her. He didn't give her the chance to fight with him, and instead took the selfish route of acting like the martyr. Here, we're seeing a concept that I talked about a couple episodes ago, with how his actions mirror that of his mother. While he believes that his cause is noble, in reality, his decisions caused a lot of pain for the people around him. Just like with Rose, his decisions have only hurt the people around him, and the saddest part is that he doesn't even understand this. He still believes that he's some sort of chosen one, the only one who can possibly stop the diamonds and protect everyone. Sure, this comes from the desire to save everyone, but it's misguided. The people around him do not need to be protected and have vowed their lives to fight alongside Steven. But in that moment, Steven took all of that agency away from Connie, and she's hurt that when it came down to it, Steven didn't trust her enough to let her choose her own fate. As she heads home without him, he simply stands there, feeling unappreciated for all the service that he did her. In his eyes, taking all of the responsibility from his friends was a noble thing, but he slowly comes to realize the errors in his thinking. The first reminder of the fallout of his actions comes in the form of Lars. With Lars now lost somewhere on Homeworld, Sadie and his parents are obviously devastated. When Steven assures them that they can visit him anytime and that he's in good hands, this does nothing to quell their their worries. It's a situation where Steven has completely failed to understand how they might take such news. For Steven, whose main priority is to keep everyone safe, this feels like a win. Lars is alive and well and therefore safe, but that totally disregards the feelings of the people around him. Lars is gone, lost somewhere in space with no idea when or how he might get home. The prospect is terrifying, and it's hard not to blame Steven a little bit, as if he had just let the others help, this may not have happened. It takes Steven seeing a similar scenario play out in real time for him to understand the error in his ways. With the recent alien invasion scare, the town is in an uproar. Mayor Dewey has always been avoidant of issues like these, and it's created a rift between him and the people of Beach City. His approach has always been to hide the ugly stuff from the people, to handle it yourself if it means keeping the masses safe and happy. But this has created a disconnect between him and the people, and a political opponent pops up to fill his role. She's far more honest, transparent, and more team-oriented than Dewey, and this is where the similarities begin to make themselves clear. Steven agrees to help Mayor Dewey run again, which comes crashing down when, during a debate, Dewey's opponent makes an important point. No matter how hard Dewey tries to hide things, to take all of the responsibility and deal with the problems himself, it still results in pain for his citizens. When he makes decisions on behalf of the people like this, it leaves them confused and lost, feeling powerless in a decision that has already been made for them. The opposition vows to be transparent, and to this, Dewey folds. He drops out of the race and moves on. Steven feels betrayed. After everything he'd done for Dewey, for him to just give up like that felt horrible. And this ties directly into what Connie felt when Steven made his sacrifice that day. All their training, all their work they did together was all pointless, all because Steven took it upon himself to give up. He never gave Connie the chance to help, to try and find another way out. He chose for her, and that displayed a lack of trust that really hurt Connie. Steven, realizing his mistake, runs home, calling Connie only to get the dial tone over and over again. While I do classify this as a filler episode, I think it's one that's done incredibly well. While revealing himself to be a bit of an asshole here, not even realizing that Lars is gone, Dewey is pretty funny and enjoyable. My only issue with his depiction here is the level of disregard he shows for the Beach City residents at some points in this episode. Just doesn't really work when you consider what his plot in this episode is trying to represent. The question was never whether Steven, or in this case Dewey, cared about the people around him, but rather it's the love that he has for those people that ultimately made him choose what he thought was right for them, ignoring their feelings and opinions. So in this sense, there is a disconnect between the two situations, and it feels very strange since otherwise Dewey's situation is almost one for one with Steven's. Other than this, I think it's fairly well executed, with the episode doing a good job of exploring a side character while also giving us time to deal with the fallout of Steven's choices. While a flawed episode for sure, it's a really good one. Near the top of the list, but not as high as it could have been if the execution was done a little bit better. Some really good ideas here, paired with some execution that I really didn't love. Coming off of last episode's events, Connie still isn't talking to Steven. He's obsessively checking his messages, hoping for some sort of response, but he gets nothing. Seeing how troubled Steven is, Greg takes him and the gems to a cabin to get away from everything. I like how this episode explores a major failing when it comes to the gems. To say Steven's life is unusual is an understatement, and for as long as he can remember, the responsibilities of being a gem have always weighed on him. The gems have always done their best to prepare him for this, telling him who he is and where he comes from. In this sense, the gems really were helpful. They did a good job of raising Steven as a gem, telling him what he needs to know and preparing him for the hardship that he would one day have to face. But this method of dumping knowledge on Steven has led to some very very adverse effects. While he's able to better understand who and what he is, the responsibility is put on him to deal with and work through these revelations. In this sense, he's never really had the support he needed when it came to dealing with the implications that came with him being who he is. The gems simply provide him with the context he needs, leaving him to grapple with the emotional turmoil that comes with it. And it leads to cases like the one we see unfold at the end of last season, where his inability to process the information about his mother leads to him questioning his existence. It's a tragic situation, as you have the gems who simply want what's best for Steven, but due to their incomplete understanding of humans, fail to support him emotionally. Instead, they try to educate him and prepare him for what may happen, but this information only works to complicate Steven's life and leave him with even more to deal with on his own. While on a smaller scale, I think this episode displays this idea in a very interesting way. Steven spends the whole trip obsessively watching his phone, waiting for some sort of reply from Connie. Seeing this, the gems and Greg suspect his time and space for being the source of his anguish, and so one by one they try to help Steven understand his gem side more. But once again, it's a demonstration of their broad strokes approach. Sure, they dump all of this information on Steven and repeat the reassuring words that they always do, but they seem to lack the ability to really get down to what's bothering Steven, to level with him and give him the help that he really needs. It's a really sad way to frame our first episode back with the gems, as it shows how disconnected Steven feels from them. They can't understand how he feels, and so he tries to face his issues alone. The exact same approach that led to him trying to figure out his purpose as Rose's creation. Also unrelated, but it's clear from her talk with Steven that Pearl knows something about Homeworld that the others don't, and that she has a secret that she can't explain. Just something to think about moving forward. The end of the episode is definitely the weakest part, however. Having been misunderstood by everyone around him, Steven finally snaps, explaining everything. With the gems and Greg finally realizing what Steven needs, they try to help him, taking him somewhere with cell service so that he can check if Connie texted. This whole setup just feels so cheesy and silly to me, and not in a good way. Just a weird, unnatural escalation to the episode that I didn't feel was necessary. On top of that, this ending doesn't really address the whole point of the episode. Steven eventually finds service, but sees no messages from Connie, and he just sits there defeated, coming to terms with the fact that he made a mistake. And while they comfort him, once again neither the gems nor Greg have any answers for him. They simply say that they're here for him and that it'll all blow over. While this could have been a sweet moment, I think it still leaves us with a glaring issue. Greg and the gems still don't really know how to help Steven, and while it's sweet to be reminded that they're always there for him, they have no answers for him. And so we're just left in a spot where Steven is left to continue struggling with his existence, and on a smaller scale, something like his relationship with Connie, because his parents don't know how to help him. If this is the message that they're going for here, that would be really interesting. It's a little haunting to know that despite their good intentions, the gems and Greg really can't help Steven when it comes down to it. It's a moment where they clearly want to help, but their lack of knowledge on how leads Steven to take on all the weight alone. The episode doesn't feel written this way, however, and it feels like you're supposed to be okay with the ending, with nothing resolved and the empty promise that things will be okay, when we've already seen how ineffective this approach is. Overall, while I like what they were going for, I just feel like this episode sort of misses the landing and just sort of forgets what it's trying to say by the end. An okay episode nonetheless, but definitely a weaker one, near the middle of the list. The first episode in a while that takes Lapis's character in a really interesting direction. Upon hearing about Steven's confrontation with the diamonds, Lapis is worried. The idea that the diamonds are now directly after Steven scares her, and a fear of getting caught in the crossfire leads her to act. She decides that the best course of action would be to leave Earth and save themselves, but Peridot doesn't want to. The episode does a great job of conveying just how serious this is to Lapis, and with the context we have on her past, it makes a lot of sense. Everything from getting involved with the diamonds to getting trapped on Earth resulted from Lapis's accidental involvement in the first war for Earth. She was caught up in a fight that she never signed up for, and it resulted in thousands of years of pain. Now, having a chance to be proactive, she refuses to put herself in that situation again. It's a very logical stance to have on the situation, but also one that shows that she hasn't fully embraced her life on Earth. She feels that the fight isn't hers, and that she would only be a victim if she participated. And this is a reasonable thing to assume. Why would she risk her life all over again for a planet that she was forced to become accustomed to? Unlike the other gems, she has no real connection to Earth, and this feeds into her decision. This is in direct contrast to Peridot, who wants to stay and fight for Earth. For her, the Earth has never felt like a prison. Instead, it's a place where she was able to find herself and better understand the things that she values. She owes a lot to Earth, and as such wants to fight for it. Both of these points of views are extremely valid. You have Lapis, who, having been burned before, doesn't want to let herself be the victim again, while on the other hand, you have Peridot, who feels indebted to Earth and wants to preserve her life on it. While this central thesis is very interesting, the episode is a little heavy-handed with its message here. The start of the episode is really well done, however, with Peridot trying to hide her feelings. While she doesn't want to leave Earth, a mix of guilt and understanding prevents her from saying anything. She feels guilty for causing Lapis pain in the past. After all, she was the one to bring Lapis back to Earth after she escaped. Aside from this, she understands exactly why Lapis wants to leave. The Earth was the setting for a lot of terrible things that happened to Lapis, and as such, her lack of devotion is understandable. This part of the episode is handled perfectly, with just the right amount of subtlety, relying more on your understanding of the characters and their dynamics to grasp the full extent of their decisions here. At the same time, the way that Peridot's true feelings come out here is a little bit ham-fisted. Their pet Pumpkin doesn't want to leave, but Peridot insists. As Pumpkin resists, Peridot blurts out that sometimes you have to do things that you don't want to do. It's a monologue that clearly references her own situation in only the most obvious of terms, and it just lacks a lot of the depth that the rest of the episode has. It's not a deal breaker at all. It still serves an important part of the episode and moves the story in a fairly natural way, but I just wish it was left up to the audience to make this connection. Just feels weird that you leave all the other themes of the episode fairly subtle, but then make a point of hammering home what is probably the least complex concept of the bunch. Either way, this finally leads to Peridot telling Lapis how she feels. Peridot wants to stay, to believe in Earth and their ability to fight for it, but this doesn't work for Lapis. Once again, recalling all the horrible things that have happened to her, she refuses to let herself get caught up in a war that she has no part in. It's a situation where nice words can't help. All of this optimism from Peridot can't take away the pain and suffering that Lapis has gone through, and it leaves them at a stalemate. Realizing that Peridot isn't leaving, Lapis flies off on her own, leaving Earth and the life that she had made for herself, and Steven and Peridot are left to pick up the pieces. There really is nothing to be done. Lapis made her choice and they have to live with it, and so Peridot and Steven just go home, realizing their powerlessness and simply existing in the loneliness of the episode. Something that I really like about season 5 is its willingness to leave an episode on a sour note. Here, we don't get a resolution at the end, as there isn't anything to be done. Instead, we are made to sit with the events of the episode and left to wonder what it means for the rest of the series. It just acts as a really compelling way to have you sit with the implications of the episode and have you think about it beyond the episode's end. Overall, while some parts of the episode could have benefited from being left a little bit more ambiguous, the episode still presents some really interesting conflict between these two characters. It's an incredible episode that's built on the understanding that you know these characters, and as such you can use that context to understand exactly why this situation is so divisive. It's an episode that really feels rewarding for someone who's been with these characters for a long time, and gives us a natural sense of continuity with their stories. Overall, a great episode, near the top of the list. A really sweet episode that doesn't shy away from how bad things have gotten lately. With Lapis gone, Peridot is left with nothing. She's lost her home and the one person who mattered the most to her. The whole life she made for herself on Earth has been destroyed, and she can't help but feel that things will never be okay again. To cheer her up, Amethyst and Steven take her with them to the kindergarten. To start with, I really like the cast for this episode. While a seemingly weird choice at first, Amethyst adds immensely to this episode in a way that I feel only she could. Having gone through a character arc of her own, she's able to be the voice of reason while Peridot deals with her own loss. We see her revisit the kindergarten, a place that used to be so traumatic and haunting for her, but now she's come to terms with her creation, met her fellow Amethysts, and is finally able to see the kindergarten for what it is. It's a place where she came from, but not a place that defines her. This works to show us a real example of things getting better. For so long, Amethyst struggled with her issues, but she's gotten to a place where she's able to control those fears. It's really inspiring and reminds us throughout the episode that there is hope, even in the darkest of places. And the episode runs with this idea, with a plant springing up in the kindergarten, this place that was so destructive in its prime, a wasteland of death and decay, has become home for a sliver of life. And this resonates with Peridot. The idea that even in a place like this, a place where everything has gone wrong and the very life has been sucked out of the earth, the planet has still found a way. It gives Peridot the hope that maybe one day she'll be able to bounce back from the feelings that are troubling her, and she, along with Amethyst and Steven, start a garden, hoping to rebuild in the face of hopelessness. Up to this point, the story is following a very predictable structure. At their most hopeless, the cast comes across a reminder that even when all seems lost, life will find a way. It's a reminder that lets them feel a little more at ease as they realize that life will get better. But this concept only works in a vacuum, as it doesn't work to address the circumstances that the characters find themselves in. The next day, when they return to the kindergarten, the flowers that they planted are all uprooted, and only the original flower is left. Peridot freaks out, frustrated over her failure. She's upset that she let herself believe that things could get better, and is sickened by the thought of how naive she was. In her frustration, she stomps on the original flower, rejecting this idea of hope in the darkest of places, and sticking by the belief that once something is broken, it can never truly be fixed. But as a final slap in the face, the flower doesn't end up being real. Instead, it's a gem monster that just happens to have a flower on its head. The whole time, the sliver of hope that she held onto, the one thing that allowed her to keep moving forward, was all a lie. They defeat the monster and head home, but her spirits are completely shattered. I like how blunt she is here, explaining that all of this was a distraction, and that she was simply trying to find a sliver of hope in a world where she's constantly being reminded of the hopelessness that surrounds her. And with the failure of her garden, her hopelessness is only made worse. I just like this characterization of Peridot. She's always been a very honest and logical character, and her laying out her issues and explaining her mental state feels very on brand. Just a subtle moment that I think works to characterize her in an interesting way, and shows us how she deals with situations like these. The episode doesn't leave us completely hopeless, however, as the last bit of the episode is just spent coming to terms with everything. Maybe things haven't been working out lately, and maybe things have been really bad, but there's still so much to live for, so much to get up in the morning for, and while it may not feel that way now, Peridot has Amethyst and Steven there to help her along the way. While they don't have any answers for each other, they decide to get through the pain together, and by doing this, the answer will someday become clear. Overall, I just love how this episode balances hope and hopelessness. While everything is going wrong and it feels like things will never be the same again, Peridot realizes that she has the foundation needed to get back up and try again. She has her friends, and while they don't have all the answers for her, they vow to work through these things together. It's an episode that really bonds our characters through this shared hopelessness, and it's really beautiful. This episode does not shy away from how bad things are, but instead leans into how in moments of hopelessness, you can find solace in knowing that your friends are there for you and are going to help you work through this. Overall, an incredible episode that brings us a bit of realism, not telling us that everything will be okay, but rather that friends can help make these hopeless situations a little more bearable. A really great episode with some really sweet moments, near the top of the list. Sadie sucks at singing. Now imagine an episode all about Sadie singing. That is this episode. While this results in a main plot that's pretty boring, there are a few moments here that gives us a look into Sadie's feelings after everything that's happened with Lars. To start off with, this episode has a lot of emphasis on Sadie's mundane routine and how she clings to this to distract herself from the things happening around her. With Lars gone, Sadie has become the only employee at the donut shop, and so she starts taking on more shifts to try and keep the place running. While it's clear that she's doing this out of a sense of obligation, she also does this to keep her moving, even with all the pain that she's feeling. By working so much, she isn't given time to mourn over Lars or to wallow in the sadness. Instead, she just exists in it, coming into work and doing the same thing time and time again, because at least there she knows the pain that she has to face. She's stuck in stasis by her sadness, and instead of working through it, she simply exists in it. And we see this idea reflected in her relationship with her job. She hates her job and wants so badly to be free from it, but it's simply easier to show up every day. She knows what to expect and has come to terms with the fact that this is just how her life is. In both the case of her emotions and her career, Sadie is unable to move on. This is where her love for singing offers an out, however. With Steven starting a band, Sadie is frustrated that she can't participate. She always has work and just can't fit band time into her life. Once again, her feelings and her fears keep her in stasis, and even though she loves singing, she refuses to allow herself to break out of the routine she's established, and so she gets left behind, destined to spend every day hurting just as much as the last. I really like this depiction of Sadie's mourning. In the wake of losing Lars, she is clearly devastated, but it's interesting to see how she handles this sadness in her own way. She tries to distract herself, to come to terms with the level of pain that she'll have to live with. Rather than move on, she would prefer to know what to expect and simply endure. It's just a nuanced take on mourning that I found very interesting, and I enjoy the subtlety around how it's portrayed. The ending of the episode is also very hopeful too, as on the night of the big performance, Sadie quits her job and joins the band, leaving her pain behind and taking a leap towards happiness. It's liberating seeing her free herself from her shackles, both in terms of her pain and her dead-end job, and in that sense, it acts as a great way to end the episode. Overall, while I do like what they do with Sadie here, I'd be lying if I said I really liked this episode. A bulk of it is just really boring band stuff with random beach city characters, and other than a few moments where we get a look into Sadie's state of mind, this episode really doesn't offer anything that interesting. Sadie still sucks at singing, and filler episodes with random characters still suck. Just a very mixed episode, really good when it focuses on Sadie, but ultimately kinda wanders a bit too much, and takes focus away from the good stuff in favor of boring filler, near the middle of the list. Also totally forgot to review the song for this one, but The Working Dead is just a fine song. It would be way better if it was sung by anyone else, but Sadie is just so bad at singing that the song is completely ruined. Going just below Haven't You Noticed, but just above Wailing Stone. We finally get some closure on the situation between Steven and Connie, and although the episode can be a bit all over the place, they really do nail the moments between the two. Kevin invites Steven to one of his parties, hoping to have him and Connie form Stevani. Finding out that she's going to be there, Steven goes to the party, hoping for a chance to talk things out. The first half of the episode is mostly just Steven hanging out with Kevin as he awkwardly avoids Connie, not knowing how to approach her. As per usual, Kevin is the same complete asshole he's always been. He's a rich, spoiled brat who pushes around anyone who has the displeasure of being near him. He is, however, at his most likable in this episode. Kevin has a vested interest in getting Steven and Connie back together, as he wants them to form Stevani to liven up his party. It's a clever way to draw out a more sympathetic side of him, as he's fully invested in Steven's troubles, even if it's solely for his own selfish gain. Later in the episode, we see a bit of a shift in him as well, as he levels with Steven and reveals small tidbits about his own heartbreak. It's clear that to some degree, he doesn't want Steven to make the same mistakes he did, and while his advice is horribly misguided, it comes off as less malicious and more as the actions of an emotionally immature person. And I think that's what Kevin is at his core, a person who's had a cushy life, being given everything he could ever wish for, but as a result is emotionally stunted and doesn't know how to form meaningful relationships with the people around him. It's a sad realization as we see behind the curtain at what makes Kevin the way he is. But I like how the episode doesn't try to redeem him. Kevin has hurt Steven before, and it's not on Steven to try and fix him. Instead, the episode gives Kevin a chance to change himself based on his time spent with Steven. It's a move that places the responsibility on Kevin, and I think it's important for a character like him who's been so terrible to our main characters. That being said, he gives Steven genuinely awful advice, and it only leads to worsening the situation, and that's why I like it when Steven realizes that he doesn't need a strategy or a plan like Kevin seems to think. He just needs to talk to Connie, and as they do, it's clear that they still care for each other. Steven is apologetic and clearly understands what he did wrong. He betrayed his teammate when it counted the most, making decisions for the both of them, and his choice left Connie to pick up the pieces. And it's clear that Connie has conflicting feelings, with a mix of anger and sadness swirling around in her mind. She cares about Steven and is glad that he's okay, but at the same time, she's upset at him for the choices he made and the agency that he took from her. And she reveals that this is why she didn't text him, not because she didn't want to or because she was ignoring him, but because she didn't know what to say. She was hurting and didn't know how to approach the situation. It's a moment that reminds us of the things that we saw Steven going through for the last few episodes. Connie has been going through this as well. It's hard to be mad at someone you love, and it's a case where they were both struggling to come to terms with their feelings and to communicate them to each other. I also like that Connie tries to meet Steven in person, but they would constantly miss each other each time. While it's a small comment, it's one that makes Steven realize how silly he was being. For the past few weeks, he had been overthinking everything, almost convincing himself that Connie hated him, but it's clear that he wasn't looking at the situation from both sides. There was never any hatred between them, and it was more a case of Steven hurting someone he loved and failing to see their side of the situation. But all of these miscommunications work themselves out as they talk to each other and get back in touch with the other's feelings. It's clear that they have a good thing going, and while a bump in the road, this situation has been a learning experience for both of them. They've come to understand each other on a deeper level, and from here, I'm excited to see how their relationship grows. Overall, while this episode indulges a bit more in the Kevin stuff than I would have liked, it's a very thoughtful episode that brings some level of nuance to him as a character. Besides that, the stuff with Connie and Steven is just wonderful and really reminds me of why they work so well together. Overall, a really sweet episode to bring Connie and Steven back together. A good episode held back a bit by the Kevin stuff, near the middle of the list. An episode that I personally really enjoy, but definitely not a flawless one. I forgot to mention that Connie took Lion with her, and so for the last few weeks, Steven hasn't been able to see Lars. But now with Connie and Steven back together, they travel through Lion to see how Lars is doing. Steven and Connie appear on the bridge of a homeworld ship, with Lars and the off-colors at the helm. Since escaping homeworld, Lars has become a full-on space pirate, with him and his crew charting a course for Earth while pissing off homeworld elites along the way. I love this concept so much. The idea that Lars has really made the most of his situation. It's cool to see how much he excels as a captain and how he's made a name for himself out in space. But at the same time, it's clear that he didn't make it here alone. The off-colors are invaluable to him and have really helped him get to where he is now. If it wasn't for them, he never would have made it off of homeworld, and it's really nice seeing how much he's come to appreciate them. It's like he's found his own little family, and it's nice seeing him connect to the people around him on this sort of level. For all the praise I give, however, the midpoint of this episode is a little strange for me. Eventually, Sadie comes up in conversation, and we see Lars revert to his old self for a moment. After quitting her job and joining the band, Sadie is happy. She's indulging in her passions and is doing it with a good group of friends, and she's in a better place for it. But Lars can't help but feel upset. She's supposed to be devastated that he isn't around. She isn't supposed to be happy, but Steven and Connie instantly shut down this idea, explaining that life has to move on, and while Sadie is no doubt devastated, she has a life to live too. It's not a sign that she doesn't care, but rather a sign that she is also taking care of herself. Having come a long way emotionally, Lars is able to calm down, but stays entranced with the photos of Sadie until their ship is attacked. While I like this moment in theory, I think I just dislike how it plays out here. Lars's instant anger towards Sadie feels a little bit strange, considering the fact that he has so much to apologize to her for, but it goes beyond that sort of logic and more has to do with the strong emotions that Lars has for Sadie. He's upset to see her living life without him, and it makes him feel like he's not important when it comes to Sadie's happiness. I just hate how fast this shift happens. If we're gonna get a moment of Lars reverting to his old self, but then remembering the lessons he's learned, we should have spent a bit more time on that. I would have wanted to see how his thought process has shifted, and how he's become less self-centered as a whole. But as is, it feels more like Connie and Steven just snapped him out of it, with very little input of his own. It's just a missed opportunity that really could have shown us how much he's matured, but instead we get a moment that seems to miss that point. Other than this though, the episode does a great job of showing how Lars is more emotionally open, actively showing more love for the people around him. And the second half of the episode is just really fun, showing us why he's captain and how his specific brand of wit results in some clever maneuvers in battle. A lot of details are just really nice here, and the way they casually refer to their past battles and encounters really just gives this sense of a story that's been unfolding even without us looking. Just adds a great sense of continuity to Lars's time in space, even though this is the first time we're seeing his space adventures firsthand. On top of this, the space fight is just really fun and ends the episode in a fun way. Overall, while I think it handles Lars's development with a little less tact than I would have hoped, it's still an episode that clearly shows us how far he's come, and it works as another example of why Lars has come to be one of my favorite characters. He's not perfect, but he's trying his best to improve, and it's really nice to see that that's already proving effective for him. A great episode, near the top of the list. After fighting off another ship in the last episode, Stevani is sent crashing down towards a random planet nearby. With no way of contacting Lars, Stevani is forced to survive on this unknown planet. The first bit of this episode really keeps you in the dark and doesn't really tell you where the story's going. The episode starts out very slow, with the main focus being on surviving and exploring this new planet while trying to find a way back to Lars. It's nice to actually spend some time with Stevani here, and the mystery behind the relevance of this planet kept me interested, but it's the second half that really makes this episode for me. After angering the local wildlife, Stevani is forced to take refuge in a nearby structure. With night closing in and the animal not showing any signs of leaving, Stevani sets up camp and sleeps in the structure. And here we get a very interesting dream sequence that alludes to and borderline confirms some of the stuff that we've been theorizing for a while. The dream opens up with a scene of Connie's mom, but something isn't right. As she continues to talk on the phone, the topic of conquering planets comes up, and that's when the dream shifts to a scene taking place on a homeworld outpost, the very outpost that Stevani is sleeping in. Yellow Diamond is talking to Stevani, who is clearly acting in the place of someone other than themselves in the scene, someone close to Yellow Diamond. We see Stevani act this person's actions out, throwing a tantrum and complaining how everyone else has a colony and she doesn't. Yellow is having none of it and snaps at her, using her name to scold her. And it's then that it's revealed whose perspective Stevani is experiencing this scene from: Pink Diamond's perspective. As the scene continues, Stevani storms out in anger, and that's when we see Pink Diamond for the first time, with her face reflecting in the glass that she punches in anger. Later, Stevani finds that same shattered glass in the real world, confirming that this was no mere dream, but rather a memory. Pink Diamond was here. To me, this pretty much confirms that Steven has some greater connection to the diamonds. It's not told to us through direct dialogue, but rather through the strange shared dream that Stevani experiences. The dream starts with Connie's mom, and this helps us understand the context for the next part of the dream. The person who they later experience the dream through is Pink Diamond, but with the context of Connie's part of the dream, it's understood that this has something to do with Steven's mom. While their shared subconscious is clearly thinking about parental figures in their lives, we see how Connie and Steven individually experience that thought, and it serves to clarify the context of Steven's part of the dream, while also giving us an interesting look into the mind of a fusion. The idea that Pink Diamond is Steven's mom in some weird way would also explain why it's Stevani themselves that play Pink's role here, as having the same gem as his mom means Steven is her. It also works to explain why Steven would have access to such a memory. It's things like this that, while subtle, reward the watcher for paying attention, and I think it's a really fun way to give us a bit of a hint on who Pink Diamond really is. On top of this, the episode tells us a lot about who Pink was. It seems that she was something of a little sister to the diamonds, being a diamond herself, but also being looked down upon by the others. She can be quite childish, throwing tantrums when she doesn't get her way. It paints a picture of Pink, and if this really is Steven's mother, Rose by extension, that we've never seen before, and it really makes you wonder how much we really know about Rose. The episode ends as Stevani uses the outpost to contact Lars, staring at the place where Pink had shattered the glass all those years ago. Pink was here, and that thought ends the episode on an unsure note. Now knowing more about Pink Diamond than ever, but not knowing what it all means. Overall, a really interesting episode that takes advantage of Stevani's shared consciousness to give us some interesting stuff on what is possibly Rose's true identity. I like how you can clearly see Connie's input in the dream world, as well as Steven's, as they both subconsciously think about their moms. Just a really smart way to conflate the two dream sequences, and I found the execution with the dream as a whole to be quite effective. Overall, a really good episode, near the top of the list. A seemingly innocent episode, but one that harbors a dark secret. Steven visits Lars again, this time with Garnet in tow. Garnet is obviously excited to meet the Off-Colors, a group of gems who have embraced the things that set them apart, much like Garnet has. To empower them, Garnet tells them the story of Rose Quartz, the rebel who fought for those who were different. I think a central theme of this episode is propaganda. The episode starts with the Off-Colors explaining the horrible stories they've been fed about Rose, that she was a violent gem, the result of a mishap during her creation. None of this is true, however, and it's clear that this is all propaganda spread by the Diamonds to try and hide Rose's true nature. It's a lie that positions the Diamonds as the moral authority and works in their favor for this reason. But this is nothing unexpected at this point, as the Diamonds have always hidden the truth, reserving full control over the narratives spread throughout the Empire. But when we hear Garnet's version of events, it's hard not to feel a sense of embellishment in this story as well. Garnet details the life of Rose, how she was born on Earth as a gem working under Pink Diamond. It explains how her compassion for the life on Earth spurred her to start a revolution, even when faced with the wrath of the Diamonds. On top of this, it details the many successful battles she waged against Homeworld. But this story completely fails to mention any of her flaws. Even in the end, when she fails to finish the war with Homeworld, she's seen as a hero, a martyr. It's a story that paints this perfect picture of Rose that leaves out even the little information we have about the person she really was. A person who had dark secrets and no lack of skeletons in her closets. It's just really interesting to see how Rose has managed to keep this grandiose image of herself alive through the people around her, and it sort of does bring into question how she's any different from the Diamonds in this sense. Just yet another parallel being drawn between Rose and the Diamonds, and I really like how it brings into question Rose's true character in a time of such uncertainty. And I think we see some doubt in Steven as he begins piecing some things together. His inherent connection to the Diamonds with his visions of both blue and most recently pink. While he still hasn't quite put all the pieces together yet, we see him slowly inching towards a possible answer, and it's gonna be really interesting to see where this all goes in the future. Aside from all this, the episode is absolutely gorgeous, with the story of Rose being told in such a wonderful and beautifully stylized way. The simplified animation here is just so clean, and I think it fits really well with this hyper-idealized version of events. Overall, this episode has a strong message, and does a wonderful job conveying that both through the plot and the presentation. It's just a really creative way to draw further parallels between the Diamonds and Rose, and I think it's an episode that gets better the more we find out about Rose, as we come to see the lies that she spreads so blatantly. An incredible episode, near the top of the list. A fun episode, but ultimately one that I just like the vibe of more than anything. Sadie is working hard with her bandmates, hoping to make a name for themselves. They task Steven with recording their early years, in the off chance that they make it big one day. I really like the presentation here. The whole episode is taken from Steven's perspective, watching behind the camcorder at this new and up-and-coming band. As simple as it is, it really does add that warm home movie vibe. It reminds me a lot of Rising Tides, Crashing Skies, an episode that simulates an amateur YouTube video type format. While that episode is ruined by the presence of Ronaldo, I really do like when they switch things up like this. It just takes an otherwise pretty standard filler episode and makes it stand out. However, the plot of this one is unfortunately pretty weak. Sadie actually sucks at singing, but somehow no one seems to notice that, including Greg. He's impressed by her talent and takes the role of their manager to try and land them a gig. While I can suspend my disbelief here, as this is definitely something I could see Greg doing, I just hate how the episode keeps treating Sadie like she's some sort of genius. It's really petty, and I will not deny that, but she's just not good, and when the world keeps saying that she is, they just sort of lose me. It's brought to its natural extreme when the band gets into a club and smashes the performance. It's just just funny because this is one of the few complete performances we see from Sadie's band, and I think the point was to convince you as to why she's got something special. But while watching, all that I could think was, that sure is the most mediocre performance ever. Just a bit disappointing because we haven't had a song in so long, and when we do, it's this one. It's just so funny that this is supposed to show you how good she is, when it literally is one of the weakest songs in the show so far. Aside from this, the stuff with Sadie and her mom is at least somewhat interesting, although lacking a sense of actual tension. I do actually like how this tells us about Sadie's feelings toward her mother, not wanting to rely on her, but also wanting her support. I like how simple the resolution is to this too, with Sadie simply deciding to invite her mom to the next show. It's just a nice moment of Sadie letting her mom in, and while it's not some huge revelation, I think its mundanity fits the vibe of this slow, home video style episode. Overall, while the plot surrounding Sadie and her mom fails to really stand out to me, I do like how its more simple and low stakes nature fits the slower pacing of this episode. Just a smart way to relate this conflict with the tone of the episode. Overall, an okay episode, near the middle of the list. Steven spends a day with Garnet, but it's clear that something's bothering her. Garnet seems to be having a crisis. While she tries to hide it behind her calm and serious demeanor, she's acting erratically, feverishly jumping from task to task, hoping that by exploring routes that she wouldn't normally, she may expand her future vision to allow her to predict even the most improbable of occurrences. The first half of this episode is spent indulging Garnet's hysteria, with Steven following her as she does all the things that she wouldn't usually, hoping to gain a look into those improbable futures. This part of the episode is really clever, as it acts both as a nice bonding moment for Steven and Garnet, but also a clever unraveling of Garnet's mind. In a vacuum, the time that Steven and Garnet spend together in this episode is just really nice, with the two of them going where the wind takes them and throwing sense to the wind. At the same time, it's clear that this is all feeding into an obsession growing in Garnet's mind. The obsession she has over the failure of her future vision. While she's able to predict the events that seem most probable to her, she seems to have more trouble predicting the futures that she deems as improbable. This uncertainty seems to terrify her, and leads her to do everything she can to try and predict everything, not letting herself ever get caught off guard again. As the episode goes on, we come to find out the source of this insecurity. When Steven was taken by Homeworld, something broke inside of Garnet. She, who is the leader of the group, in charge of making the right decisions for everyone and predicting what's to come, failed that day. She didn't see it coming. She couldn't save Steven, and this all contributes to this feeling of inadequacy. She realizes that she doesn't know everything, that she can't predict everything that'll ever happen, and that scares her. To try and counteract this, she began acting in the most improbable ways, hoping that it would allow her some insight into the improbable. I really like what Steven has to say here, as he reminds Garnet of the agency that she has. While it's true that maybe she can't predict everything, that sometimes she might get blindsided, this all discounts the fact that she has a say in her future. She doesn't have to stand idly by, simply reacting to what life throws at her. She has the choice to be proactive, to work towards the future that she wants. And it's just a really sweet moment where Steven reminds Garnet that she doesn't have to know everything, and that all she needs to know is what she wants for the future. It's a beautiful moment that really humanizes the usually calm and collected leader of the Crystal Gems, and gives us insight into the profound effect that Steven's capture had on her. Overall, this episode does a great job of turning the tables on Steven and Garnet's relationship. Steven is able to help the person that has protected him all his life, and Garnet comes to realize that Steven isn't the same helpless child he was when he was younger. Just a really sweet episode that explores Garnet in a really interesting way, all while keeping a bulk of the episode light and fun. A great episode, near the top of the list. Not a lot to say about this one, but I really like this episode. Steven sends Lars a letter telling him about all the new things happening in Beach City. I really like this episode because it gives us a moment to appreciate how far we've come. Beach City has changed a lot since the start of the show, and so have the characters. And the episode is spent celebrating that, giving us a look at all the new things happening with the people of Beach City. I think this highlights something that I really like about Steven Universe as a whole, and that's the willingness to make fairly substantial changes to the characters and their dynamics. Over the course of the series, a character's growth is often accompanied by some physical change. This can be something small, like Connie cutting her hair while taking time away from Steven, or something as significant as Lars's scar and pink skin from his time on Homeworld. It's just a really cool way that the show conveys how far a character has come, and these changes act like a reminder of what the characters have been through. While mostly focused on the side characters, this episode reminds us that Beach City and the people in it are always evolving and changing. It's just really endearing to see all these characters we've spent so much time with moving to become more complete people, figuring out what they want to do with their lives as they grow up. I think the pacing is really good here too, jumping from character to character, letting us experience Beach City's evolution on the level of each individual. At the same time, the episode seems to have a good idea of what characters don't really matter, and they limit their screen time accordingly. This means less Ronaldo, which is always appreciated. I also really like the ending where they reveal that Steven was narrating the letter in real time. Just a really sweet moment between him and Lars being so chill and reacting so lovingly feeds into the theme of the episode by once again showing us how different he is now. Overall, this episode is just really fun. It's a nice summary of how different things are now, and it feels like a very optimistic episode that reminds us that despite everything that's happened, everyone continues to push forward and live. A really great episode that feels like a celebration of the show as a whole, near the middle of the list. The greater plot of the season is finally ramping up again, in an episode that doubles as an interesting dive into Lapis. Steven discovers that Lapis is hiding on the moon. He heads there to go talk to her. This episode is such a subtly sad episode, and one that finally gives us a clear idea of what's going on inside Lapis's head. When Steven makes it to the moon, he finds Lapis at the Diamond's moon base, using their colony monitoring system to observe the lives of those she left behind. Despite making the choice to leave, it's clear that a part of her still exists on Earth, as she misses the people she loved and the life that she made for herself. But despite this, she feels as though she has no choice. Now having the power to make her own decisions, she refuses to put herself in danger again, and that thinking has led her to be lonely and miserable, miles away from everyone she ever cared about. This look into Lapis's thought process tells you just how trapped she still is. Even though she isn't in the mirror anymore, even though she's as free as she's ever been, the fear of what could happen still controls her. Because of it, she threw away everything that she had made for herself and willingly continued her own cycle of hurt. It's just tragic to see how Lapis's past controls her. No matter how free she is, the fear of going back to the way she was, of losing everything she built, terrifies her, preventing her from ever truly being free. She's a coward and she knows it, but she can't let go of the terrible things that have happened to her. The song in this episode perfectly conveys this idea, as Lapis sings about how beautiful her life on Earth was. She was finally living a life of happiness and beauty, but an uncertainty always existed at the back of her mind. The idea that it could all end one day, that one day everything she had built could just disappear. The idea that by embracing the good that life has to offer, she's only opening herself up for more pain in the future. It's a tragic song that masterfully conveys all these conflicting feelings swirling around in Lapis's head, and it's accompanied by these beautiful visuals as Lapis watches her perfect life on Earth go on without her. The worst part of this episode is that we almost see Lapis conquer her fear and realize that what she had was something worth fighting for. Steven and her just talk, and she's slowly reminded that she really did have it all, and only she is depriving herself of that happiness. But this moment of understanding is ripped away as Steven is hit with a vision of the diamonds, a conversation from long ago that took place in this very base. I love how this vision is presented, as we only get to see the shadows of the diamonds. It adds to this sense of mystique and works later in the scene to accent one of the biggest reveals of the season. Pink is being reprimanded by Blue, who is tired of all of Pink's complaints. She's been given a colony on Earth, but has failed time and time again to be the strong leader that she needs to be. To me, this gives an air of uncertainty to Pink. It seems that while she was a diamond like the others, she's more hesitant when it comes to the creation of the colony. I feel this gives further credence to the idea that Pink is somehow related to Rose, as it shows that she may not have been fully in agreement with the diamond's methods of operation. But directly following this, we're hit with a moment that brings into question everything we think we know about Pink Diamond and her shattering. A familiar figure enters the room, holding an equally familiar sword. Rose's sword is carried into the room by a pearl. This isn't just any pearl, however. As she faces Pink Diamond, she draws her blade, posed to attack. And that's where the scene ends, leaving us to piece together what this could possibly mean. If Rose really was Pink Diamond, why did Pearl shatter her? While this brings into question this theory, it also strengthens it. A big issue I had with the theory that Pink might be Rose was that it's impossible for Rose to have shattered Pink in that case. But now, finding out that it was actually Pearl who did the shattering, this opens up so many possibilities. While we're left in the dark for now, this leaves us on a very interesting note for the future of the series, and makes me feel like the secrets of Pink's shattering are about to be revealed. On top of this, upon finding out about Steven's vision, Lapis's fear kicks in again, and the episode ends with her running away once more, choosing to leave her happiness out of the fear of what could be. Overall, if I could point out a flaw in this episode, I would say it's the lack of actual development. While we better understand Lapis, once again the episode ends with her going back to her old habits and forgetting everything she's learned during the episode. While this is acceptable due to how unrealistic it would be for Lapis to just get over her fear like that, I really do wish that we get some more concrete development for her soon. But aside from that, this is without a doubt the best Lapis episode in my opinion. It tells a really well thought out story that really helps you to get into Lapis's mindset and understand the tragedy and fear that fuels her every move. Aside from that, this episode is just visually spectacular, and the song ranks somewhere between Peace and Love and something entirely new. On top of this, the reveal with Pearl is excellently done and makes me unsure as to what's gonna happen next. Overall, an incredible episode, near the top of the list. One of the most contentious episodes of the whole show, and it leaves me sort of unsure how to feel. With the information from his vision in the last episode, Steven confronts Pearl about her role in Pink's shattering. Under the guise of helping her find her phone, she sends Steven into her gem to find out the truth about Pink Diamond. For starters, I'm not a huge fan of the setup for this one. Focusing the plot around Pearl's phone and having that be the common thread throughout the episode just feels a bit pointless. It distracts from the issue at hand for no apparent reason, and just takes away from the plot that's been built up all season. That being said, I find it interesting in the context of Pearl's mental state. We see a Pearl who's terrified at the mention of Pink shattering, and we watch as she tries to avoid the subject at all costs. She repeats over and over again that she can't talk about it, that no one can know what she knows, but at the same time, it's clear that she wants to tell Steven. We see this internal conflict at play throughout the beginning of this episode, and in that sense, I do think this setup works to some degree. We see a Pearl that is struggling to justify her actions and to find a way to let Steven know, when at the same time she is so opposed to the idea. She would rather put it off to never have to acknowledge what happened, but at the same time she knows how important it is for Steven to know. Beyond this, however, we are treated to the tragic story of Pearl, the gem who shattered a diamond. As we dive deeper and deeper into Pearl's gem, past the memories of the war and the loss of Rose, we reach her deepest and darkest memories. There we see a conversation between Pearl and Rose on the day that we soon find out was the day of Pink's shattering. She and Rose stand in the palanquin going over their plan. Pearl is still at a loss. To go through with this plan would change everything, and this excites Rose, who sees this as a chance to finally free herself from her responsibility. It is then that Rose shows us her true form as she transforms into Pink Diamond. This moment is huge as it confirms everything that I've speculated up to this point. Rose was Pink Diamond all along, but I didn't expect the pettiness behind this truth. This moment gives us a look into the full extent of Rose's childishness. Here, she wants to give up the role of Pink Diamond in the hope of ending the war on the spot. She wants to live with humans on Earth and to give Earth to the crystal gems. But this does nothing to consider the actual logistics of something like this. It's a risky move, and Pearl knows this, reminding Rose over and over how this could all go wrong. This does nothing to deter Rose, which tells us a lot about her nature. If Rose wants something, she will get that something, even if it means taking a risk on behalf of everyone around her. And that's exactly what we see here, as she makes an executive decision that puts everyone on the line. What follows is the real events behind Pink's shattering, and this further adds to the cold nature of Rose as a person. Pearl shapeshifts to resemble Rose, taking Rose's sword and striking Pink with it. However, Pink is simply poofed, with her gem being hidden by Pearl, as fake crystal shards are used to emulate a shattered gem. This explains how Rose was able to shatter Pink if they were the same person, and this reveals her greatest flaw. She's self-centered and isn't able to put herself in the shoes of the people around her. Sure, she wants good for the crystal gems, to give them Earth and allow them peace, but with decisions like these, it's clear that she doesn't account for the individuals involved, and as such, it leads to events like the mass corrupting of all the crystal gems on Earth, a direct result of Pink's shattering, an event that we now know was staged by Rose. I really like how the hints to this side of Rose have always existed in the series. As early as We Need to Talk, we see that Rose isn't fully able to understand the people around her, and this would continue on throughout Greg and Rose's relationship. I always thought it was strange that we never got a resolution to this concept. Each time we would see Rose and Greg's relationship at work, this aspect of Rose would be ever present. While at the time it led to a character arc that felt incomplete, that's because this reveal is the payoff to that plot thread. She never was truly able to learn empathy, and as a result, she was able to make decisions like these that single-handedly destroyed so many people. Rose's story is one of a leader who didn't know how to protect her people. She knew what she wanted for the crystal gems and for the people she cared about, but simply wasn't wasn't aware enough of the people around her to realize how her actions could affect them. As a result, it leaves her in such a morally gray space. While she's no doubt guilty of the loss of countless crystal gems, at the same time, this isn't something she did maliciously. She simply underestimated the influence she had over the war, and it ended in complete tragedy for the crystal gems. But where this side of Rose lacks malicious intent to some extent, it's this next bit that makes the strongest case for her being a villain. Pearl is clearly unsure of this plan and what it could mean for the war and everyone involved, but Rose holds power over her because she knows how much Pearl loves her. She uses this love, playing into it by telling her how they will finally be able to live together as free gems. On top of making Pearl go through with the plan, Rose also forces this secret on Pearl, the secret truth of Pink shattering. As a diamond, she leaves Pearl with one order: to never speak of this event again. And just like that, we see the source of so much of the suffering that Pearl has gone through. She was never able to tell the truth because Rose made her think she was important. She played into Pearl's love, and as a result, was able to use Pearl in any way she wished. There was no consideration for Pearl's feelings here. On top of this, it just adds to the tragedy of Pearl's love. All the pain that she went through for a person who, whether she understood it herself or not, saw Pearl's love for her as a tool. She was fooled by Rose's act, and it led to thousands of years of pain and torment for Pearl. Through this, we get to see the real legacy that Rose left behind. One of hurt, one of suffering, one of lies. I think this is the moment that makes Rose truly unforgivable, and in fact it raises questions on how many deaths she is responsible for. We know that the death toll on the rebellion side was immense, and as with all wars, both sides clearly suffered losses, but considering that Rose led the fight on both sides, all that blood is on her hands. In this way, even though she sided with them in the end, she is a traitor to the crystal gems. I think an issue that a lot of people have with this twist is how cartoonishly evil it paints Rose to be. She literally led a war from both sides on a whim, with the ultimate goal of finding freedom for herself. But I think this ties in well with what we know about Rose. She never really understood empathy, and rather saw the people around her as tools for her own happiness. And I think that's why I'm so okay with this twist. As well, it's a bit of a leap in scale. There have always been hints to this part of Rose's nature. That being said, I don't know if I love the effect it has on Rose's characterization going forward. I always saw her as someone who wanted to do better, to love and to live free, but simply lacked the empathy that comes so naturally to humans. Ultimately, I think your opinion on this episode's twist depends on what you wanted Rose's motive to be. Personally, I was invested in the idea of a gem who wished so much to be able to love and live like humans do, going against her homeworld and her role as a diamond to protect the planet, even when she didn't fully understand it. But with this reveal, it's clear that she was much more sinister. She played her allies on both sides and was manipulative until the very end. Overall, I still think this episode is incredible. No matter how you interpret this reveal, I still think that the delivery and pacing of this episode is really well done, and the moment that Rose finally turns into Pink is one that I won't soon forget. An incredible episode, near the top of the list. This episode takes a lot of issues I had with the last episode and clarifies things in a way that makes the twist much more digestible. At the same time, it may go a little too far in this sense, turning a blind eye to the genuine evil that Rose was responsible for. With the bombshell of last episode, the gems are left to pick up the pieces, realizing that everything they fought for was a lie. The reaction here is really subdued for some reason, with Steven and Amy Amethyst not really seeming too bothered by this truth. While this definitely sets a strange tone for the episode, I think the reaction from Garnet is most important, and for the most part they nail it. Garnet is in shambles. If the rebellion that she so believed in, the one that told her that she could exist however she wanted, was all a lie, what had she been fighting for? She unfuses, with Sapphire storming off, hurt and distraught. I really like the focus on Garnet here, as it gives us a look at the reaction of the crystal gems as a whole, the gems who found hope in the idea that Earth was a place for them to be themselves. It's an idea that Rose always pushed, and one that Garnet based her whole existence off of. But with the truth coming out, it's hard not to feel like Rose's message loses some of its meaning. She wasn't a misfit like them. In fact, she was part of the very force oppressing unwanted gems, and this makes her message seem disingenuous. But the episode basically acts as damage control for the last, painting a more forgiving picture of Rose. For the most part, the episode really hammers in the idea that Rose genuinely did love Earth and the life on it, spurring her to want to save the planet. It's here that we're given a more clear sequence of events, with Rose wanting to save Earth, realizing she couldn't as Pink Diamond, and then fully embracing her role as Rose to fight against the Diamonds. It makes her cause much more noble, reminding us that she really did hold these beliefs, and that while she made some truly terrible decisions, it was all in the hope of saving Earth. This is the outcome I was hoping for last episode, so I'm glad they clarify it here. Rose really was trying to fight for the right cause, but simply didn't know how. This led to immense pain for the people around her, but at the very least, her intentions were pure. What this more indicates is Rose's immature nature, wanting something and fighting tooth and nail for it, however short-sighted her plans may be. But I like this characterization a lot more, as it puts the onus on the viewer to decide if she's a misguided hero or a fool who experimented with the lives around her. On top of this, the episode makes abundantly clear that Garnet did inspire Rose. Rose found beauty in the unconventional, and Garnet gave Rose a reason to fight for those who were different. Once again, this feeds into the idea of her truly having good intentions. Overall, while I like the clarification provided by this episode, I feel like it now goes too much the other way. Whereas the last episode painted her to be completely evil, this one tries to prove that she was simply misguided, but this ignores so much of the context around her circumstances, continuing to fight the war as the leader on both sides, and on a more personal level, using Pearl and tormenting her for thousands of years with the burden of the truth. And these are just a few examples of the real harm that Rose did, and that sort of thing can't be waved away by good intentions. Those are unforgivable actions that just aren't addressed by this episode, and I find that to be a bit misleading. In fact, the episode opts to paint Pearl and Rose's relationship in a positive light, which just feels disgusting. Overall, I really like how Rose has been handled with this episode, but just wish they allowed for a little more nuance. Rose was both good and bad, but for some reason, the show seems to be insistent on choosing one or the other. Despite that, a really good episode, near the top of the list. Didn't see this episode coming, but I really like what it has to say and how it further shows us how mature Amethyst has become. Pearl and Garnet are struggling with their own emotions after the big reveal. They were both there alongside Rose throughout the war, and so it's only natural that they take the fallout of this reveal the hardest. But that leaves Steven and Amethyst in a weird place. They weren't there for the war, and though Amethyst knew Rose, they never had the same bond that the others did. As such, this reveal annoys Amethyst. She's tired of everything revolving around Rose and hates the fact that even long after her death, she's still causing pain for the people she cares about. The episode is spent with Steven trying to find out how Amethyst is feeling about everything, but she refuses to open up for some reason. I really like how this episode builds off the last one. In the review for the last one, I noted how her understated reaction was kinda strange to me. Even if she didn't have much of a connection to Rose, a reveal of this scale would be immensely upsetting. But for some reason, Amethyst seemed indifferent, and that attitude carries over into this episode. But I love how this ties into the plot of this episode, as we find out that Amethyst was simply putting on a strong face. While she was hurt and confused, she refused to be controlled by these feelings, but more importantly, time and time again, she's seen Steven have to grapple with the actions of his mother, feeling responsible for cleaning up the mess that she made. But Amethyst refuses to put him into that situation, not putting the burden of solving her problems on him, but rather offering to shoulder some of the burdens he's carrying. While he asks her how she feels about all this, she turns it around on him and asks him something that he doesn't get asked very often. How are you feeling? It's just a really cute moment where Amethyst realizes the cycle she'd been contributing to. By forcing her problems on Steven, she would only be propelling the pain and suffering caused by Rose. Instead, she decides to be there for Steven, to tell him that this time he doesn't have to fix it, that he isn't his mom and thus shouldn't make up for her mistakes. It's just a really mature moment from Amethyst where she refuses to make things worse and instead extends a hand to help Steven heal. It's a moment that really makes you realize how much pressure Steven's been under, and to finally hear that he doesn't have to make up for things he didn't do is just really liberating. The whole scene on the beach is just wonderfully done and once again works to further redeem Amethyst in my eyes. She really has come so far, and like Steven says, she may be the most mature crystal gem in some ways. Overall, an incredible episode, near the top of the list. An incredible episode that sees the cast healing from the scars that Rose left behind, while calling back to one of the series' most influential episodes in a really clever way. With the reveal about Rose, Sapphire and Ruby find themselves in a strange place. Their relationship has always in large part been based on the words of Rose, the one who took them in when they first fused. Rose was always intrigued by Garnet, and the idea that the mere strength of their bond could create such a thing was beautiful to her, and Ruby and Sapphire's relationship would be defined by her words that day, believing their relationship was valuable for what Rose saw in it, the supposed answer that she saw in Garnet. While their relationship is clearly built on the love that they themselves built, Rose made them feel like this was how they were meant to exist, taking the choice out of their hands in a way. But with Rose gone and her lies revealed, that foundation becomes destabilized, and it's up to them to define what it is that binds them together. Thus, with the answers provided by Rose sullied, they finally ask themselves the question of what makes them so special together. I really like how this evolves on the answer, showing us an example of how Rose hurt the people who she made feel accepted. She encouraged Garnet to exist freely and to never be ashamed of herself, and these were words that Garnet based her whole existence on. But when Rose is proven to be a fraud, those words feel empty and hollow. The basis of Garnet's existence is suddenly gone, and once again Rose leaves yet another person to pick up the pieces long after she's gone. At the same time, I really like how this disillusion with Rose's message allows Ruby and Sapphire to grow, with that being the main focus of the episode. Ruby has run away after the reveal, deciding that she is her own gem now, refusing to live for anyone else. She takes on the life of a cowboy to fully embrace her newly found independent loner persona. A bulk of this episode is just very lighthearted, with Ruby setting out to discover herself for once, as she's never really had time to think about herself before, always being fused as Garnet. Slowly, she comes to realize that she can survive on her own, and that she isn't dependent dependent on Sapphire. I really like Steven's inclusion here as well. He starts off terrified at the idea that Garnet may never be formed again, but comes to realize that Ruby and Sapphire are their own people and are fully capable of living apart. And this realization really underlines the main theme of the episode as we progressively realize that Ruby is perfectly fine without Sapphire. It proves that she never needed Sapphire and that their dependency on each other was simply perpetuated by Rose. But at the same time, after a long day of being on her own, Ruby seems conflicted. While she's proud of the fact that she can be independent and that she doesn't need Sapphire to be competent, she feels like something is missing. Sure, maybe she doesn't need Sapphire, but life has lost a lot of its color without her. Ruby is happy, sure, but she misses the happiness she had with Sapphire and how she got to share her life with her. And this is where Ruby is finally able to find her answer once again. Ruby and Sapphire don't need each other to exist, and it's that exact fact that makes their wanting to be together so much more powerful. It's not a relationship of necessity, but rather out of the love for the additional joy that they bring to each other's life. The fact that they are complete people on their own makes their relationship so much more meaningful, as these are people actively choosing to rely on someone and to share their happiness with each other. This whole episode just provides a really nice look into how a relationship should work. While apart, both people are complete in their own right. Being together simply elevates their lives, and rather than out of necessity, it's an active decision that they both make to give each other happiness. On top of this, I really like how this episode ends as well, as Ruby poses the question that will provide the new answer that their relationship will be built on. Will you marry me? It's a question that puts the power in their hands to decide the basis of their relationship. It's a really clever way to tie the episode together, starting with the uncertainty of what makes them good together, then eventually spinning that question to rediscover what they mean to each other. On top of that, it's just a really beautiful moment between the two, with the emotions of the scene being palpable. It's just really sweet to see them profess their love for each other, and the subtle inclusion of Sapphire's song baked into the background music really adds to the moment. Overall, just a really clean episode from start to finish that really nails what makes Garnet so special. An incredible episode, near the top of the list. This episode also has a song in Ruby Rider. While a song sung completely by Ruby worried me at first, with her having the weakest singing voice by far, this song actually works pretty well. I really like how well it emulates the feeling of a lone cowboy singing a song with only his steed to keep him company. It's a vibe that they perfectly nail, and somehow it just feels like it's a style that really suits Ruby's voice. That being said, there are moments where I feel like I could hear some auto-tune more clearly than I've ever noticed in Steven Universe music, and it just sort of leads to some parts of the song not really sounding as organic as the others. Overall, this is definitely still a pretty okay song, but just not quite as replayable as some of the others. Going above Lapis Lazuli, but just below Don't Cost Nothing. A slower pace episode, but one that uses that to its advantage, allowing Steven a chance to rebuild some bridges that were burnt in the past. With Ruby and Sapphire's wedding coming up, preparations are in full swing. However, when putting together the guest list, they're reminded of the many friends that were killed or corrupted by the war, but Steven knows one old friend who may be available. I didn't expect this episode to dive right back into Bismuth's ongoing plot, but it makes a lot of sense. With the reveal of Rose's true identity, it only makes sense that Bismuth gets filled in eventually, as Steven frees Bismuth after realizing that she's just as much of a victim as the rest of them. Rose had tricked them all along with Bismuth, and worst of all, she was right. She didn't feel like Rose had the Crystal Gem's best interests at heart, and her suspicions were confirmed with Rose's reveal. And so Steven feels it necessary to tell her this, this. It was never Bismuth's fault, and she simply just wanted to protect her friends. But instead of trying to talk things out and to understand Bismuth's stance, Rose opted to poof her out of fear. Bismuth is simply another victim of Rose, a person who wanted nothing more than to protect her friends, but being a diamond herself, saw her as a threat for that very reason. And so here, we get to see them level with each other. They've been through a lot together, but Bismuth is finally seeing Steven as Steven, and not his mother. But this still leaves the issue of what to tell the others. With the events of the first episode featuring Bismuth, Steven told the gems everything after she tried to poof him. Now, even though it was all a misunderstanding, Bismuth is worried that there isn't a place for her in the current version of the crystal gems. She tried to hurt Steven, and beyond that, just can't really envision a version of the crystal gems without Rose. But Steven reassures her that while everything is different now, there still is a place for her, as no one sees her as a villain. Like Bismuth, they're all victims of Rose as well, and in a way, that shared experience acts to unify the remaining crystal gems. I really like that most of the episode is just spent talking to Bismuth, hashing things out, and remembering that while this reveal has had catastrophic implications, the crystal gems will keep moving forward together. Aside from this, I really like how they delve a little further into the horror of corruption in this episode. While it's subtle, we get some mentions of it here that remind us of how brutal it really is. Not only are most of the original crystal gems dead, but many of them are bubbled in the temple, too corrupted to be allowed out. We experience this firsthand as Bismuth tries to free one of her old friends, who is nothing more than a husk of their old self. I feel like if there's any concept that doesn't get touched on as much as you'd expect, it's corruption, so I'm glad to see that we get a bit of an acknowledgement here. Other than that, I think it's really sweet how the episode is resolved, with Bismuth putting her trust in Steven and choosing to stay hopeful, finally being reunited with her friends for real this time. Their reaction to seeing her again is just really sweet, and Bismuth using her swordsmithing skills not to make a weapon but a symbol of love was really cute. Overall, an amazing episode and a really great way to bring back Bismuth. At the same time, it does a good job of tying up the loose ends in regards to Bismuth. Near the top of the list. Without a doubt, a really great episode to kick off the final arc of the show, but it's not without its flaws. Ruby and Sapphire's wedding day has finally arrived, and the gems take it as a chance to forget all the pain they've been through with the recent revelations. The wedding is cut short, however, as Blue and Yellow Diamond approach Earth to settle things once and for all. To begin with, the start of the episode is extremely solid. The musical number at the start is wonderful, really setting the tone for this episode. It's a song that highlights just how bad things are right now. Peridot misses Lapis and wonders if she was right. She fears that the diamonds may come for the cluster, and if that is the case, it would spell the end of the crystal gems. On top of this, everyone is rattled by Rose's reveal, creating this uncomfortable atmosphere. But at the same time, Steven is enchanted by the love between Ruby and Sapphire. Their love proves that there is hope even in the darkest of times, and this is a sentiment that cuts through all of the negativity in the song and the episode as a whole. And he's right, as for a moment we are able to peacefully celebrate the love between Ruby and Sapphire. The wedding itself is really sweet. I love how we get a nice solid conclusion to both of their arcs this season, as they put into words what defines their relationship. Ruby discovered that she could be her own person, that she didn't need anyone to be complete, but at the same time she loves the person she is with Sapphire and recognizes how much joy Sapphire brings her. As for Sapphire, she loves how much Ruby opened up her world. Sapphire spent her life fixated on the linear path that life could take, but that all changed when she met Ruby. She realized that the future wasn't set in stone, as it was Ruby's pure willpower that changed Sapphire's fate that day. These speeches serve as a beautiful overview of their relationship, relationship. It reminds us of the journey that they've been on together and of exactly what makes them work so well. This scene is followed up with a kiss as they seal their love for each other. As you may know, this episode served as the first gay wedding to be shown in Western kids animation. This would later be the reason for the show's untimely canceling, as Cartoon Network would push strongly against the inclusion of the wedding. The show's creator, Rebecca Sugar, was well aware of what would happen if she went through with this episode, but despite that, she didn't yield in an act of defiance that can teach us a lot of things. She refused to compromise on her art and opted to lash out against the system to get this moment to air, as she believed that this was something that needed to be seen. It's a really admirable moment where she put all her work on the line to be able to deliver the exact content that she wanted to deliver. While this is extremely inspirational in the sense of never compromising on your art, in this case it was also a moment where she refused to let the system she worked in to suppress the important message that she was trying to convey. The fact that a gay wedding hadn't been shown in Western kids cartoons by this point is absolutely absurd, really showing the hatred and intolerance still perpetuated by the media. This can further be seen in Cartoon Network's rejection of this idea, worried about the possible backlash in airing a same-sex wedding. It's moments like this that make her fight so much more noble, really showing the lengths that she went to show this scene that she deemed important for children to see. Sugar knew that it was important for children to see these things in their media and to realize that love comes in many forms. It's a moment that shows kids that this is another type of relationship that is just as valid as any other, and for people struggling with their own identity, it can serve to remind them that they are valid. While this alone cements the episode as a landmark not just in the show but the cartoon industry as a whole, I think this message ties very well into the context of the show. Ruby and Sapphire represent a love that disregards the system that tells them that they can't exist. This was true with Homeworld, and now it's true with the industry that the show finds itself in. Overall, the first part of this episode is just wonderful and really captures the love between Ruby and Sapphire while also sending a bigger message of acceptance and validation. The second half of the episode is where my opinion on the episode shifts, however. With the wedding coming to a close, a shadow is cast over the venue. Looking up, the gems see two arm-shaped ships approaching Earth, one blue and one yellow. As the diamond ships fly by, it's clear that they aren't after the gems. They're here for the cluster, a detail mentioned at the start of the episode. The stuff with the cluster here kinda bothers me. First, we have no idea why the diamonds might want the cluster, and we've only heard about this possibility for the first time at the start of this episode. I just hate how obvious it is. Peridot brings up a concept that we haven't really heard about, and surprise surprise, that's exactly what happens. On top of that, we don't know what they could possibly want it for, and these factors lead to this being a really strange motive for the diamonds. On top of this, I really don't like how the cluster forms to fight the diamond ships. To me, the point of the cluster was that while they could never truly regain control over themselves, the shattered gems could protect one another by using the little strength they had to bubble one another. But here, they are able to form and fully control themselves as they work as a unit to fight the diamonds. I just don't like how this rewrites some of what I understood from the first encounter with the cluster. With its characterization in this episode, it's just not nearly as terrifying and tragic as before. Just a bit of a strange way to work the cluster in. I really think this episode would have worked just as well, if not better, without any mention of the cluster, as the episode is at its best when Steven and the gems face the diamonds head on. They start with Blue Diamond, who is furious. I love her demeanor here, emanating this deep sadness and anger. She hopes to once and for all kill the one who stole Pink from her, but Steven doesn't want to fight. Now realizing who Pink was, he feels a familial bond to the diamonds. They loved his mother, and ultimately he realizes that the diamonds are suffering in the same way that they are. But the diamonds won't listen, and Blue attacks. I love this fight as the new crystal gems fight back with all they've got. It's incredible seeing them fight like one big unit, and it really feels like the crystal gems have returned to their former glory when Rose was still there. We get to see how each member has grown throughout the series, demonstrating frustrated by their newfound power to oppose the diamonds. On top of this, Lapis's return was bound to be a home run, no matter how they did it, but I love its implementation here. Seeing the diamonds heading to Earth, Lapis chose to run directly into danger. She rejects the control her fear has over her and reclaims her freedom by fighting for what she wants. This serves as a quick but natural conclusion to her arc this season. When it came down to it, she was able to act in the face of fear to protect the things that she holds dear despite the risks. Blue is furious. They will never know the pain that she felt because of their crimes. But while the others are overcome with sorrow, Lapis stands strong. She's been through hell. She knows what absolute zero feels like. And as such, she's able to stand up to Blue, to brush it off and move forward, once again freeing herself from the pain and fear from her past. As the cluster defeats Yellow's ship, she joins Blue on the ground, setting up for one last showdown between the two groups. But then things start going wrong. Peridot is poofed and Steven is sent flying. He wakes up just in time to watch Lapis get poofed, but he's unable to do anything. It seems he's slipped into a different world, one where he exists as a thought, being able to read the thoughts and feelings of those around him. They're clearly losing hope. The diamonds are just too powerful. But Steven is able to talk to all of them, hearing their thoughts and quelling their worries with his reassurance. I love how personalized his words are here, really displaying his deep understanding of all of his friends at this point. I especially like his interaction with Pearl, as he reminds her to think about herself and not just fighting for Rose or Steven. With his friends out of the way, he goes to communicate with the diamonds, and while it takes a lot of effort, he is finally able to get through to them as they recognize Pink's aura emanating from Steven. As he wakes up from his trance, the gems and diamonds have gathered around him. He was able to get through to them and now has a lot of explaining to do, but for the time being, he has a chance to talk it out. Overall, an incredible episode. We get to see the love between Ruby and Sapphire, followed by a wonderful display of just how strong the new crystal gems are together. It feels like a really great moment of payoff as we see just how far each character has come, reflected in their fight for freedom. On top of this, we have our first chance to finally set things straight with the diamonds, and as we have yet to find out where this will lead, it works as an interesting starting point for the next episode. Overall, while I don't love the stuff with the cluster, and I wish that Steven's mind powers here were explained a bit more, I think the other aspects of this episode do enough to make it an incredible episode that leaves you satisfied but also curious for what's to come next. An incredible episode near the top of the list. Also, the song For Just One Day Let's Only Think About Love goes just below Something Entirely New and just above Both of You. It's officially finale time, as this episode sets into motion the plot for these last few episodes. Yellow and Blue Diamond are fully caught up on the truth of Pink's fate. They take this pretty well, however, and are ready to take Pink back home, but Steven rejects this. While they may be on their side now, the diamonds have done irreparable damage to countless gems. Not only do they run an empire built off the back of gems that they consider lower life forms, they're also responsible for the shattering and mutating of many of the old members of Rose's army. In this episode, however, we only touch on the corrupted gems, with Steven demanding that they help him heal all of them, starting with the centipede-like gem we've followed throughout the series. And it works. With the diamond's power, they're able to reverse the corruption, but only for a moment. This moment is really brutal, where the diamonds and Steven join forces to heal this corrupted gem whose story we've followed for a while now. We've gotten a look at the torment she's been through, and here she's actually able to return to her sentient self, but only for a moment. As the diamonds let go, her sentience is ripped away once again, leaving her no better than before. It seems that without all four diamonds present, a permanent reversal of the corruption is impossible. So naturally, Steven asks about the final diamond. White diamond is not like any other gem, where the diamonds are are grander than your average gem, White Diamond is even grander still. She's spoken of with a level of reverence and fear, with these feelings being shared by the diamonds themselves. While they've largely forgiven Pink, White Diamond won't be so generous. Pink failed to colonize Earth, and even went as far as to betray the diamonds to protect it. There is no telling what White may do, but Steven persists. If it is the only way to heal all the corrupted gems, he's willing to face White head on. The group hunts down Pink's ship, buried in the desert from Buddy's book. Turns out the huge pink pyramids jutting out of the ground were the legs of Pink's ship. With this, Steven and the gems head to Homeworld with the diamonds in tow. I really like the cast we have here going into the confrontation with White Diamond. While I love Peridot and Lapis and would have been interested to see Bismuth going back to Homeworld, I like that we're relegated to the main crystal gems for this final showdown. It makes everything feel so much more intimate, and fittingly so. Steven is about to go confront the very source of everything his life has revolved around for as long as he can remember. While he's closer to his enemy as he's ever been, he's also closer to his origins as the son of a diamond, and it's a big moment for him. On top of this, he is given the ultimate chance to right the wrongs of his mother. He just needs to talk some sense into White Diamond. The diamonds promise that this won't be an easy task, however. Adding to the personal vibe of this mission is Pearl's presence. She has the most ties to Rose by far, and as such, everything is so familiar to her. While she reminisces on her time with Pink, it's clear that she's in a much healthier place now. She doesn't get carried away and is able to ground herself in the moment and use her knowledge to guide Steven. It's just a really nice detail that shows how far she's come and really adds to how deeply personal this mission is for the others as well. It's Garnet's first time on Homeworld as Garnet, a fusion that rejects Homeworld's ideology simply by existing. It's Amethyst's first time seeing the world that she never knew. And for Connie, the mission represents the trust that she's fostered with her parents and the commitment to fight alongside Steven. In one way or another, this mission means a lot to each of these characters, and as such, it only makes sense that they're the ones who tag along. Aside from them, however, the diamonds seem worried. Pink's actions have obviously caused a lot of trouble for Homeworld, saddled with thousands of years of war, all for a colony that would later fail anyway. But with the truth of Rose's real identity, this would mean that the responsibility for all of it would fall on Pink, something that White would surely be furious about. Before they know it, they've reached Homeworld. As Pink's ship lands, the planet seems to be in celebration. Pink is back and the Homeworld gems are ecstatic, but everything goes awry when Steven is isolated and taken to see White Diamond alone, with no diamonds accompanying him to quell White's rage. He's dropped into a large room devoid of color, only shades of black and white to fill the room, but Steven's eyes instantly fall on the giant figure in front of him. White Diamond is massive, glowing with almost a godlike radiance. A smile is painted on her face, but her slow, cold words tell another story. She welcomes Pink back, a white-hot rage singeing each and every word. She perfectly toes the line between outraged and gentle, making for a terrifying character whose true intentions can't simply be read. Steven stands there paralyzed, but eventually finds his words. He goes to explain himself, but before he can, he's sent to what appears to be Pink's old room, as the episode ends with him alone and unsure of what White has in store for him. Overall, I absolutely adore the setup here. Tying in the corrupt gems and having that process require all 4 diamonds pushes Steven to settle things once and for all. He's given a way to undo the wrongs of his mother and the other diamonds, and despite the gargantuan task of heading straight into enemy territory, Steven doesn't falter. On top of this, I think everything from Homeworld itself to White Diamond is done masterfully here. Homeworld feels alien and strange, but at the same time familiar and inviting. On top of this, as of right now, nothing bad has actually happened yet, with the lack of actual conflict being a source of nervousness when it comes to White Diamond. What is it that she's planning, and what is it that she's capable of? She's a villain that doesn't show any of her cards, and this leaves it up to Steven, and by extension the viewer, to fill in the blanks as to what the leader of Homeworld is really like. Aside from this, I don't love how the Diamonds have sided with Steven so quickly. I really feel like their alliance is built on very weak foundations right now. The Diamonds still seem to believe that Pink is still in there somewhere, and Steven is trying to make them realize the error of their ways, not yet even touching on their other crimes. It just feels like we skipped a lot of important things that need to be addressed, and while this might be alright in the long run so long as the show addresses it at some point, for now it just leads the Diamonds alliance to Steven to just feel a little strange and unrealistically simple. Other than this though, it's a wonderful episode that makes me excited for what exactly Homeworld has in store, and how Steven plans to take down Homeworld once and for all. A great episode, near the top of the list. A slightly slower episode that lets us settle in as Steven comes up with a plan of attack. Despite his attempt to explain himself, the Diamonds still see Steven as Pink, and as such, he quickly learns the role she played as the fourth Diamond. The other Diamonds seem to think she's a bit of a joke, a Diamond who failed to conquer the one colony that she was given. As such, while they clearly love her and enjoy her company, they don't take her very seriously, and this leads to them ignoring Steven's constant pleas for help in changing White Diamond's ways. Here, he feels a sense of familiarity as he realizes that he's been through this before. The episode uses the specifics of Steven's current situation with the Diamonds to highlight the growth that he's made over the course of the series. At the start of the show, Steven was the youngest and weakest crystal gem, one who was constantly fighting for a spot as a fully fledged crystal gem in his own right. At the same time, he was saddled with the responsibilities of his mother, expected to be just like her, but he was able to break out of these bonds and to become an invaluable member of the Crystal Gems in a way that his mother never could. He was able to free himself from the pressure to be what his mother was, and as a result, he was able to be someone better. Now, he's put into the same situation again, expected by the Diamonds to fill the role that Pink did as the runt of the Diamonds. But that isn't who Steven is, and so we get to see how Steven once again rejects this role and chooses to talk to the Diamonds as himself. Now armed with all the knowledge that he'd gathered throughout his character arc, Steven believes that he can do what Pink never could, and once and for all end the Diamonds' tirade. I like how they invoke Steven's greater character arc across the show as a whole. It reminds us of just how far he's come from a kid trying to copy his mother to a strong individual who works hard to become the best version of himself that he can. Having a nice little recap of the journey that brought Steven to this point is just really fitting here, as we get to appreciate just how far he's come as a character right before his biggest challenge yet. Overall, this episode works as a nice setup to the next episode. We're given a nice recap of Steven's journey as a whole in a way that feels really natural, and this serves as a very strong start to those final episodes, as it feels like we're seeing Steven in his most complete form. We're left motivated by Steven's newfound determination, but at the same time, the looming threat of White Diamond casts a shadow of doubt on this plan. Either way, things promise to get interesting from here, and I think this episode works well to build some of that hype while reminding us just how far we've come. A great episode, near the top of the list. This episode also has an incredible song in Familiar. There's something so unsure about this song, as Steven questions why he feels like he's been through this before. I love the soft and gentle instrumental here, perfectly accompanying what is without a doubt Steven's best vocal performance so far. His singing nails the emotions of the scene so well, and I love how his voice shifts to match the realization he makes by the end, as he sings about his current position haunted by the expectation to be like his mother. You can begin to see the correlation to his early years on full display. He used to be trapped in his mother's shadow, trying to be everything that she was, but he's been through this before, and this familiarity is born of the hardship that he experienced in his own life, as he tried to become someone worthy of the people before him. His voice gets so much more confident here, and perfectly shows us that Steven has come to be proud of who he is. He believes in his experience and trusts that armed with all the tools that he's gained throughout his journey of self-discovery, that he can bring an end to everything, so long as he stays true to himself. Overall, it's just a wonderfully powerful song, where Steven reclaims his identity, giving him the confidence to face his biggest challenge yet. This song as a whole does so well to convey his whole thought process, as he goes from confusion to understanding, and then finally to his realization. In this way, it's a song that applies both to his current situation and the journey that he's been on all his life, really making this feel like the definitive song regarding everything Steven has learned. An incredible song that reminds us of what makes Steven, Steven, going just below that distant shore, but just above something entirely new. While a somewhat uneventful episode at the start, the episode reminds us exactly what makes the crystal gem so special, as Steven is finally able to break out of his role as Pink Diamond. Steven is getting restless. He's made it to Homeworld, he's allied with Blue and Yellow, but whenever he tries to move forward in his plan to stop the diamonds, he's disregarded. Slowly, it becomes clear that not only do the diamonds fully believe Steven to be Pink, but they also haven't seriously considered any of his plans to stop White Diamond. Everything he says is written off as the silly ramblings of Pink, and this goes to show how little has actually changed in terms of their beliefs. Not only do they refuse to see Steven as anyone other than Pink, they also show no interest in righting the wrongs of Homeworld. Blue makes this apparent by propelling the cold nature of how Homeworld's hierarchy dehumanizes the people within it, referring to Connie as a pet, Amethyst a defect, and Garnet an abomination. It's clear that she doesn't see them as individuals, and rather faulty tools that failed to serve their purpose to Homeworld. She is fully immersed in the discrimination of Homeworld, and reminds us that at the end of the day, she was one of the diamonds who created and propelled this system. This leaves us at a breaking point where tensions are high between the gems and the diamonds. Every second they spend here, the gems are forced to compromise on their beliefs, following Homeworld's rules and conforming to the status quo. This makes for an interesting moment as we see the gems forced to betray every aspect of their ideology in the hopes of somehow communicating with the diamonds, but so far this has been unsuccessful, resulting in the gems simply playing into the diamond system. But despite this, Steven opts to try one more time to take the role of his mother and to sort things out in accordance to the diamond's rules. In the hopes of confronting White Diamond, he throws a ball, a celebration that Pink would throw to rein in the start of a new era. With the first ball since Pink left and the return of Pink herself, the diamonds hope to ring in Era 3 of Homeworld. The ball is a success, gems of each court gathering to celebrate the start of a new era, as Blue and Yellow Diamond gracefully enter the scene. It's perfect. All Steven has to do is ride the momentum of the ball's success and gain White's respect, granting him a chance to talk to her. But as the night drags on, it's clear that White isn't coming, instead sending her Pearl in her place. This trivializes the whole operation, as Steven once again failed to make a meaningful change. In fact, he's now playing into the evils of Homeworld more than ever, as his friends are forced to stifle their true selves, and he rings in the start of Era 3. In a sense, he is literally maintaining the tyranny of Homeworld, pledging his celebration to the continuation of Homeworld's regime in a new era, albeit in the hopes of grabbing White's attention. But when he fails to do that, it becomes clear how ridiculous this has gotten. From the second they landed on Homeworld, Steven has compromised on who he really is. He played the role of Pink, went against his beliefs by playing along with the diamonds, and it didn't get him anywhere. And this is because this has never been how they've solved problems. The crystal gems have always been about being yourself and protecting your right to be that truest version of yourself. It's this very idea that has served as a guiding force for Steven, but here he has completely abandoned that approach. But Connie is there to ground him. She frees his mind from the situation and just asks him to be himself, not whatever the diamonds want him to be. And so they dance together, breaking every tradition of Homeworld homeworld to the outrage of the diamonds. As they dance, Diamond stops hiding his true self, and they fuse to create Stevonnie to the diamond's horror. I really like this moment with Connie. Steven has put up a front for far too long, and Connie can see the negative effects that it's having on him, and so she reminds him of who he is, and gives him the first chance in a long time to be himself. And it's when they fuse that we know that he's fully returned to his true self, as they're both in sync with both the emotions of themselves and each other. This moment just serves as a really clever use of fusion, as it serves to show Steven finally breaking out of Pink's shadow once and for all, as he refuses to be anyone but himself. And it feels extremely fitting that Connie is the one who brings out the most genuine side of Steven. This display inspires the other gems to fuse, with Garnet and Opal fusing, along with a random couple from the audience. It's clear that even within Homeworld, there are gems being actively denied the chance to be their true selves, and for them, this moment of rebellion is liberating. But this moment of triumph is cut short, when all the fusions, save for Stevonnie, are instantly poofed by the diamonds. With the last few episodes displaying the diamonds in a more sympathetic light, it's easy to forget that this is still enemy territory. But here the facade drops as the diamonds violently and promptly dispose of the gems that they deem defective. And this is where the episode ends, with Stevonnie separated from the rest of the gems, who are unable to fight back in their poofed state. It's a brutal episode where it sets up for a liberating moment for the gems, refusing to hide any longer and finally speaking their mind. But this moment is trampled on by the diamonds, reminding us just how evil they are. They don't believe any of what Steven has preached and actively show aggression towards Steven for the first time since they landed on Homeworld. While this episode ends with things looking grim, however, this offers a chance for the gems to pick themselves back up again and retaliate with no holds barred. But a really good setup for the rest of the series. With the gems at rock bottom, there's nowhere to go but up. Overall, just a really clever episode that delivers some hard-hitting moments near the top of the list. I can't say that I expected such a weak episode so close to the end, but here we are. With Connie and Steven stuck in prison, it seems that they've run out of options. They have no idea where the gems are, and further, have no way of escaping. But Steven has a trick up his sleeve. He falls asleep, using his powers to send his consciousness back to Earth to try and call for backup. However, he ends up projecting his mind into one of the melon Stevens living on the island from Island Adventure. With the help of the melons, he slowly finds his way back home. To begin with, at least 60% of the episode is just spent with the watermelon Stevens. They've never been that interesting to me personally, and so seeing how their society on the island has grown, while kinda cool, just really feels unnecessary. We're literally on the second to last episode, and we give more screen time to the melons than the actual conflict at hand. That being said, for what it is, the watermelon stuff is fine. A cute story of how all the melons reunite to help Steven, but once again feels like it would be far more fitting for a random filler episode like 2 seasons ago. To make matters worse, even when he does get back to Beach City, nothing really happens. He's able to call for backup and they agree to come help, and then the episode just sort of ends. It feels like a very unnecessary episode, one that could have been a much smaller part of a better episode. Cut the melon stuff and we could just have 1 or 2 minutes devoted to calling for help, with the rest being devoted to the conflict at hand. But instead, we take this time to waste what little time we have left. That being said, at the same time, there is an aspect to this episode that I do like. With Steven sort of rediscovering himself in the last episode, I do like the idea of him making the long trip home, a place that is inherent to him as a person. It just feels like a very symbolic moment as Steven returns to the place where it all started, grounding himself and reminding him of who he is and what he's fighting for. I think the song titled Escapism playing in the background adds greatly to these feelings as well. The song is very simple, with a heavy emphasis on the calm guitar in the background. Its lyrics almost feel like the inner monologue of Steven and Connie at the moment, feeling very intentional as the song is sung by Stevani's voice actor. The lyrics tell of the discomfort and pain that they've experienced on Homeworld, and laments about yearning to be free again, to be who they are and to exist without fear. And this moment allows them to experience that freedom, if only for a moment, as Steven is able to free himself from the situation and rediscover himself in a moment of pure freedom. I just love how perfectly this song reflects the emotions and feelings that Steven has experienced over the past few episodes, and it really does feel like a healing moment where he regains his will to fight. That being said, it's just a shame how disconnected this moment is from the rest of the episode. If the episode ran with this level of motion throughout, it could have been an incredible episode, but the focus on the melons and the somewhat mundane nature of the actual events of the episode just leave it feeling like a fine episode with a moment of pure genius. As such, this episode places somewhere around the middle of the list. A perfectly fine episode, but one that shows a glimmer of a much better one. Escapism, however, is one of the best songs of the show. Just masterfully uses its simple lyrics and slow tempo to communicate the massive feelings that Steven is experiencing right now. It really nails that feeling of coming home for the first time in a long time and rediscovering a part of yourself that the world has slowly obscured. Easily one of my favorites so far, going just below For Just One Day Let's Only Think About Love, and just above Both of You. We've made it to the final episode of the show, the end of a journey that has spanned over 150 episodes and 5 seasons. Up to this point, the Homeworld arc has been fairly strong, with the rushed pacing being the real issue. However, this last episode has a chance to once and for all bring not only this arc, but the show as a whole to an end in a satisfying way. But was it able to? The episode starts by planting a seed of doubt in Steven. He has a vision of Pink Diamond. He remembers a situation where she was imprisoned in the same tower that Connie and Steven are in now, as we see that this is something that the other diamonds have done to Pink before. Blue enters the scene, disappointed in Pink. Once again, Pink has disappointed the diamonds, but more importantly, she's upset White Diamond, and it's here that Steven fully transforms into his mother, playing out this memory just as it happened all those years ago. The scene ends, however, when Steven looks down at his body, horrified to see that he has become Pink Diamond. Beyond showing us how Pink was treated by her fellow diamonds, displaying how the diamond's quest for perfection alienated Pink, it also works to obscure Steven's true identity. While he knows in his heart that he is Steven, if that's true, then why does he possess so many of his mother's memories? While this isn't touched on too much here, it works to set up the conclusion of the episode, and I appreciate how in both the scenes in this episode and scenes in past episodes, we've slowly been building to this idea of addressing Steven's true identity. It's an interesting concept that we've forgotten about as the show went on. This idea that no matter how hard Steven tries to escape his mother's image, that may not be possible. For now though, Steven wakes up from his vision. Him and Connie are still trapped in the tower with no way of escape. That is until Blue enters. Blue is furious, as with Pink back, she's thrusted right back into the routine of scolding her. Blue is frustrated. Why can't Pink just stay in line? Why does Pink make her do this? Because really, Blue doesn't want to do this. She loves Pink, but at the same time, believes that she's not taking her role seriously, that she's failing Homeworld and thus needs to be punished. And because of this, even Blue, who has been the most compassionate of the diamonds, ties Pink's value to her usefulness as a diamond. But we see her more thoughtful side shine through here, as she says that as long as Pink apologizes, she can be free. But Steven refuses. He isn't sorry for fusing, and he isn't sorry for his friends, because they were only being themselves. It isn't in his beliefs to hide your true self, and here we see him reaffirm that idea. And as the scene plays out, Blue realizes how much this system hurts the people within it, because of this idea that one's true self must must be hidden, Blue was forced to punish Pink time and time again. Despite her love for Pink, she couldn't help but see her as flawed, and she realizes that it's no wonder that she left Homeworld. While Blue always believed that Pink was failing Homeworld, if she was so happy on Earth, then maybe Homeworld failed her. This is a moment where Steven is able to use his life experience to diffuse the situation. Knowing true love from his friends and family, Steven can tell that this isn't normal. Blue loves Pink but continues to hurt her time and time again because she fails to fit into the system that she was born in. But identifying this, Blue is the first to come around, refusing to continue to hurt the person she loves. Blue agrees that Pink was happier on Earth with a family that knew how to love her, and so she agrees to help get the crystal gems back. Once again, Steven has been able to separate himself from Pink, diffusing the situation with Blue in a way that only he could. And the following scene reinforces this idea as he sheds Pink's outfit for his own, vowing to tackle this situation head on, not as Pink, but as Steven. With Blue now on their side, Steven and Connie march over to Yellow Diamond's chamber, the same room where the gems have been bubbled. Yellow is not amused with Blue's decision. She demands that Pink be brought back to prison, but Blue refuses. Yellow scolds Blue. If she keeps making exceptions for Pink, then they would have to make exceptions for all gems, causing chaos in Homeworld's hierarchy. But Blue insists, going as far as to use her powers against a fellow Diamond. Yellow is not so easily won over, however, as she brings Blue to her knees. While it pains her to do it, she prioritizes her duty to Homeworld, and by extension, White Diamond. But that's when Steven asks a simple question. Does this look perfect to you? Two diamonds fighting over the fate of a fellow diamond, the highest order of Homeworld thrown into chaos over the very system that is supposed to maintain order. And it's that exact system that pushed Pink away, the light in the diamonds' lives that was snuffed out by this expectation of perfection. I really like how Yellow thinks Blue is using her powers to make her cry, but this isn't the case. These are real tears over the pain and suffering that the diamonds caused Pink. In an attempt to right her wrongs, Yellow joins in, helping Steven escape. The diamonds take the gems to Pink's ship, only to be stopped by White's pearl. White's reverberating voice is echoed by her pearl, calmly stating her intentions to prevent the group from leaving. Just as the situation looks bleak, Bismuth makes her appearance, joining the fight in the repaired diamond ships left on Earth. She's joined by Lapis and Peridot. Their new designs rock and really encapsulate how far they've come. This is still White's domain, however, and she promptly recovers from the attack. With the opportunity to escape quickly passing, the diamonds offer to let Steven escape, but he refuses. He wants to fix things, not to run like Pink did, but to finally put an end to all of the suffering. And now he finally has White's attention, giving him a chance to just talk to her. And for a moment, she listens, with the diamonds standing up to her and just talking. One thing that I've noticed throughout this episode is that the diamonds come around to the idea of going against Homeworld quite quickly, but this is because they're not really in tune with the cause that Steven is fighting for. They want to save Pink Diamond, the person that they loved but couldn't help but hurt. They want to get her back to her life on Earth in hopes of letting her live her life of happiness again. But this isn't what Steven's looking for. Steven is looking to make up for all the crimes that Pink and the diamonds have committed. He wants to undo the corruption. He wants to stop the colonization, but the diamonds don't understand that at this point. They're simply selfishly helping Pink because of their guilt. That being said, I feel like their rebellion here is just a little abrupt, and I wish it was given a little more time, especially in moments like these where they're suddenly perfectly in tune with their emotions. The diamonds put those feelings into words, telling White exactly how they feel. The unblinking eyes of White's ship glare at her fellow diamonds. For a moment, it seems as though she's considering their words, accepting that maybe she's done more harm than good. But this moment is broken by two beams of light shooting from the eyes of White's ship and draining all the color from Blue and Yellow. We watch as their individuality is slowly drained, as they're consumed by White's view of the world, a world of black and white, a world modeled after herself. The diamonds have essentially become puppets, entering White's ship and leaving Steven and the gems to fend for themselves. In a moment of desperation, Steven fuses with each crystal gem, pulling them out of their gems and helping them reform. Smoky Quartz is the first to form, freeing Amethyst from her gem. I think it's fitting that they're the first pair to form, as the bond between her and Steven has really developed over these past few seasons. In fact, of the crystal gems, she is the only one to have fused with Steven at this point, and I think it just shows how special their relationship is. Pearl and Steven are next to fuse. While I don't love the design of this fusion, I like the concept. Having seen Rose and Pearl's fusion before in We Need to Talk, it's interesting to see how that fusion changes with Steven's input. The once elegant and graceful rainbow quartz now takes on a more cartoony look. While still having some of the elegance of Rose and Pearl's fusion, this new version of rainbow quartz leans heavily into the silliness of Steven, featuring a lot of cartoony and absurd body language. Like I said, while the design itself needs some work, I really do like how the fusion gives us a hint that Steven can't possibly be his mother. It's clear that he has fully become the owner of his gem, and as such, the shape of his mother's old fusions also shift to be more in line with Steven's personality. Just a clever way to build on this idea, using a really well-placed callback to a brief moment from a past episode. Sunstone is the weakest fusion of the three, being my favorite design of the bunch, but simply lacking the emotional depth of the other fusions. While there has been some attempt to add nuance to Steven and Garnet's relationship in episodes such as Future Vision and Pool Hopping, at the end of the day, their relationship has always been pretty well defined. While the other gems have slowly been revealed to be flawed as the show went on, this is far less noticeable in Garnet, and as such, this fusion doesn't feel particularly noteworthy. Steven and Garnet's relationship has never really experienced that much strain, and as such, this fusion doesn't really feel like the result of any growth between the two. That being said, however, it does show how solid Steven and Garnet's relationship has always been, really giving the feeling that they could have fused even before Steven and Amethyst did. Aside from these new fusions, the new outfits here are also sick. All of the new designs rock. Pearl adopts the jacket from First One Out of Beach City, an episode that emphasizes her journey of independence. Amethyst's new design fully shows her gem, showing how she's not hiding her true self anymore. As for Garnet, once again having the least growth between the crystal gems, just get some cool glasses. While granted a moment of reprieve, the hulking figure of all four diamond ships combined looms over the group. While the individual fusions weren't enough, the gems have one more trick up their sleeve. The gems all fuse, now with Steven included, resulting in a moment that the whole episode has been built up to. The crystal gems, in perfect sync, manifested in the form of obsidian. A powerful gem, she takes on a form very similar to the temple, epitomizing the perfect form of the crystal gems. But the crystal gems have grown in number since the end of the war. Accompanying obsidian, all of the friends made throughout the series stand by Steven and the gems. Connie gets her own sword, freeing her from conforming to what Rose wanted in a knight. Peridot can finally really control metal. Lapis and Bismuth stand strong, ready for the fight. As the others distract White, Obsidian climbs up to White's head. The Obsidian sword scene is raw, as she combines all of the crystal gems' weapons to create the blade to tear through White's ship. As the others are taken out of commission, Connie joins Obsidian as she cleaves through the ship's arms. With one final leap, Obsidian takes the group up to White's head, where she will have no choice but to listen. The inside of her head is dark and binary, black and white, just as she sees the world. Everything is flawless and uniform, nothing out of line. This is exemplified by the diamonds standing there like statues in what is clearly White's image of perfection, a perfect reflection of herself. They have no feelings and are simply used to further her purposes, acting as a mouthpiece for her ideals. They resound the words that she says. She sees them as nothing more than flawed beings, but in her perfect world, they echo her every word. White Diamond herself is horrifying. She alone shines brighter than anything else in the room, a visual indicator of her superiority. Her white is completely sterile, her voice booming and authoritative. Her words are coated in a false air of empathy, a thin veil over her complete complete and utter rage. Steven tries to speak to her, but her entourage stifles his words. Her puppets silence his thoughts with their reverberation of White's every word. White slowly tears each diamond apart, pointing out their every insecurity and flaw, their imperfections. While she's disgusted by each of them, she understands that they're all a part of her. As White Diamond, the culmination of all colors and all gems, she sees these imperfect beings as imperfections in herself, imperfections that must be suppressed. This extends to the crystal gems, who she gains control of as well. All Steven can do is watch in horror as each gem is slowly made to conform to White Diamond's authority. As she takes control of the gems, she remarks on how weak they've become. Because of the emotions that they've been allowed to express under Steven's supervision, White Diamond only sees the festering imperfections in each of them. Amethyst with her insecurity, Pearl with her obsession, and Garnet existing as a fusion, dependent on the bond that created her. White drains the color from each gem's soul. Now they do nothing more than echo her every sentiment, acting in perfect accordance with how her perfect subjects should. It shows that she really doesn't see people in her subjects, and rather imperfect souls who need to do nothing more than be like her. She takes this moment to confront Pink about her behavior. She has allowed for these imperfect gems to exist in their imperfection, and this has caused weakness in her army. On top of this, she asserts that Pink only surrounds herself with these gems because they make her feel important. She always failed to be the diamond that she was made to be, and so she took on the role of rose quartz so that she could feel a sense of importance that she could never find within Homeworld. As Connie enters the scene, her presence only fuels White's barrage. Not only did Pink surround herself with imperfect gems, but also lower life forms such as humans, all in the hopes of feeling better about herself. While this may be true, Steven insists that he's not Pink Diamond. He's his own person and is not bound by the mistakes of his mother. White cackles at the thought, a haunting cacophony of laughter erupting from her puppets. She scoffs at the very idea of Steven's existence as a separate entity from Pink. White counters, how can Steven be so sure that Pink isn't fooling him again? She fooled both sides of a war into thinking she was rose quartz. Would it be such a stretch for her to fool Steven into thinking that he was anything but another persona of hers? White decides to test this theory, ripping the gem clean out of Steven's body. We see the gem exit his body as it begins to reform into its true form. The silhouette of Pink begins to form, soon morphing into Rose, before finally coming into its current state. Steven stands in front of Steven, the shape of Steven's soul incarnate. This moment confirms exactly what he's been fighting to prove all his life, as he screams out his declaration of independence from his mother. Pink is gone, he is not his mother, he is Steven. White is dumbfounded by this. The realization shakes the foundation of her empire. No matter what she does, she can't change the shape of Steven's soul. Pink really is gone, and this sends her spiraling. She was wrong about Steven, and this moment is enough to break her perfect visage. A wave of pink washes over her face. Embarrassment. She loses her composure. She doesn't know how to feel anymore. Just like old times, Pink, or rather Steven, has been able to crack White's obsession with perfection, allowing her to simply experience her emotions in full. She's experienced the very imperfection that she sees in others firsthand. She is feeling, letting go of control and losing herself in emotion. She's confused. If she isn't perfect, if Steven isn't Pink, then her interpretation of the world has been all wrong. And Steven corroborates these feelings, telling her that while she may not have had it right the first time, she can learn. She simply needs to leave her own head. With the diamonds in tow, the gang returns to Beach City. As the gems land, another ship lands too. The off-colors, with Lars in lead, step onto the Earth for the first time in forever. Here, they finally do what I've been waiting to see between Lars and Sadie for a long time. Lars making it back to Earth, he sees Sadie for the first time in months. While they're friendly with each other, it's clear that things have changed. Sadie has her music career now, and Lars has really come into his own during his time in space. While these two used to know each other so well, it seems like they've both evolved to a point where they don't need to rely on each other as much. This is big for Sadie, as she used to cling to Lars to her own detriment, environment. And for Lars, it's a moment where he realizes that she's doing well on her own, and that they don't need each other to survive. They've both grown to be far more healthy people while apart, and have come to realize that what they had wasn't healthy. Overall, just a great ending for their relationship, ending on good terms, but ending nonetheless. While Lars doesn't address all of his sins here, it's clear that he's a changed man, and I think Sadie sees that in this moment. Just a really well done moment, and seeing Lars back on Earth was just such a huge moment in and of itself. With everyone accounted for, we get the final sequence of the show. With a reprisal of the intro theme, we get a moment to celebrate just how far we've come. With the diamond's help, the gems that have been confined to the bubble room for so long are finally able to be freed. Undoing the damage that they inflicted all those years ago, the diamonds heal all of the corrupted gems, reuniting the crystal gems lost during the war. It's a beautiful moment with so many callbacks to Centipedal, to the many gems that we've only heard tale of. They return to themselves, and it's a moment that brings a tear to all of the gems. And the song reflects this as Steven proudly sings that the crystal gems aren't just made up of the four of them anymore. The gems have grown, both with the making of new friends and the return of old ones. And with that, the gems can finally celebrate, having made the diamonds see reason, finally putting an end to all of the fighting. As the diamonds leave for homeworld, Steven and the gems enjoy a moment to themselves. They sit on the beach under the radiant glow of space above them. As the episode slowly draws to a close, the main four spend a quiet moment on the beach. The song here is so gorgeous, being simple but celebrating the core belief of the show. The idea that one can always change their mind, see the world differently, and be better for it. Steven's vocals are absolutely flawless here, and add to the warmth of the scene as Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl sit with him, ending the show right where it started. Except this time, the characters have grown and realized their true selves. Overall, this episode absolutely knocks it out of the park, bringing a satisfying conclusion to so many plot points, and ending with a final sequence that never fails to bring a tear to my eye. This episode really does feel like the culmination of all those that came before it, and I think that's exactly what a show's finale should strive to be. That being said, as much as I love how this episode concludes the series, it's far from perfect. The diamonds have been greatly mismanaged here, with their redemption coming far too easily. White and the other diamonds have spent thousands of years ruthlessly conquering the universe, shattering those who oppose them, and doing much worse to an unlucky few. The cluster is a grave reminder of the pure evil that the diamonds are capable of. A mass of gems refused the right to die, forced to exist in agony for the rest of their lives. Despite the horror of situations like these, and the emphasis that the show had put on these situations, they're never touched on here. Instead, only one aspect of their sins are ever confronted in this episode. The diamonds are responsible for corrupting the crystal gems on Earth after the war effort began to shift in the favor of the crystal gems. And upon healing these gems, it's treated like the diamonds have paid for all their crimes. This just takes so much importance out of some of these concepts, and the cluster, which was once treated as one of the diamond's greatest sins, is now cast aside here. This leads the alliance with the diamonds to feel somewhat unstable, as they haven't really done anything to prove themselves. The diamonds just shouldn't have been redeemed so easily, if at all. Blue Diamond is by far the most sympathetic, a gem mourning over the death of her fellow diamond, haunted by the hole left by Pink Diamond. This works in a vacuum, with her actions being attributed to her pain in relation to Pink's shattering. She's hurt, and as such lashes out at the world around her in hopes of making others feel her pain. It's an interesting character trait that presents a really interesting flaw in how Blue mourns, staying in the past and using her emotions to actively harm the people around her. That being said, when you factor in the magnitude of her crimes, it just becomes very hard to justify. Blue is shown to be just as bigoted as the other diamonds in episodes like The Answer, jumping straight to shattering when Garnet is formed. And this reveals the most ironic part of her character. This character, who we're supposed to have sympathy for due to Pink's shattering, is herself a shatterer. She actively used shattering as a way to keep her court in check, causing the exact feelings of hurt and loss that she feels now. But she never identifies this connection. She never regrets this behavior, and how she potentially made countless gems feel the loss loss that she feels now, and as such, this whole aspect of her character is forgotten about. And I think this is simply because there's no way to redeem her from that position. She's ruined countless lives, and the closest thing to a redemption that she could hope for is finally understanding how the pain she feels in relation to Pink mirrors the pain she caused in her underlings. And this is a theme we see between all of the diamonds. If we were truly to dive into all of their sins, it would simply be too much for any sort of redemption to feel natural. This is undoubtedly true of Yellow Diamond. She's the opposite of Blue in the sense that she never looked back after Pink's death. While it clearly affected her too, she chose to distract herself in the hopes of escaping that pain. And she did this through the furthering of the Diamond Authority, conquering countless planets in the hopes of always keeping her mind occupied. And when she is reminded of Pink, she lashes out, taking pleasure in the annihilation that Earth was supposed to see at the hands of the cluster. Here, she sees Earth and the people on it as nothing other than tools for her war. She uses them as a way to punish the crystal gems, destroying a whole world if it means making them pay. She's an individual that very much believes that the being below her is subhuman, valuable only if they're useful to her. As such, she's the most prepared to wipe out anyone who gets in her way, and her redemption is generally just pretty poorly done, suddenly realizing that the system she propelled suffocated people who were different, like Pink. This point is made mostly in reference to the off-colors, a group of gems ousted from Homeworld because they didn't fit the molds that were assigned to them. But once again, this does nothing to address the many worlds and people that Yellow conquered, and doesn't even directly lead into any redemption in relation to the off-colors themselves. In fact, the off-colors are literally expected to just forgive the diamonds for years of persecution because they've quote-unquote changed. This is a particularly disgusting moment, and I thought it relevant to bring up in relation to Yellow, as while they're all responsible for this, her ideology relates a lot to how the off-colors came to be treated the way they were. Finally, White Diamond is one of the greatest defenders. A common defense that we hear a lot in the final episode is that the other diamonds were simply following orders. They were unhappy and had mixed feelings in relation to what happened to Pink and how the system allowed it to happen. But all of these uncertainties were left unchecked, as questioning their own morals would mean questioning those of White Diamond. While I think this is a weak defense to begin with both Blue and Yellow seemingly lacking any remorse for their actions in the early seasons, but even this weak defense is not afforded to White Diamond, as she is the de facto leader of the diamonds and the sole origin of all of Homeworld's ideologies. She believes in perfection, a perfect image of the world where the world works for her and her alone. She sees everyone and everything other than herself as a gear in her machine, and her redemption is the most bullshit of all. When she begins to see imperfections in herself, she realizes that she's not so different from those beings that she deemed imperfect, and this causes her whole worldview to collapse, and she questions what it really is that makes her supposedly perfect. And that's the most she ever has to consider, because she's never made to answer for any of her crimes, despite being the sole person responsible for every single crime the Diamonds ever committed. Overall, the Diamonds' redemption is complete and utter bullshit. It's only possible because the show decides to disregard its own lore and rather focus on the feelings of the Diamonds. This works with the other characters because there's a good argument to be made that they're good people that sometimes do the wrong thing, but here that does not apply. The Diamonds are evil. They have been presented as such from the start of the show, and that image cannot be washed away simply because they say they're sorry. They have simply done too much, hurt too many people. Their redemption feels like a slap in the face to all of those that they victimized, and it leaves a really sour taste in the viewer's mouth. Probably the biggest misstep in the series to date, and really sullies the ending for me. They had no reason to redeem the Diamonds, and it works to devalue a lot of what came before. Despite this, the actual content of this episode remains pretty good, with some of the lowest lows paired with some of the highest highs. As such, a good episode, but definitely not as good as it could have been. Somewhere in between the middle and the top of the list. Season 5 has been one of the most consistent seasons of the show as a whole. Sure, it's not perfect. The stuff with the diamonds and some of the pacing isn't great, but at the same time, the heights of this season are incredible, and honestly, it keeps that same excitement going throughout the season. I think in this season, there's only 5 or 6 episodes that I outright dislike, if even that. This season just has such a high level of quality that when I was ranking it, it really hurt to put some episodes lower than others. There really is just such a level of quality here that even the episode in 20th place for this season's ranking is still a good episode. And with that, we finally go into the final ranking for the show as a whole. Rocknaldo, Joking Victim, Keep Beach City Weird, House Guest, The New Lars, Cry for Help, Keystone Motel, Shirt Club, Future Boy Zoltron, Alone Together, Love Letters, Onion Trade, Onion Friend, Onion Gang, Kiki's Pizza Delivery Service, Beach City Drift, Restaurant Wars, Rising Tides, Crashing Skies, Open Book, So Many Birthdays, Arcade Mania, Hit the Diamond, Drop Beat Dad, Frybo, Sadie's Song, Sadie Killer, The Big Show, Historical Friction, Monster Buddies, Horror Club, Say Uncle, Lars and the Cool Kids, Space Race, Steven's Birthday, Watermelon Steven, Beach Party, Secret Team, Steven's Lion, Together Breakfast, The New Crystal Gems, Kindergarten Kid, Dugout, Lion 2, the movie, Cat Fingers, Garnet's Universe, Steven and the Stevens, Room for Ruby, Winter Forecast, Steven Floats, Maximum Capacity, Kevin Party, Warp Tour, Buddy's Book, Tiger Philanthropist, The Zoo, Greg the Babysitter, Steven the Sword Fighter, Marble Madness, Now We're Only Falling Apart, Legs from Here to Homeworld, Know Your Fusion, Adventures in Light Distortion, Mirror Gem, Are You My Dad? The Message, Rose's Room, Coach Steven, Gem Hunt, Reformed, Gemcation, Cheeseburger Backpack, Story for Steven, Laser Light Cannon, Joyride, 3 Gems and a Baby, Together Alone, Tiger Millionaire, Island Adventure, Gem Glow, Serious Steven, Catch and Release, Letters to Lars, Crack the Whip, Escapism, Alone at Sea, Gem Harvest, Bubble Buddies, When It Rains, Too Short to Ride, Barn Mates, Raising the Barn, Giant Woman, Pool Hopping, Future Vision, Fusion Cuisine, Super Watermelon Island, Your Mother and Mine, The Good Lars, Lars of the Stars, The Question, Jungle Moon, Gem Heist, The Return, whatever this one's called, Steven's Dream, Full Disclosure, Nightmare Hospital, Friendship, Ocean Gem, Too Far, Back to the Barn, Back to the Moon, Dewey Wins, Maid of Honor, What's Your Problem, We Need to Talk, The Test, An Indirect Kiss, Back to the Kindergarten, Stuck Together, Bubbled, Change Your Mind, That Will Be All, Lion 4, Alternate Ending, Keeping It Together, Same Old World, On the Run, I Am My Mom, Rose's Scabbard, Last One Out of Beach City, Political Power, Beta, Earthlings, Off Colors, The Trial, The Answer, Steven vs. Amethyst, It Could Have Been Great, Monster Reunion, Can't Go Back, Log Date 7/15/2, Message Received, Gem Drill, A Single Pale Rose, Familiar, Mindful Education, Lion 3, Straight to Video, Reunited, Lars's Head, Sworn to the Sword, Storm in the Room, Jailbreak, Mr. Greg, and Bismuth. And now for the songs. Cookie Cat, Dear Old Dad, Wailing Stone, The Working Dead, Ghost, Sadie Killer and the Suspects, Haven't You Noticed, I'm a Star, Destiny, Mr. Greg, Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart, Lapis Lazuli, Ruby Rider, Don't Cost Nothing / Empire City, What's the Use of Feeling Blue, Comet, On the Run, Steven and the Stevens, Giant Woman, I Think I Need a Little Change, Change Your Mind, Tower of Mistakes, What Can I Do for You, Here Comes a Thought, Full Disclosure, Intro, Strong in the Real Way, Love Like You, Be Wherever You Are, Both of You, Escapism, For Just One Day, Let's Only Think About Love, Something Entirely New, Familiar, That Distant Shore, Peace and Love on the Planet Earth, Do It for Her, Stronger Than You, It's Over, Isn't It? And so, with all that out of the way, that leaves us with just one more question. The question that started this year-long endeavor and this 9-hour video. Is Steven Universe as bad as they say it is, or is it simply misunderstood? And considering all the hundreds of hours of research I've done and the time that I've spent with this series over the past year, I would say that they were wrong. This show is flawed, sure, but at the same time, it's something special. It's something that I've never seen anything like before or after. It's a beautiful show about what it means to live and to be alive and to be a human being. It's a show that I won't soon forget, and I hope that this video implores you to go check it out for yourself. Because if we're being honest, if you have the time to watch this video in full, I promise you have the time to watch Steven Universe, and you won't regret it. I'm pretty sure of that. But with the question that I posed at the start of the video finally answered, I have done my job here. So thank you for watching, thank you for bearing with me for how long this video took to make, and I promise that the next one will be a lot faster. Give it a couple months and I think you'll see another upload on this channel, given that everything goes smoothly. But for now, I'm done thinking about YouTube stuff for a couple weeks. Thank you for watching, and I'll catch you next time.